ahead.
संभाल पाए उसे।
We'll be starting in next
तुम
5
कब आए?
minutes with our
से
first
चौकन न रहिए।
technical session of
याद रखना, यहाँ हर पल चौकन्ना है, रहना। ये सड़क है भैया, संभल के चल।
aspects on road safety. So we'll be starting in next 5
सड़क
minutes.
सुरक्षा की पाठशाला।
And, we
एक
request
मछली
if
पूरे तालाब
someone
को
is still
गंदा
out
करती है।
there outside the hall,
बड़े
please join
बुजुर्गों
us
से
as
सुना
soon as
होगा
possible.
आपने
Please grab your seats.
कि एक
And we'll
मछली
be
जो है
starting in
पूरे
next 5
तालाब को
minutes.
गंदा
Thank you so
करती है।
much, everyone.
आइए मिलवाएं उस बेसब्र मछली से। ये देखिए कैसे इस येलो ट्रैफिक लाइट पे तैरती भी चली आ रही है, और ये फैलाई इसने गंदगी, और ये हो गया पूरा तालाब गंदा। सड़क पे आपकी छोटी सी गलती सबके लिए।
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. So how are we doing this morning? Are we doing good? Better? Great? I'm not getting any answers. How are we doing this morning, ladies and gentlemen? All right, let me just do a quick vibe check so that we know that we are good to go, all right? So all those who are doing good, can you please raise your right hand like this? Perfect. Now keep it raised for a moment. Keep it raised. All those who are doing better, can you please raise your left hand as well, like this? Perfect. Now all those who are doing absolutely awesome, can you please join your hands together and give a massive round of applause? Well, that was the energy we were looking for to start the day ahead. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the day 2 of National Seminar on Indian Road Safety Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Azra Khan, and I'm extremely honored to be your host for this wonderful day ahead. Well, our first technical session for the day is Crash Audit Investigation, Weather Aspects and Road Safety, which will be chaired by Mr. Chaman Lal, former Engineer-in-Chief, Haryana PWD, member HRB and Technical Committee IRC. So ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Chaman Lal. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's join our hands together, come on. Welcome, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this technical session will be co-chaired by Dr. K. Ravinder, Chief Scientist, CSIR, CRRI, and Member Secretary, Road Safety at 7 Committee, IRC. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we welcome Dr. K. Ravinder. And now we would like to invite on stage Mr. Kuldeep Chand, Superintending Engineer IRC, to welcome and honor the presence of our chair and co-chair of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, come on. I request Mr. Kuldeep Chand to kindly present the bouquet to Mr. Chaman Lal, the chair of this session. May I once again request Mr. Kuldeep Chand to kindly present the bouquet to Dr. K. Ravinder. Thank you so much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome our speakers of this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me invite with a big round of applause Professor Tanuj Chopra, TIET, Patiala, Punjab. Let's make a huge round of applause. They'll be speaking upon the weather, disaster, and road safety in foggy areas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me invite with a round of applause Professor Dr. Asha Lata R, Director, NATPAC, Kerala. Let's make a huge round of applause. And she'll be speaking upon the topic accident-prone zone, black spot rectifications and monitoring. Now let us invite Shri S.K. Popley, Advisor, NHAI. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Come on, let's join our hands together. And they'll be speaking upon the road safety audit and design stages of project cycle. I would like to thank the entire panel for being here and sharing their experiences and knowledge with us. Thank you so much. And now I would request our chair of this session, Mr. Chaman Lal, to kindly lead the session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. In this session, we have 3 presentations. The first one is going to be from Professor Tanuj Chopra of Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology. This is on weather, disaster, and road safety on foggy areas. The second presentation would be from Dr. Asha Lata, Director, NETPAC, Kerala. That is going to be on accident-prone zone/black spot rectifications and monitoring. The third one is going to be from Shri S.K. Popley, Advisor, NHAI, which is on road safety audit in design stages of project cycle. That way, this session is going to cover a large canvas on road safety issues. Because we are starting late, so I would omit my comments as of now and would directly invite Professor Tanuj Chopra to start his presentation. I hope his biodata, etc., would be displayed on the side flanks, so I would omit even that. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Tanuj Chopra, working as a faculty in Thapar Institute. So thanks IRC and Haryana PWD for giving this opportunity and organizing such wonderful event for this part. So coming directly to the topic, so I will be speaking on the weather disaster because we have observed in the last few years that this problem is getting bigger, especially if you look out for the areas like Himachal, J&K, Uttarakhand, and even in the plain north areas where the fog is going to create a major problem. It's a type of a disaster. So I will try to see how we can have, what issues can be there in the safety, what issues can be there related to the payments with respect to the climate, how we can have a climate resilient designs so that we can work on that. So now we all, thanks to the various agencies, we are making a world-class infrastructure. So if you see here, recently I visited one of the project of the Mumbai-Pune missing link, one of the major mega infrastructure project. So that means we are we are making a world-class infrastructure into that. But good roads are an asset and bad roads are the debt for the nation. And that we know a very important point that how we have to preserve our, how we have to maintain our infrastructure, how we have to preserve our this big infrastructures. But irrespective of this, we are continuously getting a large facts about the accidents, that there's a lot of number of the road accident deaths as well as the injuries. So we have to look out that how we can work on this, what can be the different solutions which can be there for improving the road safety. It's one of the biggest public health issue throughout the country, and lakhs of the lives are lost annually because of the fatal accidents due to the road accidents, and the clock is ticking continuously. It is an imperative for the happy, healthy, and prosperous life. So today, the road traffic injuries are one of the leading cause of the death, disability, and hospitalization with severe socioeconomic effects across the country. Now, mostly these parts have already been covered in the first day, the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have a targets of reducing the injuries. We have a target of developing the climate resilient infrastructure. We have to reduce improve the road safety, and we have to work for reducing the fatalities. So I will skip this. So now the major concern with this, the first part which I'm looking for to discuss is the climate, the weather disasters. So we should plan for the climate resilient infrastructure. It is a plan, designed, built, and operated in a way that anticipates, prepares for, and adapts for the changing climatic condition. This is very much required at the present time. Like we are working on some of the projects in Himachal. So we have seen that the way the things are going on, the way continuously after especially after the 2023 rains. So there are a lot of the disasters which are happening because of the weather. So is there any solutions? Can we go for the weather resilient? Can we go for the climate resilient designs? And what type of the maintenance strategies in that scenarios we can adopt? So that will lead, because this is also one part of the SDG, the climate and the road safety, they are also linked, because these extreme weather events, they are increasing, and that will going to increase the socioeconomic impacts as well as the road safety impacts. A lot of accidents because of the fog. I was getting the data for this, the accidents due to the fog from the website, the government data. So to surprise, in one single year, the deaths were more than 15,000 only because of the fog, and a lot of accidents are also there. So we'll see how we can work on this, how we can constrain these parts, because for the climate resilient payment selection, like for example, the road accidents and the payment condition, that is also correlated with each other, that how we can think of that, what type of the payment can be best suited, where we have a high weather disasters like high rainfall intensities are there, the snow areas are there, as well as in the foggy areas are there. So climate resilient road systems are designed, built, and maintained to withstand the impact of the climate change. Whether in DPRs, can we include these parameters into that, the climate factors, how we can include that. So I will just show you, because what we want to do is a sustainable payments. So sustainable payments, they should achieve the engineering goals for which they are constructed, to preserve the surrounding ecosystems, use the resources carefully, and it is not only for the present generation, but for the coming generations also. Now, if you look out the data from the long-term payment performance data, the 36% of the total damage to the flexible payments and 24% damage to the payments rigid, they are because of the environmental factors, because of the high rainfall, because of the snow areas, and because of the other precipitation patterns, the changes in the frequency of the severity of the extreme weathers. So if you look out into this, can we have something that we call as a climate resilient infrastructure? Can we design the parameters based upon that? Like for example, a temperature. So we are, right now the extreme temperatures are also one of the weather disasters. So how we are going to preserve, how we can select our grade of the binders, how we can go with the better modified binders, the better polymerizations of the binders, so that like last year I was in Singapore, the people, they were discussing that with respect to the change in the temperature, with respect to the rise in the temperature, what type of the grade of the binders we will be needing by 2050. So that is how we can call it as a climate resilient, that the selection of the grade of the binders should be selected very carefully by doing a proper analysis that how it will going to perform the rutting as well as the cracking patterns and all. Why it is important is because the road safety is linked with this. I will show you some of the aspects that, like for example, if it is an inadequate maintenance. So if you see that, we have a very few testing on our road sectors where we test the friction or what we call it as the skid resistances, but that is going to play a very important role. If you see both the wet and the dry pavement crash rates, they have decreasing trend as the skid resistance increase. So pavement friction improvement scheme shows a significant reduction of 68% in the wet pavement crash rates. So very important aspect with respect to the strong correlation between the skid resistance as well as the accidents into that. So like we have the different machines where we can test the SCRI factors or the skid coefficient factors into that aspects, because there is a correct correlation. There are almost 20% of the total road accidents occur on the wet pavements. So rainfall, where there are the extreme rainfall incidents, you find that a lot of accidents happening because of the rain part. So skid resistance has proved to decrease the likelihood of the accidents if we have the high skid resistance. So we need to have, because at present we are developing asset managements for the many of the states also in India. So these asset management, this is going to be the one of the major component, which is the skid resistance, which we have to see how we can include this skid resistance component into the asset management aspect to improve the road safety. Similarly, in the asset management, we are also including the climate resilient design. We are also incorporating that modules into the asset management also. We are trying to incorporate that also, especially for the hill areas, that whether we can have some patterns for the landslide predictions or landslide, what type of the interventions or maintenance we can go for, so that we can control that part of the aspect. So studies have shown that the application of the pavement friction improvement schemes. So in FHWA and many other schemes, so these type of the programs are there where we have to increase the friction, the skid resistance, which can show that can result in the reduction of the wet pavement accidents by 68%. So there are the standards, intervention levels for the skid resistance, which has been given part back. So similarly, the weather-related distress accidents, so weather will impact the pavement distresses that will lead to the accident. So rut depth and the pavement roughness, they also increases, so does the accident rate. So this is another very important. Lot of videos are there on the YouTube where you can find that how with the rut or the depression, the two-wheelers, the accidents are there, the fatal accidents are there. So that means the pavement, regular pavement maintenance is one of the major scenario which can control the accident rates also into that. So pavement surface conditions, so crash rates increases with the increase in the IRI values also. So relationship is, there have been a well-developed relationship between the rutting depth as well as the safety also. So there are a lot of studies. We are also carried out some studies, like these are the conditions, especially in case of the service roads. So these are the condition of the service roads and even the new service roads in some of the areas. So there you can find that on this particular stretch we have a accident data, that what type of the accidents are there, and most of them are because of the distresses in the pavement and the pavement potholes and all into that. So similarly, like we maintain our health, let us maintain the health of our roads also to serve our people and the economy. So let us not lose what we have. So neglect of the maintenance is an act of the disinvestment besides adding to the accident hazard. So one of the major problem is this. Now, in many of the countries, there have the programs like wet weather crash reduction program. So one of the very important program, what they do is they identify the wet weather crash locations. They measure the friction, they set up the intervention criteria, they define the interventions for their treatment, and they go with the measurement of the micro and the macro textures of the surface. And based upon the established friction thresholds, they propose the resurfacing before the rainy seasons and all that. And if you go to this FHWA study program, which is a wet weather crash reduction program, you will find a lot of reduction in the accident rate because of these type of the programs into there. So we can measure the skid resistance parameters. More resilient pavement design strategies for the rainfall areas, like we can have the porous surfaces into that different type of the product. And similarly, with respect to the retaining walls, the filter media specification and all that, that plays a very important aspects into that. So landslides, another issue in many areas. So how we can work on that, that is another weather disasters. So there can be a small treatment. So this is what I'm saying, the climate adaptation in the asset management. This is a new module in India for the asset management, where we can include the climate adaptation parameter also into our road asset management systems. And therefore, we can design some type of the maintenance like this type of the bioengineering aspects for controlling the landslide aspects into that. Now, another one which is a major problem in this area is the fog. So this is a fog-related accidents, the poor visibility. A series of road accidents were reported across the Haryana as well as the other parts of the North India, Delhi NCR. So if you see here, one of the photographs, one of the most serious incident took place on the National Highway 352D in Haryana Rewari districts, where 3 to 4 buses rammed. And this is a pile of the accidents, the pile of the vehicles, they piled up, and many of the accidents recently in the Delhi-Mumbai expressway also because of the fog. So these are the issues. The fog is certainly a major disaster, especially for the months of the December and the January in the North India. So even another example is the Hisar. So what they did is, general practice for the authorities is they are restricting the speed. Like for example, I placed one of the, from the news, on the Yamuna Expressway, the light vehicles were allowed to the maximum speed of this much and the 75 kilometer, while the heavy vehicles were kept at 60 kilometer per hour. Similarly, the restrictions have been, speed restrictions have been put up at the other places also. So the North India, it sees the highest number of the fog-related accident during the month of December and January. The 15 people lost their lives due to the heavy fog in the incident in Jajjar, Haryana on the Ambala-Chandigarh highway, as well as the famous personalities were lost and their life also. So a lot of news regarding this Delhi-Mumbai recent in the new Haryana district, the accident was there related to the fog. So, and other than the national highway high-speed corridors, the problem on the other category of road is more severe because they might be the lack of the infrastructure, the payment condition might not be better, there can be a poor signages, markings can be poor on the other categories of the road. That can create a more problem. Like in last 2 years back, the NH was closed because of some agitations. So the most of the traffic was moving on the other category of the roads. So in the foggy season, it was very, very difficult to assess this type of the roads. And now, what parameters we can include for the fog? Like, see, here there is no fog. This is a recently one of the project which I carried out. So on the objective was some other different, but I have taken these 2 photographs on this particular stretch. It's a high-speed corridor, not the national highway, but still the vehicles are moving at very high speed and very heavy traffic. So the fog can be one of the culprit, but if you see, because the agencies, the concerns, उनका ये मानना था कि सर यहाँ पे accident बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहे हैं, ठीक? So if you see the furniture, the condition of the median there, as well as the payment condition, so in the normal cases also, in the normal scenario in the traffic also, that there will be a lot of accident on this type of the product. So we have a very good IRC guidelines. This already had been discussed. We have SP 55, 35, 67. A very good guidelines are there for all these traffic managements, work zone safeties, road markings and road furnitures. Similarly, the road delineators, the S79, SP85. For the fog conditions, recently I experienced in the January on one of this Delhi-Katra Expressway, these variable message signboards, they are very effective in the foggy conditions. Similarly, we have IRC 103 also for the facilities and the sections of IRC. Like this was a photograph which I clicked there. So dense fog ahead, drive carefully, slow speed, 40 km per hour due to the heavy fog. So these are very effective in case of this type of the foggy weather conditions. So this is what we can do with the signages and markings. So a lot of new reflective markings are there, the reflective sheetings are there, type 11, type 9. So a lot of work is going on with respect to the retro reflection of the signages as well as the markings. So that is one aspect. What other aspects can we do for the conditions related to the fog, for this type of the fog disasters? So we have to use, I will show you the other something. So all these approaches are very important. Like if you see here, there is a low visibility, the ministry as well as NHAI as well as the local authorities, PWDs, they keep on giving the awareness guidelines during the foggy season, which are very effective. But all the other components, including the engineering, all the 5 E's of the road safety are important in case of the weather-related disasters. Because whenever we go for the road safety audits and other parameters, like we have seen, one of the example I will share you, we were given a task of doing the RCA, the root cause analysis of one of the particular accident. So, and that part of the root cause analysis, we have been given the FIRs and other documents also. When we visited that site, we have observed that, and once we did that fully, the investigation of that accident, what comes is to the final observation was much different than the FIR report and the other reports. So that means the root cause analysis have to be done very carefully, other than the road safety audits. Because in the root cause analysis, the reason was totally reverse as compared to what was reported in the FIRs and other parts. So the reason was, one of the part is there was a lack of the crash barrier, and other part was it was raining at that particular point, and small stones were dropping off the hill onto the carriageway. So that can be if we have this type of the aspect, so we have to look out what can be the solution for that particular problem. But if we can say कि वो गाड़ी तेज चला रहा था, that was the only reason for the accident, तो उससे जो है solution we are not able to come out to the exact solution for that particular parts. So if you see the fog related accidents, so North India as well as in the overall country, so in 2022 there were 34,000 accidents with approximately 14,000 deaths, and which increases to 14,617 in 2023. And in 2024, it was 15,115 data, which is the fog-related accidents. And recently, in January also, there was a major accident in Punjab also, where the people lost their life. The 5 tourists, they lost their life during this. And that was near to the toll plaza location. That accident was near the toll plaza. So all these parameters which are important for the normal light, for the daytime traffic, for the nighttime traffic under normal conditions, that becomes very, very critical when we have any type of the weather disasters like all the road markings, road signs, object hazard markers, road studs, delineators, attenuators, safety barriers, pedestrian guardrails, and very important, the VMS, the variable sign messages. So all these aspects are very important with respect to especially the fog and the rain affected areas. So we can also use the advanced levels of the ADAS, the advanced detection systems with the vehicles. We can have a vehicle-to-vehicle interaction in case of the fog-related matters. We can have use of the artificial intelligence. So I will show you some of the slides of how we can go with the use of the artificial intelligence for controlling this fog disaster. So then we have a various type of the visibility sensors, the fog sensors, the advanced levels of the ADAS, the level 3 of the ADAS, and the VMS, the variable message signs to fog ahead, reduce the speed, which can help for the driver awareness and reduce the speed variations. Vehicle-to-vehicle communication, vehicle-to-infrastructure, the alerts via the apps like Google Maps, the fog ahead slow down notifications. So all this is going to play a very, very important role. And similarly, an AI-powered computer vision. That is also one of the major key aspect, the key solution, include the AI-powered computer vision that can detect the obstacles in the low visibility, then the thermal imaging. Another very important parameter, the thermal imaging. So these type of the thermal imaging and IoT sensors, where we as a human being are not able to see the vehicles or other things, with help of this, we can, use of the AI or the machine learning, we can control they will do is they can help in giving these sensors can help in giving the automatic braking feel as well as the speed adjustments to the vehicles. So this is one of the another very important aspect, and it is not far off. We are soon going to have this type of the levels of the ADAS as well as the machine learning. So they use some type of the neural networks program like the convolutional CNN neural networks, where what they do is they do the video feeding, they do the image feeding as well as the video feeding, and based upon that they remove and what they do is they detect the cars, trucks and obstacles. And similarly, the thermal and infrared imaging, when combined with the AI cameras, through the fog, they can identify the heat signature of the vehicles, pedestrian or the animals, which is not possible with the conventional cameras. So another very important aspect of the use of the AI for controlling the weather-related disasters into that. So these are all other deep learning models, which are very, very important for driver monitoring system. We also developed one of the AI for the road safety, patented for one of our project, but that was for identification of the signboards. So that is now already in the market. A lot of work has already been carried on the detection of the markings as well as their retroreflectivity. But how we can work for this AI-based models, how we can use these deep learning models to control where our conventional cameras or conventional sensors are not able to predict, how we are going to predict from that, how we can detect the vehicles from that. So all these engineering measurements, it is not always the installation of the new signs or the new markings. Very important, we have to maintain our infrastructure, we have to maintain the signboards, we have to reinstall the missing and the damaged road signs, road studs, we have to rectify faded or inadequate pavement marking, the installation of reflective markers, and at the construction sites, the work zone safety, very important. And बहुत बुरा लगता है कहने के लिए कि जिस दिन ऑडिटर आते हैं या जाता है उसी दिन जो है वर्क जोन ज़्यादा अच्छे से मेंटेन किया जाता है. आई एम नॉट सेइंग अबाउट द नेशनल हाईवेज और द हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स, but this problem on the other categories of the roads is very bad. So for them, this topic of this traffic management plan, whatever that are there in the standard in SP 55, so they keep on pasting that on their wall. There is no site-specific work zone safety, no site-specific traffic management plans which are there. And many accidents occur because of these work zones, because of the inadequate work zone safeties and the traffic management plans. So we need to have all these alerts has to be there. The ministry keep on posting. There are wonderful articles. They keep the awareness that how we can, for the road users, how we can have the safe driving. The proactive. So what is very important is the proactive measures. So we have to work before any major incident in the fog related also. And as well as in the other. So mitigation is all which we discussed about the reinstalling the missing or damaged studs, signboards, faded markings, how to check the retro-reflectivity of the signs, how to check the retro-reflectivity for the markings during the night time, during the daytime. So all these parameters are important. So I've taken from the ministry and the NHI website some of the photographs, how the diversion should look like, and what type of the, we can do the taping and on the vehicles also. This is also very important, and these are very crucial. So some of the NGOs, they keep on doing this type of the stuff, but it is required to be done on the large scale during this foggy weather in the North India aspects. So proactive response is very important. We have to do a coordination approach. One NGO is doing, one agency is doing, so it requires a total proper coordination during, especially for these 2 months in the North India, so as to control these accidents, because there are many issues, many problems are there in these 2 months. So diversions, the diversions is another problem. We have to make a safe diversion. So proper reflection, proper illumination, and proper guidance is there. So fog happens. So everybody knows why the fog happens. It is one of the most dangerous weather hazard we will drive through. And awareness. So education is important. So keep on getting the messages from Chandigarh administration, from PWDs, from NHI, from the MORTH. Like one of the very important aspect is avoid the using the high beams. So see the difference. So night driving in the fog with the low beams, night driving in fog with the high beams, and night driving in the fog with the fog lights. So a lot of difference in the visibility aspects during the driving in the fog. So these type of the instructions are required, and including that, there are also the standards for the fog lamps. So fog lamps, one of the study I was looking out, so they were saying that there are many defective or they are not as per the standards, the fog lamps are there. So the fog lamps, all these fog lamps, company fitted are good, but when we install it from the local market, there's an issue with the quality of the fog marks also. So automatic detection system, the CCTV like we have in the tunnel systems, the tunnels we have the proper SCADA systems there. So there we can have the total detection system for the, so that we can have the proper emergency response also in case of the accidents. So which can reduce the golden hour delay for that. The fitness of the vehicle, very important with respect to the, when we are saying that in the foggy areas, otherwise also is important, but for the foggy disaster areas, the fitness is very important. There are many AIS standard, automotive standards like 01 and 008, which gives the guidelines that how we can equip our vehicle with the fog lamps and how we can have the defrosting and the demisting systems in the vehicle and how to operate that. So I can show you, and again, the sheet, the type of the sheetings which we are using on the signboards and on the signages as well as on the other structures. So I find a very important study is done where they have compared the different type of the sheetings during the different type of the foggy weathers as well as during the rainy conditions. So they have compared the different sheet. In this particular sheet, they have 2 type of the sheets are there. So one is as per the ASTM 4956 type 9 and one is the type 3. So they compare, and they compare it on a very large scale on the various aspects. So that type of the exercise is also, I hope most of the companies like those who are the suppliers for that, they keep on doing that which one of the sheeting is effective under what type of the scenario. So finding the demonstrate that the installing the traffic signs with the high retro-reflectivity can contribute to driving safety by improving the visibility and the legibility under the fog. Because there's many problems, if you see, with respect to the visibility distance as well as the legibility distance. So, sir, I have the time. So with respect to this, if you see both the distances, there's a lot of significant differences when we compare both the distances S2 and S1, and which can create a lot of help to the drivers if we have that type of the systems where we have the increased value of the ST as well as the S1. So all these will be with respect to the regular and optimized maintenance of the road markings. If we go through that, that can also lead to the better driving experience for the road user during the AI. So hidden dangers of the rain. It's another disaster, the rain also, along with the fogs. According to the WHO, the road accidents can rise by up to 40% during the rainy weather due to the wet surfaces and the reduced visibility. So that is another problem, and we have a very near to Himachal. So Himachal has witnessed 23, 24, the heavy disaster rains, so which lead to the flash floods, the landslides, and there are another factors because of the rains, the slides which are happening there lead to the havoc. So rain can increase the risk of the car crashes, even if it is a light rain, that also increases the risk into that. So I have taken some of the screenshots from the newspaper, like in Kerala, the motorist cautioned as the rain increases the fatality risk. So lot of accidents. If you see this, sunny and clear as compared to the rain, the 31.9% are the fatal rate accidents in case of the rain, if it is raining. No doubt the accidents are less because traffic can be less at that time particular, but the percentage of the fatal accidents is quite on the higher side due to the part, and that also plays a role, the condition of the pavement. If you go to the YouTube, if you will see the videos, you will find these type of the potholes and the depressions and the rut depths that are playing a role, especially in case of the rain, क्योंकि पानी accumulate हो जाता है वहाँ पे, two wheelers को पता नहीं लगता, and it lead to the major disasters. So very important. So all type of the accidents, especially if it is related to the weather, the proper root cause analysis should be carried out. So immediate cause, underlying cause, and the root causes should be carried out, that why this accident has happened. So there can be many factors like driving. I said you in the FIR, it was the high speed as witnessed by the, as by the local witness there. But there can be there can be many other problems like absence of the safety crash barriers, vehicle out of control, the adverse weather. See, the adverse weather can also be one of the reasons. Driver fault can also be there. So all these terms are very important. The luminous intensity, the illuminance, and the luminance. So both are the functions. So proper light has to be there, as well as the proper reflection has to come from the other side, so that a device can be highly retro-reflective. Only in that scenarios we can have a better sufficient luminance for that. So there is a proper relationship. Along with that, the sign, the height of the signboards where we are installing that, that also plays a very important role, because there is a relationship between the observation angle and the efficiency of the retroreflective. Like we all know that we measure the retroreflective with CD per lux per square meter. So if you see with respect to these measurements, with respect to the observation angles and the entrance angle, so there's a lot of significant, you can compare the different type of the sheets, you can compare the size of the sign, as well as the height where you need to install, where we have to place the signboards. All this can play the important role. So again, for where we have to place the signboards and all that, there has been one of the very good publication of HWA, which shows that, like for example, for the commercial traffics, the height is there, the height of the eye of the driver is at another level as compared to passenger car. So there, what type of the signage sheets are required at where they need to be installed, what type of the sheeting, what type of coefficient of retroreflection is required, that is different as compared to the normal passenger cars. So just a last slide. So even we have the type 11 retroreflective sheets, which can be effective for the weather, these which use the unmetallized cube corner microprismatic retroreflective sheets for that. So the proactive approach is very, very important, so that what we can do is we can do before any disaster or the accidents for that. So, and we should keep on monitoring that how we can have the better roads with the proper safety audits, with proper root cause analysis. So I will stop here. I will search one video I just want to show. So I've taken one video of one of the highway. So आपने शायद देखा भी हो पहले. There's always a pile-up of this type of the vehicles. So we need to think of that, what type of infrastructure we'll be requiring at that particular time. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Chopra. Now I invite Professor Ashalata, Director, NetPack. You may like to reduce your time of presentation now.
Respected Chair and Co-Chair, my fellow presenters, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Ashalata and I joined as Director NATPAC in January 2026. So before that, I was faculty in College of Engineering Trivandrum Transportation Division, and for almost 2 years, I was working as Joint Director in Directorate of Technical Education. At the outset, let me thank IRC and Haryana PWD for giving me and my institution an opportunity to make presentation in this very important seminar. So this is a brief about my institution. It's an R&D institution which is under Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, and it's autonomous institution which comes directly under Science and Technology Department, Government of Kerala. And this is our vision: to develop a safe, sustainable, efficient and equitable transportation system through scientific, multidisciplinary and innovative interventions for societal needs. And these are the divisions which we have and the major works which they take. This Transportation Planning Division we have Traffic Engineering and Safety Division, Highway Engineering Division, Water Transport and GIS Division. And in addition to the head office at Trivandrum, we also have 2 regional offices, one in Kozhikode and another in Ernakulam. And this is about the crash scenario in Kerala. So as per 2024 statistics, Kerala has witnessed around 48,000 road crashes, which resulted in 3,875 fatalities and injuring around 54,000 persons. This is the statistics based on the State Crime Records Bureau. And around 10% of the total road crashes in the country is the contribution from our state, and occupying the 3rd position from among the Indian states. This as per the MORTH report of 2023. And coming to the severity, around 11.7% of the total victims are from our state. Of course, it is not something to be proud of. And regarding the crash occurrence, 134.4 road crashes per lakh population, which is nearly 4 times the national average. And we are the 2nd highest in the country in that case also. And regarding the injuries as well as in the annual crash rate per kilometer of the road length. And coming to the crash analytics and black spot management. So this is the World Bank, this work was funded by the Kerala Road Safety Authority in 2021. And we have identified black spots across the state of Kerala. And there were 4,592 black spots we identified. Of that, the 58% of the total fatalities in the state, they occur in these black spots. And 60% of the fatal and grievous injury crashes are happening in these locations. And among the various districts in Kerala, it is Ernakulam which is topping. And based on the crash severity index, we have prioritized the black spots, and we identified how many are coming in national highway, state highway, and other roads which are in the state of Kerala. And then in order to ease the, improve the road safety scenario, instead of just focusing on the black spots, we identified crash vulnerable stretches. And there were about 2,495 crash vulnerable stretches, and which contributed to about 2,200 kilometers, and which came as about around 33% of the total highway in Kerala. And this is the distribution. This is showing the distribution based on the type of the road. So the key insight which you obtained is that if you have a focused intervention on this 2,200 kilometers of this crash vulnerable stretches, it can address more than half of the identified black spots. And these are the details district-wise. And we could find that the vulnerable corridors in Thrissur and Ernakulam districts, we identified how many the total stretches, and also this is the improvement, that is of the 75 priority stretches we identified, because we couldn't focus on all the black spots. So we identified 75 priority stretches, and this is one example of the black spot which comes under that priority one. So NATPAC conducted reconnaissance survey and the various other surveys like traffic volume studies, pedestrian volume and sport speeds. And we conducted joint visit with Kerala Road Safety Authority, PWD and Motor Vehicles Department, and detailed accident investigation reports were submitted. And this is another junction which also came in that priority stretch, which is the Atlantis Junction in Ernakulam. And this is showing the various types of the road accidents that happened in that intersection. And this is the improvement measures that NATPAC suggested. We gave detailed design which consists of the traffic signs, the markings, the pedestrian facilities, and the ITS applications. And we suggested having cameras for speed management. And this is about another junction which comes in Kozhikode, that is a Calicut district. And there also we conducted the junction profile. And we also identified what are the major safety issues. And accordingly, we have suggested immediate short-term improvement measures, which included the road markings and providing studs, road signs, and visibility improvement measures, traffic calming measures, improving the pedestrian facilities, road barriers, delineators, and street lightings, etc. And this is another junction which also came under priority one, that is Pottumal Junction, again in Calicut district. And there also NATPAC had given the improvement measures, and the schemes applied to incorporating the IRC standards, IRC based on IRC 35, 67, 79, 99, and 109 standards for road markings, signs, barriers, and speed calming. And this is a very important work which NATPAC undertook. This work was given by World Bank to NATPAC, and that is for developing the safe corridor which stretched from Adur to Karakutam. This is around 80 kilometers. And this was a stretch which was witnessing a lot of accidents before, and there were around 6.37 crashes per kilometer, which contributed towards about 48% of the total crashes that are happening in the state highways in the three districts, and it is recording about 5 times the average, higher than the average crash rates in the state highways. And this is a pictorial representation of that stretch. And it comes under a semi-urban corridor. And as said earlier, and World Bank had invested 146 crore rupees for improving the safety along this corridor, and the work was entrusted to NATPAC. And these are the reported details of the fatalities that had happened in this particular stretch. And you can see this year-wise breakup of the accidents, as well as the number of victims over the year from 2015 to 2017, that is before the implementation. And based on the accident severity, we prioritized the various crash locations into order 1, order 2, and order 3, based on the mode definition that the entire work was done. And these are the improvements which NATPAC had suggested at the various locations along this corridor, in order to make it a safe corridor. So you can see that, so these are the before figures, and these are the improvements after. And these are again some of the examples before and after. And we have done some junction improvements also there. So in this stretch, we have not done any significant geometric improvements because land acquisition is very difficult in Kerala. So it is through the signages, markings, and junction improvements we have introduced safety aspects into the entire corridor. And so these are the school zone treatments which we have provided. And this is about, this is a junction which witnessed a lot of accidents, and NATPAC had given specific detailing of what are the safety measures to be done. And these are the various issues, based on the various issues which we found along this junction. And this again another junction which also witnessed a lot of accidents. And these are the junction improvements which NATPAC suggested. Okay, this is again another important junction which is Adur. where also this figure is actually showing the junction after improvements were done based on the NATPAC suggestion. And this is another junction. And this is another Kottarakara junction. You can see before and after the figures where we can see that a lot of improvements that happened in this junction after they have introduced the safety treatment suggested by NATPAC. And these are, in short, this is a summary of what are the engineering measures that NATPAC had suggested for improving this particular, the safety of this particular corridor. So this is just playing a video, like, how it goes, like. It's not working, it seems. Okay. Maybe I'll just pass on. So this is another work which NATPAC has taken outside the state, that is design and implementation of the road safety standards in NH 48 in Gurgaon. And this is, we had, this work was given by Maruti Suzuki Foundation, and it was funded by, through their CSR project. And NATPAC had conducted a lot of safety, road safety studies in that, and we had given improvements, and these are the improvements which we suggested, and 100% completion against the planned target, and they are invested around 103.37 lakhs of the CSR fund for this. And this is about the after and before. That is, we conducted an after study also. We could find that due to our improvements, due to our suggestions, around 7.69% accidents have been reduced within 1 year. So that is one of the major works which we took outside the state. And regarding the crash investigation and road safety inspection which NATPAC has conducted, we have conducted a lot of road safety audits as well as scientific investigation of the road crashes, and most of them were funded by Kerala Road Safety Authority. And this is about the joint inspection which we conducted at various crash locations. And there is a team of, which is led by the Superintendent of Police and scientists from NATPAC, representatives from the Motor Vehicles Department, and the PWD engineer who is in charge of the road section. And these are the various inspection process. We'll be visiting the site, we'll be documenting, taking photographs before the occurrence of the crashes, and also those which are available during that crash if possible, and the assessment of the road geometry and visibility, the traffic flow counts, the road furniture assessments will be taken, the stakeholder interviews were conducted, and finally NATPAC will giving recommendations for improving the safety. And this is one of the, we can say that one of the very novel initiative. This is from the Inspector General of Police, Traffic and Road Safety Management. So they asked for NATPAC's support for investigating those crashes in which more than 2 fatalities are happening. So this has started from 2024 onwards. So accordingly, this joint inspection NATPAC is supporting, and we are giving all the technical support to the state police, and around 74 number of crash locations were investigated from 2024 onwards, and reports were submitted to the police as well as to the PWD for implementing our recommendations to improve the road safety. And so this is just one example of one of the joint inspection site, which is an fatal accident which had happened in Palakkad. And here, this is a stretch where we had, this is a characteristics of this particular stretch. So it had we had taken that 500 meter and downgraded 5%. It was a straight combination with a compound curve, and the carriageway width was around 10 meter to 18.5 meter. The right of way 17 to 24 meter, and the payment, it is a flexible payment, and the condition of the payment was fair to poor. And what had actually happened is that there was a truck which was traveling down the gradient. It lost control, and it actually collided, encroached the opposite the lane, and it collided with another truck, which was actually a loaded truck. And there was 4 school students who were walking by the side of the road because there were no footpath, and 3 of them died at the spot, and 1 succumbed to injury at the hospital. So this is, we had investigated that location, and these are some of the photographs taken from that location. So you can see that the bus stop was located along that gradient, and there was visibility issues and no proper facilities for the pedestrians, which actually took the life of that poor school children. And so these are the conditions of that stretch before. So you can say that there are no shoulders are not present, and even the sides. You can see the drainage issues are also very much prevalent there, water logging at that compound curve location. And we also identified what are the pedestrian safety deficiencies which are available which were present in that location. And these are the key safety deficiencies which we identified, like overspeeding risk, poor drainage, inappropriately located bus stop, lack of pedestrian facilities, inadequate lighting and signages, and absence of central median. And these were the recommendations which we suggested based on the various IRC codes, like providing New Jersey barrier, proper signages and pavement markings, bus stop location, and improving the street lighting, thermoplastic bar markings, resurfacing for ensuring the skid resistance, to provide the footpath with guardrails, drainage redesign, etc. And then, so this was based on the direction by Honorable High Court of Kerala in 2025 to assess what is the status of the pedestrian crossings in Kerala, and NATPAC was entrusted to do it. And we conducted joint day and night inspection at zebra crossings on major urban roads. Audit reports are submitted to the Transport Department, and stringent enforcements were enacted based on our recommendations at the zebra crossings. And we could see that there are visible changes in the driver and pedestrian behavior at these crossings. And pedestrians, in addition to that, we also conducted pedestrian safety campaigns statewide. And we also conduct road safety audit. And as of now, 370 kilometers of the KIFBI funded roads, existing stage audit was conducted along the state highways and MDRs. And around 1,400 kilometers along PMGSY roads, we have conducted a safety audit, that is design audit, construction and pre-opening audits were conducted by NATPAC. And for 150 kilometers, IRF-sponsored existing stage audit was also conducted along NH66. And so these are the technology and education interventions which NATPAC has suggested for improving the safety scenario within the state, which includes ITS and enforcement, smart street lighting, crash data monitoring, road safety education, public awareness campaign, and periodic safety audits. So that's it from my side. Thank you. And I acknowledge the support given by Traffic Engineering and Road Safety Division of NATPAC. And you are always free to contact us, and we are always ready to associate with any organization or institute in order to improve the road safety. So we have a bundle of dynamic scientists in NATPAC, so we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Asal. Now I invite Shri S.K. Popli, Advisor NHAI, on his presentation on the topic Road Safety Audit in Design Stages of Project Cycle. And I would request to Mr. Popli that he may keep it down so that the audience is not kept hostage beyond 11:30.
They won't be bored with my presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have 40 years of experience in highway sector and 25 years in road safety only. And my case studies are based on all these roads, highways during design, construction in India and abroad. Presentation is little long, इसलिए मैंने पहले स्लाइड भी चलाई थी, आराम से आओ, जल्दी मत मचाओ, आराम से आओ. तो please give me some time. What is audit? It's a proactive, not reactive. पहले से ही काम करेंगे तभी रोड सेफ होगी. बाद के लिए तो क्रैश इन्वेस्टिगेशन डेटा है, कैसे हुआ, कैसे ठीक करना है. एक्सीडेंट ही नहीं हो, काम तो उस पे चाहिए. ये सिंपल डेफिनेशन जो वर्ल्ड वाइड यूज़ हो रही है, क्योंकि जहाँ पर जितने भी मैनुअल बने हैं सब में यही है. इट्स ए फॉर्मल चेकलिस्ट होती है, सिस्टमेटिक, 1 by 1 आइटम होती है. माई प्रेजेंटेशन फ्लो इज़ 1 by 1 आइटम ओनली एंड डिटेल एग्जामिनेशन. कोई हैंकी पैंकी नहीं, कोई चीज़ छोड़नी नहीं है. बाई एन इंडिपेंडेंट एंड क्वालिफाइड, इंडिपेंडेंट भी होना है एंड क्वालिफाइड भी होना है. सर्टिफाइड रोड सेफ्टी ऑडिटर होना है. टीम ऑफ ऑडिटर्स दैट लीड टू ए रिपोर्ट ऑफ पोटेंशियल सेफ्टी कंसर्न. और वो अर्जुन की आंख भी होना है जिससे पकड़ सके कि ये गलती है, यहाँ से एक्सीडेंट्स होंगे. वाई सेफ्टी ऑडिट वो कल से आप सुन रहे हैं, इस स्लाइड को मैं स्किप कर देता हूँ। व्हाट इज प्राइमरी ऑब्जेक्टिव? रिस्क एंड सीवियरिटी। आपने केरला में देखा एक्सीडेंट्स 3rd नंबर पे, छोटा स्टेट है। यूपी इज नंबर 1, तमिलनाडु इज नंबर 2, केरला इज नंबर 3। सो नंबर ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स यूएस में भी बहुत होते हैं, बट सीवियरिटी इज टू लेस। इवन हरियाणा एंड पंजाब, मैं जनवरी में भी यहीं था, हरियाणा की सीवियरिटी ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स इज मच लेस एज कंपेयर टू पंजाब। तो तब मैंने वहाँ सवाल किया था, ऐसा क्यों? So we have to reduce not only the accidents but severity also. And we have to meet the need of all the perceptions of all the road users. Road users कौन है? Pedestrian भी है, cyclist भी है, motorist भी है. What is other objective? Long term cost. दिल्ली में RTR फ्लाईओवर एक तरफ बना, दूसरी तरफ बनाने के लिए बहुत जान निकल गई। हाईवेज के ऊपर सिंगल साइड में अगर आपने फ्लाईओवर बना दिया टी जंक्शन में, तो दूसरी तरफ बनाने में फ्यूचर में बनाना पड़ेगा, बहुत कॉस्ट आएगी। बेसिक प्रिंसिपल, फोकस इज ऑन सेफ्टी, although it flows from the technical standards only. Relevant standard and guidelines को भी रखना है, but general perception of the road user we have to take care. Then all weather and lighting condition, foggy weather पे बहुत बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन दिया डॉक्टर साहब ने। It should be thorough and comprehensive, realistic and practical, and let the authority decide. Auditor तो चांद मांग लेता है, मैं मांगता हूँ, but let the authority का बजट होना चाहिए, and produce the report promptly. आज ऑडिट किया तो नोट beyond 15 days, उसके बाद दोगे तो आप भी भूल जाओगे। This is the complete procedure from hiring to carrying out the safety audit, document sharing, and then final submission of the road safety audit report and implementation. There are different stages. Highways में सारी जगह करना है, एक्सप्रेसवे में सब जगह करना है, बाकी ऑप्शनल है, जैसे जैसे आपके पास पैसे हैं वैसे कर लीजिए। बट सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइंस है कि 5 किलोमीटर की अगर कोई रोड है तो उस पर एक ऑडिट तो जरूर होना चाहिए, किसी भी कैटेगरी की है। एक मॉडल जो है RFP भी शेयर किया था बहुत पहले मिनिस्ट्री ने 2016 में, तो अगर फ्लोट करना हो तो इसको भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। बट ऑडिट जो होता है 88/2019 से ही होगा। डिफरेंट स्टेजेस है, फिजिबिलिटी स्टेज है, डिटेल डिज़ाइन है, डेवलपमेंट स्टेज जो उसमें GFC ड्राइंग बनती है, जैसे NHI के प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं उसमें डिज़ाइन दिया होता है, बट देन फर्दर रीडिज़ाइन कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को करना है या कंसेशनर को करना है, विच इज़ द डेवलपमेंट स्टेज। या गुड फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन ड्राइंग्स बनानी है, उसका ऑडिट डेवलपमेंट स्टेज में होता है। कंस्ट्रक्शन स्टेज में ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट, उसकी ड्राइंग्स प्रॉपर होनी है, उसका ऑडिट होना है। एंड जब प्री ओपनिंग करते हैं तो एज बिल्ड ड्राइंग अगर होती है तो उसको ऑडिट करने में बहुत जो है प्रिसाइजली वन कैन ऑडिटर डू द जस्टिस। ये डिफरेंट कोड्स है, मैंने लिस्ट दे दी है, लेकिन सेफ्टी ऑडिटर्स हैव टू बी अबव द अदर्स। अगर उनको ये पता नहीं है कि कौन सा IRC कोड नया आ गया है तो ऑडिट ही कैसे करेंगे? तो ऑल दिस कोड जो लेटेस्ट IRC कोड्स पब्लिश करता है, ऑडिट उसी के हिसाब से होना है। डिज़ाइन बेशक पहले से हो गया हो, जैसे अगर आज मैं अगर प्री ओपनिंग ऑडिट करने जाऊंगा और कोई प्रोजेक्ट अगर 2020 में अवार्ड हुआ है तो ट्रैफिक साइंस में IRC 67 2022 के हिसाब से कहूँगा कि ये साइंस आपको ज़रूरी लगाने हैं। या मिनिस्ट्री का सर्कुलर जो है जुलाई 23 में आया था और 24 दिसंबर 2024 को आया था, उसके हिसाब से वो साइन लगे होने चाहिए, बिकॉज उसका तो टाइम है, आपको चेंज करना है फ्यूचर के हिसाब से भी। देन व्हाट ड्राइंग्स टू बी ऑडिट, ऑल कंपोनेंट्स, जितनी भी ड्राइंग्स है उन सबका ऑडिट होना है। प्लानिंग स्टेज में या फिजिबिलिटी स्टेज में व्हाट इज़ मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट इज डिज़ाइन स्टैंडर्ड क्या है, जनरल डिज़ाइन थॉट प्रोसेस क्या है, दैट इज़ बेसिकली द फिजिबिलिटी स्टेज ऑडिट। एंड डिटेल में एवरीथिंग इज टू बी ऑडिट, चाहे हॉरिजॉन्टल अलाइनमेंट, वर्टिकल अलाइनमेंट, इंटरसेक्शन मार्किंग्स, साइंस, सेफ्टी बैरियर, ड्रेनेज, ऑल एस्पेक्ट्स which I will be dealing also. Then what's the thought process is? Warning. That you should know, auditor should know where to warn and where to inform. अगर एक्सप्रेसवे में आपने प्रॉपर एडीएस साइन नहीं लगाया तो 30 किलोमीटर आगे जाएगा, नहीं जाएगा तो रॉन्ग डायरेक्शन में वापस आएगा। तो दैट्स हाउ जो मिनिस्ट्री ने 24 दिसंबर 2024 का सर्कुलर निकाला है, उसमें फ़ॉन्ट साइज़ भी इंक्रीज़ किया। एक मेजर चेंज है उस सर्कुलर के अंदर, दैट इज़ नाउ द साइंस आर टू बी इंस्टॉल्ड बेस्ड ऑन द टेरेन, नॉट ऑन टू द डिज़ाइन स्पीड, पर्टिकुलरली ऑन द नेशनल हाईवेज। तो अब वो उससे डिपार्चर किया है स्पीड से अकॉर्डिंग टू द टेरेन। प्लेन टेरेन में अलग है, हिली टेरेन में अलग है। व्हाट्स एवर नेशनल हाईवे 2 लेन है या 4 लेन है, 6 लेन है, एक ही साइज है। देन गाइड करना है, कंट्रोल करना है, एंड फॉर गिविंग रोड्स वी शुड हैव इट। सबसे पहले ट्रैफिक, जो रोड मैं बना रहा हूँ, इज इट फिट टू बी द ट्रैफिक, प्रॉपर चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा। उसमें इंटरसेक्शंस जो हम डिज़ाइन कर रहे हैं वो 10 ईयर फर्दर पीरियड के लिए करने हैं। 2 साल कंस्ट्रक्शन पीरियड देखना है, डिज़ाइन पीरियड देखना है, 15 साल के प्रोजेक्शन के ऊपर मेरे ट्रैफिक इंटरसेक्शन डिज़ाइन होने चाहिए। 4 लेन से 6 लेन में चले गए, उसमें कितने मीडियन ओपनिंग थे, सब बंद कर दी, और आपने स्ट्रक्चर दे दिया 3, तो ट्रैफिक कहाँ चलेगा? इट विल मूव ऑन टू द सर्विस रोड। तो सर्विस रोड की विड्थ देखी क्या? दिल्ली गुड़गांव एक्सप्रेस वे में अभी 5+5 लेन की सर्विस रोड बनाई है, तो पता था ना पहले भी यही होगा। देन एंट्री एग्जिट, ये तो पूरे देश में बुरा ही हाल है। लैंड दीजिए, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, बिना लैंड के एंट्री एग्जिट प्रॉपर नहीं बन सकती है। इवन केरला में मैम दिखा रही थी, NH 66 में 600 किलोमीटर की स्ट्रेच है, एंट्री एग्जिट्स के लिए जगह नहीं है। फाइनली कुछ डिज़ाइन दिया है, अभी इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है, उसमें हाउ इट वर्क्स आई डोंट नो, बट अल्टीमेटली एंट्री एग्जिट्स के लिए 5-5 मीटर एक्स्ट्रा लैंड चाहिए, 60 मीटर से ऊपर। अगर ऐसा एंट्री एग्जिट बनाएंगे तो आप देख सकते हैं क्या हो रहा है, टायर मार्क्स देख सकते हैं लेफ्ट साइड में। दैट मीन्स जब वो जा रहा है कितनी ब्रेकिंग हुई है, दैट मीन्स वी हैव मिस्ड इट। और नेक्स्ट फोटोग्राफ है, मैं लिखा नहीं है लेकिन मैं बोल सकता हूँ रोड्स के नाम, किसी की हो तो नाराज भी मत होना, ज़्यादा NH की है। ये है दिल्ली से जयपुर, कैन यू सी, ऐसी ही ओपनिंग एक है जहाँ पे एंट्री एग्जिट दोनों तरफ है, कि कार इधर आ रही है, ट्रक दूसरी तरफ जा रही है, तो ईच क्रॉसिंग इज ए पोटेंशियल एक्सीडेंट स्पॉट। तो लैंड नहीं होगा, डेडिकेटेड एंट्री एग्जिट नहीं होगी, तो इसको सेव कैसे करेंगे? ऐसे ही आपका यहाँ से शिमला हाईवे जो निकलता है उसमें भी वैसे ही है, एक एंट्री के लिए बना दिया, एक एग्जिट के लिए बना दिया। अब कहाँ से एंट्री करेगा, कहाँ से एग्जिट करेगा, वो वैसे ही है। ये दिल्ली पानीपत हाईवे है। इन स्पाइट ऑफ दी, मैं इसके पीछे पीछे ट्रैवल कर रहा था, तो मैं जब पर्सनल ट्रिप में भी होता हूँ तो मेरी आँख खुली रहती है, मैं ये सब फोटो वोटो तैयार रहता हूँ। ये एक ही कार को मैंने ट्रैक किया, इट इज़ एन एंट्री। आप देख लीजिए, आप रोकेंगे कैसे? ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट के लिए आपको फिजिकल मेजर्स देना जरूरी है। ये ऐसी मार्किंग मानते नहीं हैं हम सब। ये एक डिज़ाइन किया, कहाँ बनाया? LVP बनाया कि साहब हम तो LVP बना रहे हैं। कहाँ बनाया? एक क्रॉस रोड के आगे। अगर क्रॉस रोड के आगे LVP बना दिया 2 लेन से 4 लेन करते हुए, तो उसकी स्लिप रोड्स कौन देगा? एक जो ऑलरेडी क्रॉसिंग थी, क्रॉस रोड थी, एग्जिस्ट करती थी फ्रॉम ईयर्स, उसको आपने बंद कर दिया, तो क्या ट्रैफिक बंद हो गया? वो तो आज भी वहीं से जा रहा है। एंड दिस वाज वन ऑफ द ब्लैक स्पॉट इन मध्य प्रदेश। मत दीजिए तो पब्लिक कैसे जाएगी? देखे, वहीं से बस रुक गई, वहीं लोग ऊपर चढ़ रहे हैं, वहीं लोग उतर रहे हैं, बट कौन चढ़ेगा? सब तो नहीं चढ़ सकते। सीनियर सिटीजन्स कैसे जाएंगे? बच्चे लेके लेडीज़ कैसे जाएंगी? और अगर बस खड़ी है तो एक्सीडेंट्स भी होंगे। तो इट्स अ पुअर डिज़ाइन। अलाइनमेंट, नंबर ऑफ कार्स, इसी ड्राइंग की मैं आपको फोटो दिखाता हूँ। क्या ये ठीक नहीं हो सकता था? ये देखिए अब कैसा दिख रहा है। ये 2 से 4 लेन किया है, दूसरी तरफ पूरा खाली पड़ा हुआ है। एक मकान, वो किसी का भी हो सकता है, मुझे नहीं पता, बट उसको बचाने के लिए मेरी रोड के अलाइनमेंट पूरी खराब कर दी। और छोटे छोटे कर्व, किसके लिए? वर्टिकल कर्व हो, किसको बचाने के लिए किया? प्रोफाइल करेक्टिव कोर्स को बचाने के लिए। जब मेरा 2.5% से ग्रेडियंट फालतू अलाउड नहीं है, रूलिंग ग्रेडियंट 3.3% किस में अलाउड है? IRC 73 में। बट अगर आप SP 84 SP 87 कर रहे हैं, IRC SP 84 87, उसमें रूलिंग ग्रेडियंट 2.5% है, 3.3% नहीं है। वाई दैट हैज नॉट बीन फॉलोड? ये डिजाइन एस्पेक्ट्स है जब हम ऑडिट करते हैं, बट इट इज ए टेक्निकल कंप्लायंस जो नहीं की गई और ना ही IAE ने चेक करी। जहां फिर सेफ्टी ऑडिटर आए तो उसने पॉइंट आउट किया। क्रॉस सेक्शंस, बिल्ट अप एरिया में लाइटिंग पोल्स कहाँ लगाने हैं? मीडियन में क्यों लगाते हैं भाई? जब सर्विस रोड है तो साइड में लगाइए, मीडियन में लगाएंगे, लगाते टाइम भी मुश्किल और ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस में भी मुश्किल। थर्ड थिंग, हाई बीम में या फास्ट स्पीड ट्रैफिक कहाँ चल रहा है? फास्ट लेन में चल रहा है, उसको क्यों चाहिए ज़्यादा लाइट? साइड में लगाइए, सर्विस रोड को भी मिलेगा, इसको भी मिलेगा। और जो ट्रक चल रहे हैं वो लास्ट लेन में चल रहे हैं। ये देखिए कहाँ लगाया है क्रैश बैरियर, तो रोकेगा किसको? सिर्फ दिखने के लिए है क्रैश बैरियर, रुकेगा कुछ नहीं। अगर हाई एम्बैंकमेंट है तो फुटपाथ को कंटिन्यू करना है एम्बैंकमेंट के ऊपर। ये अभी बड़ी मुश्किल से जाके खत्म हुआ है, पार्शियल आरीवाल नहीं बनेगी। बट ये आरीवाल पार्शियल वाल जो है, इवन करनाल में बस गिर गई, भुवनेश्वर में बस गिर गई। कल दिखा रहे थे पाल साहब, ये तो उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। खैर, स्टेज कंस्ट्रक्शन, जब स्टेज कंस्ट्रक्शन करना है, हम 6 लेन ब्रिजेस बनाते हैं, 6 लेन फ्लाईओवर बनाते हैं, तो इस केस में उसने क्या किया? अर्थ ही छोड़ दिया। तो देन मैंने पूछा, भाई साहब ये अर्थ जो है अप्रोच रोड में कहाँ जाएगी जब रेन होगी? तो माई क्रैश बैरियर विल टॉपल, क्योंकि वो फ्रिक्शन से उसके ऊपर ओवरलोड है, उसी से रुका हुआ है। इंटरसेक्शन प्रोफेसर साहब ने कल दिया होगा, मैं कल था नहीं। बट वेयर द इंटरसेक्शंस की फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या होनी है? अर्बन में रॉन्ग डायरेक्शन नहीं चले तो 500 मीटर और रूरल में 2 किलोमीटर। बट व्हाट अबाउट द सर्विस रोड? मैंने 6 लेन बना दिया, थ्रू एंड थ्रू सर्विस रोड बना दी, और उसके बाद मैं एवरी स्ट्रक्चर के बाद में एंट्री एग्जिट दे रहा हूँ। भाई क्यों दे रहा हूँ? दिल्ली से लेके और अमृतसर तक पूरा 6 लेन है, सर्विस रोड ऑलमोस्ट थ्रू एंड थ्रू है। वाई देन एंट्री एग्जिट एवरी किलोमीटर? करनाल बाईपास में एक एंट्री एग्जिट नहीं था, आई नो, जब 6 लेनिंग हुआ। अब उसमें हर एक उसके बाद स्ट्रक्चर के बाद एक एक एंट्री एग्जिट है, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। देन व्हाट इज द यूज ऑफ पुटिंग द सर्विस रोड? इसीलिए 2 व्हीलर के एक्सीडेंट 6 लेन में बढ़ जाते हैं जब आप एवरी किलोमीटर पे एंट्री एग्जिट दे देते हैं। देन वर्टिकल अलाइनमेंट, बहुत सारी जगह पे जब हम रोड रेज करते हैं तो जो क्रॉस रोड का वर्टिकल अलाइनमेंट है उसको कोई ख्याल नहीं करते। जब ट्रैक्टर आ रहा है, 2 व्हीलर आ रहा है, वो खड़ा ही नहीं हो सकता वहाँ पे। 15 मीटर 20 मीटर कोई डिस्टेंस नहीं है, कहाँ तो वो खड़ा होगा, कहाँ वो गैप देखेगा, कहाँ वो विजिट करेगा? दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम दैट कॉज द एक्सीडेंट्स। इसमें तो डिजाइनर भूल गया कि इंटरसेक्शन भी बनाना है। वाई इंटरसेक्शंस? आई वॉज डूइंग, होशियारपुर में जा रहा था तो वहाँ मुझे लोगों ने रोक लिया। किसने? ऑटो वालों ने। सर कुछ कर दीजिए, इस वाई इंटरसेक्शन में हर रोज एक एक्सीडेंट होता है। देन ये जो इस केस में पूरी एक्सेलरेशन डी एक्सेलरेशन नहीं दिया। ये देखिए, एंड सामने मिडियन ओपनिंग नहीं होना चाहिए तो पूरा एक वाई टाइप का दे दिया। और एक ये मिडियन ओपनिंग कितना दिया? 30 मीटर। क्या वहाँ क्या क्रिकेट खेल रहा है क्या? IPL चालू हो गया आज से। देन वैली कर दे दिया। व्हाट फॉर? वैली कर्व्स में उसको मैंने लिख के दिया कि ये एक्सीडेंट होने वाले हैं, क्योंकि जब छोटे बच्चे इसको क्रॉस करेंगे, बाईपास है, गांव की सड़क है, इसको आप ठीक करिए। एंड ही हैज नॉट डन इट। और उसके बाद खूब एक्सीडेंट हुए। फिर उसने, सर बताइए अब क्या करना है? क्यों किया वैली कर्व? जस्ट टू हैव ए क्रॉस रोड पे उसको डेवलपमेंट नहीं करना पड़े। तो बिकॉज PWDs के हैं, मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि हर एक क्रॉस रोड के ऊपर 50-100 मीटर आप NH को दे दीजिए, बड़े भाई को दे दीजिए कि साहब आप डेवलप कर दीजिए, वो कर देंगे। क्योंकि अब मैं अगर NH में कहता हूँ, वो कहते हैं साहब PWD वाले लैंड नहीं छोड़ते हैं, तो आप 100 मीटर उन्हीं को दे दीजिए, उन्हीं की जिम्मेदारी है, वो करेंगे। और अभी हमने जो टेक्निकल शेड्यूल इश्यू किया, हमने कहा है कि आपको 100 मीटर तक क्रॉस रोड को डेवलप करना है। इसमें देखिए 8 मीटर का रेडियस दे दिया, मुड़ेगी कैसे गाड़ी? अब ये टेक्निकल स्टैंडर्ड से कुछ नहीं है। पियर्स बना रखे हैं, और इसमें विजिबिलिटी नहीं है, तो कभी भी अगर 90 डिग्री में नहीं है स्ट्रक्चर तो आपको राउंड पियर्स बनाना, सो दैट विजिबिलिटी शुड बी देयर। देन इसको मैंने नीचे आइलैंड से करके इसकी एंगल को कम किया। ये कल बात हो रही थी 50 डिग्री, 50 मीटर रेडियस है एक हाईवे के ऊपर, तो क्या होगा ये। इसमें फिर पूरा मैंने क्या किया, हाई कंटेनमेंट क्रैश बैरियर बनवाए और इसके ऊपर पूरे में रेस बार मार्किंग लगवाई, देन ओनली, और इसको परसू किया नेक्स्ट 3 इयर्स तक, एक भी गाड़ी नीचे नहीं गिरी। सिवियरिटी मैंने कम कर दी, स्लिप हुई है, हाँ जी हुई है। ये देखिए ऊपर से एक स्लोप में आ गया और दूसरा ये बना हुआ है, नथिंग इज देयर, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि मेरे डिजाइन स्टैंडर्ड में नहीं है, 84 87 में दे रखे हैं, यू हैव टू डू इट लाइक दिस, उसके बाद भी ऐसा बनाया। सेफ्टी बैरियर, ये तो पूरे अंबाला यहाँ तक पूरे में लगा हुआ। रिटेनिंग वाल के ऊपर कौन सा क्रैश बैरियर काम करता है जी? इट इज एक्टिंग एज ए रेलिंग, वी हैव सिंपली वेस्टेड ओवर मनी। क्रैश बैरियर लगाने का तरीका यही है, एक फोटोग्राफ जो राइट साइड में है वो हम्पी की है और दूसरी मुजफ्फरनगर की है। पीछे होना है जो ये कर्व स्टोन है, आगे होंगे तो ये क्रैश बैरियर काम ही नहीं करेगा। कर्व में लगाना है, नहीं तो ऐसे एक्सीडेंट्स होंगे। 450 मीटर रेडियस से कम है तो एक कर्व में लगाना है। इतनी हाइट बना दी, क्यों बनी ये हाइट? बिकॉज एक एग्जिस्टिंग ब्रिज है 4 लेन वाला, उसने मल्टीपल स्पैन को कम कर दिया, तो ये डिफरेंस है तो उसके ऊपर हायर के ऊपर आपको कंक्रीट क्रैश, ये मेटल क्रैश बैरियर प्रपोज करना है। रात को ऐसे दिखनी चाहिए, बिल्ली की आंख की तरह ये चमकनी चाहिए। अभी तो हमने क्या किया है, पूरे वो स्टिकर्स भी लगा दिए हैं, एवरी पोस्ट पे लगा दीजिए जिसपे NHA लोगों के साथ है। ज्वाइन कैसे करना है, ये देखिए 1 2 3 4 फोटोग्राफ्स है। लास्ट फोटोग्राफ में देखिए कितना एक्स्ट्रा पैसा लगा दिया, हार्डली ऐसे 1000 रुपीज। और देखिए नहीं तो गैप है तो कहाँ जाके गाड़ी हिट करेगी कंक्रीट क्रैश बैरियर में। ये इम्पैक्ट एटेन्यूएटर्स है जो मैंने परसू किया रेगुलरली। ये पानीपत एलिवेटेड हाईवे स्टार्ट हो रहा है, वहाँ पे पहले ऐसे था, फिर कुछ ड्रम रखा दिए, फिर वहाँ पे एक एटेन्यूएटर लगा दिया जिसको मैंने परसू किया। एवरी 3 मंथ जाके पूछता था वहाँ पे। तो इसमें आप ये देखिए जो भी आइटम है 5 लाख की है, 3 लाख की है, 10 लाख की है, 20 लाख की है, अलग अलग रेट की आती है, बट इसने कितनी जान बचाई। उसके बाद वहाँ दोबारा नहीं लगा जब ये खत्म हो गया, तो आज भी नहीं है। किलोमीटर हेक्टोमीटर स्टोन कहाँ लगने चाहिए? अर्दन शोल्डर से बाहर लगते कहाँ? सारे अर्दन शोल्डर पे। इवन अभी जो साइंस लगाते हैं शोल्डर माउंटेड साइन, उसके लिए बोला साहब ये तो शोल्डर माउंटेड साइन तो शोल्डर पे लगाने के लिए होता है। सो आई हैव टू से नहीं भाई, शोल्डर तो मेरे लिए है, गाड़ी के लिए है, आप बाहर लगाइए। वनलेबल रोड यूजर्स फुटपाथ कंटिन्यू नहीं करेंगे। ये देखिए इतना सा छोड़ दिया तो गिरेगा ना चलते हुए, फिर उसको स्लैब लगवानी पड़ी। ये रिसेंट फोटोग्राफ है, इसी पे नहीं बनाया, बाकी सारा बना दिया। ये अनदर केस है ब्रिज का कि पेव शोल्डर के आगे कंक्रीट क्रैश बैरियर बना दिया। साहब फ्यूचर में जब ट्रैफिक बढ़ेगा तो हम इसको तोड़ देंगे, बट जब तक नहीं तोड़ेंगे तब तक तो इट इज ए हैजार्ड। ये देखिए दूसरी तरफ पूरा फुटपाथ बनवाया इसके हिसाब से। मार्किंग्स पूरा एक साइनेजेस मार्किंग का एक प्लान होना चाहिए। ये एरो कैसे लगना है इसके भी प्रॉपरली दिया गया है, डिफरेंट कलर्स है, ये पूरे प्लान दे रखे हैं। जो मैडम ने अभी दिखाया था केरला के अंदर डेमोस्ट्रेशन कॉरिडोर, आई विजिटेड दैट कॉरिडोर। उसमें एक भी ऐसी आइटम नहीं है जो मेरे IRC 67 और 35 में नहीं है। बस उन्हीं आइटम्स को अरेंज करके उसमें लगाया गया है। इट्स फैंटास्टिकली। मैं 3 साल पहले विजिट किया था, बहुत बढ़िया दिखता है, सब कुछ दिया है, बट हम करते नहीं हैं। ये सब साइन लगाने हैं, डिफरेंट साइंस। ये देखिए शोल्डर में लगा हुआ है, अगले दिन ही टूट जाता है ये। अब यहाँ भर के लगा दिए, 1 2 3 4, रात को दिखेंगे कैसे? अभी नहीं पढ़े, दिन में नहीं पढ़े जा रहे, तो जिसका दिल किया एक लगा दिया। जो साइन लगाने हैं 0.6 V इज द डिजाइन स्पीड। 100 kmph में लगा रहे हैं तो मिनिमम 60 मीटर का गैप रखिए। रात को ऐसे साइन दिखने चाहिए। ये मार्किंग्स है, कैसे कैसे आपको मार्किंग करनी है। ये जो मैं क्रॉस रोड की बात कर रहा हूँ, अगर आप स्टेट हाईवे, MDR, विलेज रोड अगर हमारे कहेंगे कि आप ले लीजिए साहब, ये NH को दे दिया, तो ऐसे हम पूरा बना के देंगे, पूरा स्टॉप ड्रॉप पूरी लाइन मार्किंग वगैरह करके। पीछे ये ग्रेवल रोड है। लाइटिंग, ये देखिए लाइटिंग लगा दी, क्या कैड के हिसाब से एवरी 30 मीटर में लगा दीजिए तो एक मीडियन के अंदर ही लग गई वहाँ क्रॉस रोड पे। या इसको इसकी शेप ही खराब कर दी क्रैश बैरियर की। ये टेंट हाउस लाइटिंग है, फिर ये चोरी हो गई सब, तो आप खुले में लगाएंगे तो चोरी होगी। दिस इज द लाइटिंग जो दिल्ली गुड़गांव एक्सप्रेसवे में जब हमने डिज़ाइन किया था 1997 में, और जब ये ओपन हुआ, आज भी देख लीजिए एक आरीवाल फेल नहीं हुई है दिल्ली गुड़गांव एक्सप्रेसवे में। एक ड्रेनेज का देखिए पाइप भी लगा हुआ और लाइट भी लगी हुई है। वाई पीपल आर नॉट फॉलोइंग ड्रेनेज? ये डिज़ाइन है, ये कैसे डिफरेंट कैरेजवे में लेके जाना है। नहीं तो फिर कैम्प्टी फॉल बन जाएगा, अगर नहीं बनाएंगे तो कैम्प्टी फॉल जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। हाउ इट हैज बीन टेकन, देखिए उसमें विंडो होना चाहिए जिससे उसको खोल के ढक्कन को क्लीन किया जा सके। देन मिसलिनियस प्रोविजंस, बस मैं खत्म कर रहा हूँ सर। अगर जंक्शंस को कभी भी यहाँ नहीं मिलाना है, हमारा जो IRC 80 कोड है मोस्ट प्रोबेबली और 79 बस में इसका प्रॉपर दिया, 50-70 मीटर भी आप दूर कम से कम रखेंगे तो ठीक हो जाता है। और दूसरी रिक्वेस्ट ये है साहब, सारे जो बस शेल्टर्स हैं, बस बेज हैं, सिर्फ बड़े भाई पे मत छोड़ दे। नेशनल हाईवे, स्टेट हाईवे का है तो उस रोड पे भी बनाए, स्टेट हाईवे MDR है तो MDR पे भी बनाए, तभी वहाँ पे जो अंदर लेके जाना है गाड़ियों ने उसको वो वहाँ पे खड़ी होंगी, ठेले वाले भी वहीं खड़े होंगे। जंक्शन को क्राउडेड मत करिए, सिर्फ बस वे नेशनल हाईवे स्टेट हाईवे पे नहीं, अंदर वाली रोड पे भी बनाए। यूनिवर्सल एक्सेसिबिलिटी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस चल गया ये, वो प्रोवाइड करनी है रैम्प्स के साथ में। एक ये है बस वे एट इंटरचेंज रिक्वायरमेंट्स। आप मान के चलें जैसे ये करनाल बाईपास था, पहले आज़ादपुर में था तो बसें वहाँ से पकड़ते थे हम, फिर वो और आगे आ गया, रिंग रोड बन गया तो हम वहाँ से आगे पकड़ने लगे, अब आउटर रिंग रोड आ गया। वी हैव नेवर टेकन केयर ऑफ। ये रिवाड़ी के आसपास की फोटोग्राफ है, ऊपर से KMP जा रहा है, नीचे से NH8 जा रहा है, तो बस तो लोग उतरते हैं ना वहाँ से। तो वी हैव नेवर टेकन केयर ऑफ, वी हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ दी पीपल जो बस से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं। एक इंटरचेंज प्रॉपरली बनाना सब जगह होता है, दिल्ली के सारे इंटरसेक्शन जो होगा, करनाल में जैसे मैंने कहा सब जगह एंट्री एग्जिट हो गया, तो सब जगह जब बस आती है तो हर एक स्टॉप पे रुकती रहती है। लास्ट है सर, ये मुझे इनका भी ख्याल करना है, अगर नहीं करेंगे तो इससे भी लास्ट है सर। ये भी हमारे रोड यूजर्स हैं, आपने सब कुछ कर लिया, क्रैश बैरियर लगा दिया, अगर स्टडी ठीक नहीं करी और हमने इनके लिए कैटल अंडर पास नहीं बनाया तो सब कुछ करने के बाद भी ये जाएंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
We had a very nice session in which the 3 presentations, they were great. They were simply great. But because those were good and those were great, so we did not try to intervene, but for slighter interventions. So what is there is that I'll ask my co-chair. We have got some 4-5 slips. But broadly, I would request that 2 of those are relating to foggy weather, but I would request that he can get in touch with Professor Tanuj Chopra subsequently and just have the clarifications, etc., whatever they want. 2 of the interventions are more in the nature of saying that the contents of the presentations had been nice. There is one question from an executive engineer, Mr. Pankaj Kumar, he's from Shimla, in respect of how the trenches, etc., can be made safer. Well, that question would always remain, and there is nobody better than you yourself who can think over the solutions. So that is what would be the best thing. Now, I would request my co-chair to just give a very quick 2-minute sum up of the situation.
Thank you, sir. We have very interesting session. 2 key takeaways from this session is the crash investigation as well as the foggy weather conditions. You all know In India, there are about 17% of the accidents were occurring due to the foggy and weather conditions, which Professor Tanuj is already explained. And the crash investigation, the recent Motor Vehicle Act amendment, where if the driver, he or she, found to be neglect in the driving, if it is proved in the investigation, he or she should lose their insurance claims. And also, if the designer or the road owning agency found defect, he should be punished for the penalty as well as the 1 lakh rupee, and also his license will be suspended. So from this point of view, this session is very interesting. We have two questions, two observations. One is from Surender Singh, PWD, Kaital, Haryana. His observation is the session is very useful, and the latest technology should be used on Indian roads to reduce the accidents on our roads. So certainly this will be looked after by the MORTH as well as the NHI. And the second one is the observation is from Mr. Dr. Indrajit Gai. He told the built-up drawings, they never provide during the pre-opening stage. Practically, these are the issues. When we go for the pre-opening audit, they never give the built-up drawings. So, as a result, these issues will be pop up when the actual traffic is on the road. So, certainly, these are the legacy issues. We should tighten our belt and see how best we can improve on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravinder.
Mr. Anuj ने मेरे से पूछा है regarding gradient on the bridges, whether it is a horizontal alignment or vertical alignment. Regarding the bridges, अभी बहुत clear है, up to minor bridge, it has to follow the road alignment, horizontal or vertical. And अगर major bridge है, then bridge alignment and bridge gradient will govern the road alignment. तो this is crystal clear. This has been given. वो जमाना चला गया सब मेरे से, वो उसमें डिज़ाइन नहीं होता है कर्व में, तो अभी या उसमें ग्रेडियंट में नहीं होता है. बहुत सारी अप्रोचेस फ्लाईओवर के भी तो हम ग्रेडियंट में करते ही हैं. सो दैट इज़ द नॉर्म जनरली बीइंग फॉलोड.
Thank you.
Yesterday, we had a data which was presented that something around 20 lakh crores road infrastructure is there which exists in India. My hunch feeling is that every 10 years, this doubles up. So in the last 10 years, we must have added infrastructure which was worth around 10 lakh crores. So in next 10 years, you can expect with the economy going to add up another 5 trillion kind of situation. You can very well expect that 20 lakh crores more of road infrastructure is going to come in the next 10 years or so. So what is there is that maybe are we ready to spend something around 10% of our infrastructure spend on land acquisition at the spots of junctions. In my view, the junctions are the biggest accident spots. And the reason why those are accident spots is that you have almost no land availability, as Mr. Popli was also highlighting in some of the cases. And if you analyze it deeper, then at the end of the day, you would find that it is the land problem which is there. Or secondarily, there could be issues of that we are trying to avoid consulting fees for design of some junctions on the less important roads, where 2 lanes are merging into 4 lanes, or some streets, etc. are meeting, or some schools, etc. I mean, those requiring some calming kind of measures. So that is what. So that is one big thing which is for the bureaucracy or the political power to think about, that there must be a large amount of money which must be going for land acquisition at such places, and how in law you make changes that people cede their land for such kind of purposes. The second point which came to my mind is flowing from the video which Professor Chopra showed at the conclusion of his presentation. I do not know how such kind of things, when one accident has taken place in foggy conditions, then how do you reduce the consequences of that accident when the more accidents are going to combine at that very spot and the visibility is already very low? So maybe speed of evacuation of that accident spot, that would mean speed of our reaction, speed of the communication that the accident has happened, speed of intervention. How this can be achieved, maybe I leave for others, for you people to find out answers to this question. With that, I would like to declare this session as closed, but you are always welcome to contact the presenters for more informations or more clarifications. Thank you. Now over to you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, I would like to thank the entire panel for such a wonderful session, for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. Well, to honor their valuable efforts, we would like to proceed with the felicitation ceremony. So now I would like to request Mr. Chaman Lal to kindly come forward and help us through the felicitation. And also I would like to invite Professor Tanuj Chopra to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. So it's all the way. And it's, ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands together at this moment. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Asha Lata R to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaman Lal, for helping us through the felicitation. And now I would like to invite Dr. K. Ravinder to kindly come forward and help us through the felicitation. And I request Mr. S.K. Popley to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Let's make a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now, to honor the valuable efforts given by our chair and co-chair, we would like to proceed with the felicitation, and for which I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Srivastav, Vice President IRC. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make a big round of applause. Come on, let's join our hands together. I would like to invite Mr. Chaman Lal to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Let's make a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaman Lal, for your valuable efforts. And now I request Dr. K. Ravinderji to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Let's make a big round of applause. And thank you so much, Doctor. And now I request the entire panel to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Once again, we would like to thank the entire panel for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a short tea break for 15 minutes. We'll see you back at 12:10 p.m. and we'll be starting with our next session. So, I request everyone to please be back by 12:10 p.m. Thank you so much. May I once again request Mr. Harpal to kindly present the bouquet to Ms. Rushali Gadigar as a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, Mr. Harpal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome our speakers of this session. Please help me invite with a round of applause Dr. Ravi Shekhar, Director, CRRI. Let's make a huge round of applause. They'll be speaking upon the topic Engineering Measures to Control Speed and ITS Tools to Enhance Safety. Welcome, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me invite with a round of applause Mr. Anukul Saxena, Principal Technical Specialist, MS Laundrex. Let's make a huge round of applause. And they'll be speaking upon the topic Smarter Maintenance and Safer Road Mobile-Based AI-Driven Low-Cost Road Solutions. Welcome, sir. Now, let us invite Mr. Monish Ranade, MS Hanu AI, Sasnagar, Punjab. Let's make a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir. And now please help me invite with a round of applause Mr. Abhishek Tiwari, MS Indian Road Survey and Management Private Limited, IRSM, formerly NTRO. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Abhishek Tiwari. We'll be speaking upon the topic AI-enabled corridor safety assessment for patchwork quantification and maintenance prioritization of road networks. Welcome, sir. And now I would like to request our chair of this session, Professor Dr. Satish Chandra, to kindly lead the session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you. This session is on speed and traffic management with emphasis on vulnerable road users and use of AI technology. Both words are important. And keywords are vulnerable road users and use of AI to reduce or in reducing the traffic crashes on roads. And we have 4 presentations in line. So without taking much time, I will invite Dr. Ravi Shekhar, Director CRRI, to make the presentation, and please restrict to 20 minutes.
Respected Chairman, sir, Professor Satish Chandra, sir, and then Director CRRI, myself, Dr. C.H. Ravi Shekhar, Director, Central Road Research Institute. Today I would like to present on engineering measures to control speed and ITS enhance safety. So before going to detailed presentation, I would like to give a brief background about the Central Road Research Institute. Central Road Research Institute was established in 1952, and the first director is Dr. E. Jipkes, and I appointed as a director and taken charges on January 2nd, 2026. Coming to CRRI, 7 R&D divisions are there, divided into 3 main areas: payment engineering, 3 divisions: flexible payment division, rigid payment division, and payment evolution division. Coming to infrastructure, bridge engineering and structures, geotechnical engineering, then traffic engineering and transportation planning. So coming to like India road network, because entire like studies or safety and everything, all depends upon the network of the road network. For example, national growth and global standing. So we have the second largest road network in the world. So you can see here the construction of the roads. Previous 2014, it is about 12 to 14 kilometers per day. As on today, it is doubled. So 30 kilometers per day. So this can understand that how much importance of the safety and on road network, that is a more important key parameters today. Also you can see the top 5 states road length network. So Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka. So with this background, CRRI Central Road Research Institute road safety audit was done almost recently 10,237 kilometers in Karnataka state. And we have done a lot of road safety audit in different states, pan-India. So comprehensive pan-India audit kind of thing. We have trained 990 professional road safety auditors, so from last 1 decade. So this is the background about the road safety audit done by CRRI. So coming to today's presentation, mainly I will focus on engineering measures to control speed. So all are knows about the common measures, why you need engineering measures to control speed. And mainly the physical and design based treatments is required. And this will improve the safety on road. So the common measures includes speed humps, rumble strips, and trans TBMs. And for example, these kind of things already in detail discussed about the various IRC guidelines, IRC 99, IRC SP 67, 35, 88, and SP 41. So detailed requirement and guidelines, everything was given in a IRC, various IRC codes. Those things I will not discuss here. So the most effective, why these measures are required? So it is control the most effective, particularly at black spots, school zones, and urban corridors. So that is the main important for the physical measures to control. So now we can see that the global and comparison of the India. So annual fatality is the 1.19 millions in global. So 2023 statistics coming to India. So 1.73, but global the trend is decreasing, but in India the trend is increasing 2.6 year on year. So that is the main. So we are always saying that the accidents is mainly due to over speeding, and whereas in other countries the speed, alcohol and other kind of the measures are there. But if most affected people are 66% are 18 to 45 age group in India. So now coming to state-wise analysis. So various states, they have done the analysis and they have taken care measures. For example, Tamil Nadu government, they implemented the scheme, Namma Kakuram scheme. So that is this scheme, based on this scheme, any accident was happened, within 48 days, they have recovered any accident and emergency treatment within the 48 hours in golden hours. So some states, they have adopted the seriousness about the policy kind of the measures in reducing the accident. The final goal is that, so in India, the 50% accident rate to be reduced by 2025, but that is a further extended kind of thing. So coming to the approach principles, the main principles are the 5 principles are there. So road users, so to provide the safety kind of things for road users. Vehicles should also the safety guidelines to be provided the vehicle users. And the speeds, also the safe speeds. That is the project we are currently doing with IIT Roorkee and CRRI. So that is optimum speed limits on the particular road. Safe speeds another point. Another one is for example, command control center, systematic management of the speed measures. So this is a command control center by using the AI technology kind of the thing. And another one is always we are blaming the driver. So always moving from blaming the driver to the designing for safety. That is the main buzzword in this slide. So coming to here, the impact of speed. For example, various presenters in the morning and yesterday, they have given the increasing of the speeds, what is the effect of that one. So from the literature, you can see that 30 kmph speed and 50 kmph speed. So what impact will be done, the pictorial represented here. So if it is pedestrians have 60% more survival rate, if it is 30% of the speed. If it is more than 50, it is less than 20% survival rate. So this can like show the impact of the speed on particular like road accident and category. That's why reduction is more important or the speed, particular by using the speed measures. So now coming to the 4 E's frameworks are the mainly engineering, enforcement, education, and emergency care. So you can see here the 4 E's. One E is very easy to implement. That is the like education. Education can be done easy way, so it can be given awareness and programming to everyone. So education, if you give a training and also education to other kind of thing, children's and kind of thing, so it can be taken care about the like accident rate. So the main classification of speed management measures, there are the various speed management measures are there. IRC has been classified various one, vertical, horizontal, and surface structures, enforcement, and integrated area wise. There are so many measures were given. Each individual category has a different kind of the physical measures are there. Every measures have their own objective, and also they have the they have the setup guidelines given in IRC. So coming to like speed, coming to like we are CRRI, Central Road Research Institute, and IIT Roorkee, Professor Paridhar sir is Professor Chandra sir is like the principal investigator. We submitted a proposal, impact of speed limit on road capacity and safety. This study going to end by another 6 months. So in this, the main object was that like effect of speed limit and traffic flow, speed limit and capacity of road, and also guidelines for fixing speed limits. So most of the speed limits on urban and like inter-urban roads, we are taking the 85th percentile speed. So have you checked the 85th percentile speed at the speed limit? So that like some guidelines or some quick observations from the study I will give here. So mainly we have the three speeds are there. One is the design speed, the functional classification and terrain type is more important. Operating speed, road geometry, road distress, and also roadside development depends on the operating speed. And setting speed limit is the based on the setting speed limit, these kind of the things. That is 80th percentile speed, whatever it may be. So for this, we have collected 26 inter-urban highways data and 12 urban sections data. So you can see before collecting any data, we have some kind of the fundamentality of the how the data collection to be done. So we have seen that like wide spectrum of data throughout the geographical representation of India, throughout India, we collected the data. And you can see we have taken the undivided and divided carriageways, 2-lane undivided carriageway, 4-lane and 6-lane carriageway. You can see the most of the like speed irrelevant of speed limit. So for example, I personally collected the data and when visited the many sections, you can see that for example, if it is a speed limit on 2-lane highways, so undivided carriageway. So it is a 30 km, 40 km speed limit, they are going at 90 like that. So the speed enforcement is more important, particularly the car shows the highest speeds on 2-lane road because of the very like low enforcement. So in the case of the 4-lane, 6-lane, the reflecting operational speed constant, the speed of graph you can see that 85th percentile speed may not be adequate parameter to fix the speed limit. That is one of the point observed from the data collection of the various speed limit. So further, we have taken violation data. Violation means, for example, you have set a speed limit of the 60 kmph. So how many cars or how many vehicles are going beyond the like 60 kmph? That is a number of vehicles percentage. You see like 2-lane road, and we have also made some relationship between the speed limit and violation. So the speed limit, if you kept the speed limit to the lower level, so higher violation will take in place. That leads to accidents. For example, if you taken like a higher accident, the crash rate activities will be more, crash rate will be more. So what would be the optimum speed limit? This study is focusing on that. So I am not giving outcome because that study under like in progress and about to complete. So but some observations are that highest violations are low speeds at 75%. If you kept the speed limit very low, almost 80% of the people going in the higher than that speed limit. So what is the like use of the setting a speed limit at a particular location? So nobody care about the speed limit. So if you see the 4-lane divided carriageway, moderate decreasing trend and violations reduces and steadily. So another one, urban roads are the similar pattern of the trend. So what we are observed, overspeeding is evident everywhere. You see that in urban roads, if you fix the 40 kmph speed limit, so for example, almost 70 to 90% of the people are going beyond that 40 kmph. That's why there is a need of redefining of the speed limit based on the like land use characteristics and also the highway category and also the other kind of the parameters for the fixing of the speed limit. So similarly, we can see the violation urban roads, pole and divided carriage, everywhere the violation is there. So more than 50%, more than 60% depends on whatever the land use characteristics. So further we have an important correlation between the speed limit, 85th percentile speed versus the total accidents. We have developed a correlation between the accident rate. 12 sections we have taken interurban highway. You see that accident frequency rises sharply beyond the 50 to 60 kmph. That is the main observation. That means that if your speed is higher than the 60, so the accident rate prediction, the crash rate is more. That is the observation from the realistic that this is the latest data. So not from any literature and other kind of things. No need of referring to any literature. This is our data and our references. And also scatter around the trend line. So the wide scattering between the trend line that shows that geometry, traffic mix and residence activity. So that is about some finding we have given, I have presented here. Another one is the ITS, importance of the ITS. So most of the presenters today, like the session is artificial intelligence and ITS applications. So I started my journey, application of neural network as a part of IT, as a part of artificial intelligence under the supervision of Professor Satish Chandra and Professor Paridhar sir. 1999, application of neural network. 1999, the application of AI started with a simple algorithm and with simple kind of thing. Now it is the AI applications in everywhere is a Vishwaroop. जैसा भगवान विश्वरूप दिखाया, similar way में now artificial intelligence is Vishwaroop में India में. So it is the right time to utilize in properly application of AI in AI and ITS in a application in the traffic engineering and transportation planning and road safety. So I don't want to go in much details about the ITS. So main part is the data collection part, data processing and information dissemination. And after once information decision, traffic management, enforcement, and also using the incident responses. So various tools are there. Now advanced tools are there, like data collection systems are there. And also we have the ANPR cameras, RLVD systems, GPS tracking, variable message signs. So in-vehicle speed assistance like ADAS and DMS systems are also there. So now we can see that some of the case studies I will present ADAS and DMS applications here. And automatic speed enforcement systems also we are implemented major like Delhi, almost 3,000 locations they have implemented the automatic speed enforcement systems cameras. So now adaptive traffic signal control system, this is one of the system implemented in the Bangalore city. So particularly the system is the traffic detection, data collection and also then data processing, decision making and signal execution, and also then it will refine the signal timing, signal phasing based on the traffic volume and particular traffic congestion kind of things. So the key outcome of this study is that peak hour congestion can be reduced and improved travel time reliability and better intersection efficiency. So that means this is a full-fledged AI application in a real case study in Bangalore. So another one, AI-based incident detection monitoring system, the 4 elements are there. AI and ML techniques. ML is machine learning, it is not like AI. So now, earlier you see in 1990, so when you have used the total station data, so a small amount of data you have collected per kilometer. Now you are using the LIDAR kind of the data, is a huge data we are using. So how to handling the data? Without machine learning techniques, algorithms, you cannot handle the big data. So that is the AI and combination of ML technique, incident detection logic, and AI processing workflow, and alerts and output. This combination is required to maintain the incident detection-based monitoring systems. So I don't want to go much detail about the various case studies. Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, and Mumbai, they adopted full-fledged AML techniques for the road safety and monitoring. These are the integrated command control center. I have visited almost 10 command control centers, various smart cities, and every smart city command control purpose is different. It is a prototype-based one. For example, if you implement in full-fledged city, need a much data analytic techniques and AML kind of things. So I would like to go finally a case study which was done in CRRI, IRASA Telangana, IRASA Nagpur. One is for the interurban roads and another one is urban roads. This is also IRASA was started, initiated during the Professor Satish Chandra sir time as a initiated by CRRI. So, but during the Professor Paradha sir, then director, we have started IRASA Telangana project. I would like to go in detail about the IRASA Telangana, how it can be utilized as a AI for the road safety audit. So the object of this study is to reduction of the 50% of accidents in 2 years. It is a combination of the four stakeholders. We are jointly we have done this project, and our CRR role is that to analyze the data and to make inferences and the benefit of the AML for the road safety. So for this project, we have taken 3 corridors: Hyderabad to Adilabad, Hyderabad to Vijayawada, Hyderabad to Bengaluru. So the main modules are the infrastructure safety, mobility analysis, and vehicle safety. These 2 techniques were adopted. One is ADAS, another one is DMS. This was fixed in the dashboard camera, and particularly we have considered Telangana State Road Transportation Corporation buses only. 1 bus depot were considered, and 200 buses we have installed ADAS devices, and 10 DMS devices were included in the 10 buses. So the main ADAS alerts are the 5 alerts: speed limit indicator, pedestrian collision warning PCW, lane departure warning LDW, forward collision warning is FCW, and headway monitoring is coined as a HMBW. So these instruments were fixed in the buses like that. You can see the alerts of ADAS is located. You can see the pictorial representation of GS map. So needs if you want to handling the huge data, without AML techniques, you cannot handle the data. So 3 important techniques are important. You have developed any device, you are collecting data, so that cannot be useful end of the story. So once you've done the analysis, then inferences, what is the benefit of that device? That is more important than the implementing the device on the particular instrument. So CRA done the same thing. And also we have developed a gray spot locations. For example, probability of the black spot. What is the probability this location will be converted as a black spot? That was we have done, estimated, various algorithms considered. And also we have developed variable, various parameters were considered and weights were considered. And finally we defined the probability of the location converted to the gray spot. So I don't want to much detail about the thing. This is giving the use of data, how to analyze the data, how the data will be utilized for the analysis for the road safety audit kind of thing. Similarly, we have taken ADAS alerts and the density cloud, number of points in a particular 500 meters. That cloud, density cloud, was considered for the evaluation of the the location for the probability of the accident locations. Similarly, we have compared after every 3 months, so how the alerts were, whether the alerts were decreased or increased. So this kind of the analysis were done before and after kind of the things. And after that, driver monitoring system, this is another device which was installed in the same bus, and we have considered the data, almost 1 year data we have considered, and we have evaluated this data. Particularly, you can see the drowsiness, sleep, and distraction. These are the 3 parameters we have considered, and daytime and nighttime data. And this data was analyzed in a GS platform, and we have coded and we have located geo representation and where the locations, particularly the drowsiness, sleep, and distraction. So why this data will be utilized? For example, if it is a 200 kilometers length of the particular road, which location the driver shift has to be changed? What is the optimum location? So this data can be utilized, the frequency where the driver to be changed, or also where the locations is important. Also we have done the behavioral data collection we have collected. So almost 190 drivers behavioral data we have collected, and the parameters you can see here how the driver's experience will be useful. So you can see here the experience of drivers is increases, the alert level will be decreases. So many other parameters we have considered, and we have analyzed the data. Also we have developed an equation. So what is the attention or inattention of driver? For example, DMS was fixed in the particular bus. So how the driver behavior, but that particular DMS instrument, whether the driver is attentive or inattentive in driving. So how can you use this data? So that's why we have developed an index that is attentive, inattentive data. So you can see that most of the 30% of drivers are inattentive while driving. So this leads to an accident. So this kind of thing we have observed. After 6 months, we have given a training to those drivers, and again before and after we have compared. So further, what we did it, all the parameters of the ADAS and DMS data, various alerts were considered. We developed a artificial neural network model, and we have estimated which parameter is more important for the alertness or maybe accident point of view, and correlated with the road accident. So finally, we have observed that FCW and HMW, lane departure warning and drowsiness, these are the parameters are more influenced. After that, what we did it, we have studied we collected the accident data last 5 years on the particular corridor, and then we have estimated the black spot analysis using the IRC 131, 2022, and what we did finally, top 5 black spots were considered Hyderabad to Kodada, Hyderabad to Pulluru, Hyderabad to Adilabad. Then we have done a detailed DPR for every black spot location. So that location we discussed with the project director, and myself and Dr. Velmurugan sir visited every location, and we have designed that black spot DPR for the black spot, and finally we have discussed with the PD, and that was implemented. So we have conducted a workshop, one-day workshop at IIT Hyderabad, and we have a dissemination workshop about the data analysis and also the modeling. And finally, we have given an awareness campaign, various awareness campaigns to drivers. We have given awareness campaign, and also the auto drivers also we given awareness campaign. Then finally, that is we have estimated that last 2 years, what is the changes of that ADAS and DMS. The accident rate is reduced to 33%. This is only for the bus transportation system, one bus depot. So finally, we have submitted the report August 2024 to the Telangana state government. Similarly, we have done for the Nagpur, that I don't want to discuss here much in details. Similar kind of the methodology, like this was the first project, the urban road network was considered. Dr. Mohan Rao, Dr. K. Ravinder, these scientists were involved in that one. And finally, they have implemented these DPRs in the road. And finally, they have estimated the accident rate is reduced to the 50% in urban road corridor network.
Dr. Ravi, you please wind up now.
Sure, sir. So this is my final slide, conclusion and way forward. So what are the you are using, reducing crashes with ITS and AI. So particularly you want to focus on not only ITS, the combination of ITS and AI is required. So without this combination, you cannot be able to tackle the huge database and also the accident rate reduction. So data-driven approach is required, and combining engineering and also enforcement is also required. These are the 3 parameters which are more important. Another one is the enhancement road safety. There are various parameters are there, and further way forward we have submitted IRASA Odisha for truck traffic point of view, and we are going to submit a proposal to the IRASA Andhra Pradesh. So under this project, 2 PhD students are working and 4 master students were completed. And finally, IRASA Telangana project got an award of Outstanding Applied Innovation in Computing Vision Award. Recently we have received this award. So that is about my presentation. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for a very detailed presentation on an important topic. Now I invite Mr. Anukul Saxena, he is Principal Technical Specialist, Messrs. Lawnbricks, and he will be presenting on smarter maintenance and safer road mobile-based AI-driven low-cost road solutions. You have 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you, first of all, IRC and Haryana PWD to giving the opportunity to speak me here. So, my topic is smarter maintenance and safer road. There's a mobile-based, AI-driven, low-cost road solution. But before going into that, what I feel, we need how the AI will get fit into the highway industry or a road solution, and mainly about the taking the road survey data and analyzing it. So just I'm going, it's not only about accuracy. There are a lot of things which needs to be taken into consideration while using AI in road survey. So actually what we see that we have an expectation of like that, but in reality it should be happening like this. So what it is, that the data when taken by the AI, the back looks like this in Excel sheet with a lot of columns, changes and everything. And there are a lot of photos with a lot of boxes and everything, which all of you people may be seeing. So this is actually the reality. So how can we make data work for us? Actually, why we are doing that AI collecting data? it should be useful, that everyone knows, but how it can work for us in a better way. So accuracy, definitely one of the most important thing, but it is, however, is accuracy is everything that we need to ask. So generally it is like a tip of iceberg. There are a lot of things which apart from accuracy plays a very major role, especially in road and highway survey. So first of all, we need to link the AI data to the network. That is a very important thing. If this is the strip you are seeing where all the distresses in the top and then in the bottom, there are all the assets, road assets, which have been identified by AI. And in the left, you are seeing the video. So first of all, if we don't attach the changes to a particular thing, then whatever we are doing will be of no use, whatever the maintenance activity we are doing. So that is the first thing we need to see, that it should be linked. Second is, definitely if we are finding the area, we have to put a maintenance schedule taking the data from the AI, then we definitely need area length and severity of defects. So that is also important. So sometimes it looks very easy, but when you are doing and making a boxes, it is overlapping, two distresses overlapping. So all these things need to be taken care that the area should be coming fine. So this is the second point. Now public privacy, which is very, very important because now the AI is playing into huge projects in government like NHI projects, NAI, which we have also got it, one of the packages there, which is ultimately a safety solution only by doing an AI video every week. So this needs should be followed very strictly, that all the number plates, faces, and needs to be masked. Then comes secure, scalable, and centralized. This is very, very important in the today world of cyber security and everything. That should be secure, it should be scalable. If you are doing a video all over the India, it should be scalable because video is high definitions one videos with GPS. So like that you need a lot of space which should be scalable and it should be centralized. So all these things are very important. Then coming to the final thing, which is it should be ready to use in decision making. So I'm just showing the next slide, a small video, how after taking the video and analyzing it, it will be useful for an engineer to analyze it properly on the computer itself. Oh, it's not coming. The video is not playing. Okay, I will show you. It's not playing video. अभी चला है चेक किया ना so just okay then I will let you know. So anyhow I will just let you know what this is video about. So in the top you are seeing the maintenance activities which have been predicted based on this one with some logic on the software, and now you need to see that on the same strip chart, and in on the right hand and on the left hand side you are seeing all the pullouts, which is actually the trend charts which you have taken earlier, or the scatter plot, which is the plot of the total highway which you have surveyed. So like that, it should be on the same page where you can analyze it further. There should be a video which is on the top it's showing, so that you can see what it is actually where the video is and is it okay that the treatment is happening. So this small video is about that. It's showing that there should be a integrated solution where you can take decisions. Now coming to a topic that how this AI-enabled mobile video capture take place. So this is actually a simple operational workflow of that. First of all, we capture and process the videos. It can be through dash cam, through even NSV video we can use, or a mobile application we can also use. The mobile application, the advantage is like that the data can be automatically, whenever you are on the net, in the net range, it will be get uploaded. Otherwise, you have to upload it separately. So once that you have captured the video, you have to upload it to a streaming cloud. If it is a mobile app, it will be automatically done. Otherwise, you have to do it manually. Then that video, the network has already been there with a KMZ file. So that will be mapped to that because video is GPS tagged. And then we will run the AI model. After that, you will see a view video on application, the same way which I have shown you in the previous screen, where you are seeing the strip chart and the video. And then you can view results, distress and road assets and various reports like the estimation of PCI and everything. So that from there you can also see the maintenance which have been proposed. There must be some algorithm which is running on this distress data. Now, what are the key outcomes of the AI-based mobile video survey? So in the down photo, I've just shown how in mobile you can capturing the video. So first of all, it is a low-cost smartphone-based inspections. Then we can identify pavement defects and quantity from a video. And then we can calculate a PCI. And then we can have an off-pavement asset inventory and condition, that is a traffic signs and everything. And then we can also have a curves and gradients, which plays a very important role in safety, especially on the hill roads. And then when we are covering these curves and gradients, so safety inspections are also happening, which we can take separately also, and we can monitor the completed work also. So what happens when you take two videos before the works and after the works, you can very easily compare it automatically and you will get the comparison. And you can then finally use the data in informed decision making. So these are the finally outcomes of that. And what should be the important features of that thing to getting these outcomes are, it has to support enhancement and standardization of road asset data formats. That is very, very important. In different agencies, people are following a bit here and there are different formats. So the system should be like that it can accept the customized standards formats the first time. And then they have a secure cloud-based access, as I'm telling, to capture road video data, which is very important. And then the data should be GIS-based visualization with a comprehensive suite of analytical reports where you can filter and like that. So in that way, we can take full advantage of the AI video identifications of pavement and traffic furnitures or road furnitures. And then finally, it facilitates preparation of annual maintenance plan. Then centralized system management with capability for integration with existing platforms. So this is a separate thing, but what happens if some person is taking a video capturing and only detecting the distresses or the road furniture quantification, and he has some other system which runs some modeling or some prepare some reports. So the application should be like that. It should be integrated with the existing platforms through APIs. And then definitely that is the customized dashboards for monitoring and decision support. So now finally, what are the benefits which we are getting out of these having those features and the outcomes? So first is faster, cost-effective and efficient data collection. Then we have AI-enabled estimation of pavement condition index, because when we are getting PCI value, only that distresses making more sense. And then we can have a scientific data-driven maintenance decision making at section level. So generally what happens if you go for, especially for rural roads, if it is 3-4 kilometers or something, so what generally people are doing subjectively, they are taking the data and they are telling that the whole road needs some overlay or something, or if there is minor distresses, they are neglecting and saying that it will be taken in the next 2 years. In both the cases, there are a problem. Because if in the first case you are taking total overlay, it is an overestimation. And if in the second case, if you are not looking into it, then it will become a bigger problem later on. So if through AI, we are getting a very exactly stretches where we can identify distresses. I will show you in 2 of the case studies, which I am showing afterwards, where how it can a section level maintenance we can provide. Then definitely with all these things, there will be improved planning of road maintenance budgets and preparation of annual maintenance plan. And definitely there will be, if you are doing maintenance regularly and by using all these tools, so the road safety through real-time monitoring and timely maintenance interventions will be automatically happening. And then finally, there are a lot of DPRs is happening, and we are taking data and then storing it in like in an Excel sheets and in a separate places. But if we use this AI integrated applications and the DPR consultant is taking through it, so it can be in future used like a centralized repository, because that integrated thing has happened. So now there's 2 small case studies, that is my last thing, to show the results what we have done. One of them is in major districts of Himachal Pradesh. So the objective is to the effectiveness of mobile video base. So just I will show you what are the conclusions. So overall we find that pavement is fair and it has a edge cracking and reveling, which is normally very is this in major districts or generally happens. And this is what, we got an exact area, 842 meters square of this, 5% of the total road. And then, see, this is the thing which I am just trying to say, that we exactly finding edge cracking, longitudinal and raveling through this, and how it is happening. We can identifying the road stretches, what is happening in that, and accordingly then we are taking the decisions also what is the patching, because there are a lot of shoulder problems, shoulder repair is happening, and we find an exact. So in that way, we can put a tender which is very, in where we can putting a very specific quantities and like that. So this is the maintenance cost saving AI. So what are the final thing? See, conventional visual inspection may lead to overestimation of renewal requirements, increasing maintenance cost. AI-based videos, distress quantification, and be precise and scientific. That's what I'm telling. And for this case, we find in saving of 7.8 lakhs for 430 kilometers of MDR. We have compared it that if they have laid it, overlaid the total, and what we have proposed here, what is the difference between that? And this is the similar what I'm telling, what is the difference between, especially for rural roads. We are doing visual operation. Now we have quantified digital data. We have algorithm driven. We have continuous. We can use automate GPS stepping. It is consistent. So like that, these are the advantages. And so, yes. So last slide. So this is the last urban roads that done the same thing. So we have done all this and we have find the stretches and then we have find the this one. So this is the conclusions. Again, this traditional visual inspections may overlook or inadequate quantity payment distresses. AI-based video enables accurate distress detection and scientific maintenance planning. Timely preventive maintenance improves payment durability, service life, and cost efficiency. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anukul Saxena. Now I invite Shri Mohnish from Messrs. Hanu AI, Sasnagar, Punjab. And he will also be talking about AI tool and its use for survey, quantification of patchwork, and prioritizing maintenance of roads. You have 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, everybody. Like to be a part of this event. Lot of dignitaries with lot of experience, knowledge. I'm very much flamboyant to be a part of this session. So, to make a full use of this podium, I have divided my session into two things. First one is basically the digitization, and the other one is the solution. And the solution I'm talking about, and the digitization I'm talking about is AI-based. Now, I'm going to start from the bottom. That is the solution. I'm just going to take you out of the blue from this place right now, from road safety. There is a tool. I named this tool as supercalifragilisticexpialidocious tool. And it's called a UPI with the scanning thing. And we are using it on our daily life. It has one platform, multiple organizations, multiple institutions, multiple layers of software is being used. Millions of transactions happening on everyday basis. So how it is linked with the road safety? We have so many, in India, we have so many departments, central or state, so many institutions working together day and night for their own geographics. Can we have one single platform? Yes, we can. How we are going to do it? We can make an asset register. We can make one platform, single platform, one usability, one dashboard. And what are going to be the stats of it? What are going to be the reporting tools of it? What are going to be the data of it? I'm just going to explain you that. Basically, when it comes to AI plays as a part of IT, it plays in three different, basically, I'm going to stop this video for a moment, please. You have a data, three sets of data. One video, imagery, and the text. The text helps you in reporting. You might have seen so many, you have been seeing so many great, PowerPoint slides right now. and that can be extracted in a part of an AI tool as a set of data. How? I'm going to show you something over here. So this is basically an AI tool with the boxes going around. It is counting the number of potholes. It is counting alligator cracks, various other things. It is a city road which is going to basically calculate the signs. I'm calling it as furniture analysis. So what is it's going to do? It's reporting. This AI tool is reporting. Now this technology, basically, when it's reporting in terms of IRC guidelines. That may be 67, 73, 37, 35, whatever the guidelines are going to be. The AI tool can interact on those bases. It can report in those bases. So this is just a crowded road. And I want to have you a glimpse of this, please, over here. You can just follow the mouse over here. I have a data which is saying the road name, which is showing the latitude, longitude, the chain age, the statistics on the video itself. So this is a mere example how AI can work basically. It can give you everything from a rural road to the national highways, to the signboards, to furnitures, to potholes, to cracks and everything. Now when it comes to road safety, this is a sheer example of a road you can see over here. A rural road, this may be a case of a city road as well. And we are calculating everything on the video through our AI, and we are sending it into our statistical report. It may be a PDF, it may be an Excel, it may be anything. A single platform for a state or a central agency. Why? Because when it comes to road safety, either you are sitting in Telangana, or you are sitting in Kashmir, or you are sitting in a part of Meghalaya or Gujarat, a road safety term is a road safety term for a common man. Now here you can see we are just calculating the debris, the garbage, whatever is there, and we are sending it. Now when you are seeing this video, there might be some things or the points which might be coming into your mind. This is a real data? Yes, this is a real data. It's a runtime data? No, it's not a runtime data. What is a runtime data? You are sitting in your car, you open your Google map, from source to destination, you are learning about the traffic. That is a runtime data. Real-time data, that has to be surveyed. Surveyed based on your requirement. It may be quarterly, or 6 monthly, or yearly. India is a land of monsoons, right? Every 6 months we have potholes, or we have damaged roads. So it's all the consent, it's all the requirement how you come into. But this basically AI-based technology, it can really perform wonders. We at Hanu AI are doing a lot of work on that, lot of work. When it comes to extracting the data from the PDFs, from the videos, the real resources, the real time. At this moment, we have a network which we have done on the NHAI, rural roads of Punjab in Gurugram. And to be honestly speaking, it was a blend of engagement between the departments, the private sector, which were we, and the government sector, which were PWD and PMB of Punjab. And to be honestly speaking, with the grace of God, we were able to, and the grace of technology, as well, we were able to save around 383 crores for Punjab government, just because we surveyed around 14,000 kilometers of road in entire Punjab. Similarly, we did it for Gurugram. We are doing for national highways as well. Almost we have done approximately 400 projects for national highways. Now, basically, when I'm talking in terms of AI, it's a data which you have to play with. Now, the more and more you feed this AI model, the more accuracy is going to give. It can be of various classes. I call this digital lion with a feeding of various type of goats or meat, basically that are called as classes. Now, the more data you give, the more feed you give, the more accurate it comes. And more precision comes. More precisions on your laptop. All you have to do is regular surveys. This is a kind of an information right now which a single platform can provide. It is using this platform is using your GPX scenarios, the maps, the videos. It is giving you data of a pothole or the cracks or the events, whatever you call it. And most important, it is also giving you the authentication for a JE level or a supervisor level that yes, something work by the contractor has been done. So these are the little bit of, a single slide which I'm sharing. The existing issues of the road infrastructure which have water logging, there are so many issues. Encroachments is the issue. One example I would like to share with you. Gurugram, we analyzed 250 plus footpaths encroached. They were there on the papers, but they were not visible. And through AI, we were able to do everything about that. A few examples of roadside vegetations and avenues. How can this be facilitated or how can this be worked on? All through AI. What we have to do, we have to feed the data. So what I was talking about a single platform was either it is NHAI, either it is PWD, either it is NEREDA, any agency, any institute, any government institute, one single platform is going to work for everybody. People are going to interact, people are going to use this tool. Who is the end user? The end user are going to be the departments. Is it going to speed up the work? Yes, it's going to speed up the work. How? Because they are going to interact in various sections. The solution, which I'm just giving you an hypothetical situation over here. A solution, a problem, there will be two similar problem statements which might be occurring in a part of Kerala and in a part of Madhya Pradesh. And cost might be effective 5 rupees in Madhya Pradesh and it might be affecting at 100 rupees. But a single tool at the same level with an asset register, complaint register or whatever you want to say in a digitized mode on a single platform can give you this. This is a sheer example of the road damage during the monsoon season.
Please wind up now. Please wind up now.
Thank you. So I would like to conclude myself over here. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you because there's a time limitation. Now, I invite Mr. Abhishek Tiwari. He's from Indian Road Survey and Management Private Limited. And he will also be talking about AI-enabled corridor safety assessment for patchwork quantification and maintenance prioritization of road network. Please complete your presentation in 10 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chairman, sir. I'm Abhishek Tiwari, along with Mr. Paresh Raman, our Managing Director, representing companies Indian Road Survey and Management. It's great privilege and honor to be here and get a chance to present to you something like what we are doing. So our topic for focus is on AI-enabled technology for corridor safety assessment and maintenance prioritization of road network. So this is Indian Road Survey and Management, which is a joint venture company with Australian Road Research Board, which is now called the NTRO. It's a more than 16 years old organization and all certifications and a lot of impanelments are there. We had done around 600,000 plus kilometers of road network assessment. This is ARRB, Australian Road Research Board, which is very was very popularly known. Now they have transformed to NTRO. The main reason behind that had been to diverse its expertise, not limiting to roads. They have diverse, they were limit expertise to roads, all form of transports, even ports, airports, all that. And they are very well known for road safety and other expertise as well. Yeah. So what we do, IRSM, this is a wonderful, conference organized by IRC and PWD Haryana, where we had so many eminent speakers. Definitely there is going to be a lot of takeaways to improve the road safety, whatever the parts we can play. But one thing very common we have observed on all the presentation is all the decisions, all the observation, all the advices are based on data. So that how accurate, how vital data we can get the better advice and better suggestions. So that is what we are doing. Road safety, when we talk about road safety is not only what we feel. As explained, there are 4 E's. In 4 E's, in my presentation, we are just focusing on 2 E's, the engineering and education part. And on all, engineering itself is a very vast subject. I can only contribute to the data collection and analysis part or design part, but road safety assessment covers not only functional parameter, there are structural parameters, there are designs, a lot of other parameters. So these services, what we do, this all relates to the road safety or payment management system. This is the network survey vehicle, falling weight deflectometer, reflectivity, a traffic assessment, bridge inspection, skid. This is the yellow color one is skid resistance, which is very widely used in airports for the friction assessment. So that is what is our approach for, for the, right treatment, right place and right time. So obviously the continuous assessment of road network will give you time to time advice, time to time indication where right treatment and when it is required. So obviously you can make your network safer and with the quality. And all, as we mentioned earlier, the entire decisions are based on the quality of data. So the good data, good information, and you arrive at to good decisions there. That is obviously well-known fact. So there's one kind of approaches for the road safety assessment is a star rating of road network. There are several tools available. IRAP is one of them, and different tools are available which have functional parameters assessed for the road network, and they design they rate your road network for certain stars ranging from 1 to 5, and it can also suggest you how to go about improving the road safety in terms of rating. So there are key critical parameters which obviously influence the road safety. Geometry is one of them, signages is one of them, is skid resistance, and there's different distresses and all that also take a part on the safety assessment. So approach is obviously what approach we are suggesting is, we have learned from various developed countries. We do a lot of work for Australia as well. So Australia has adopted a assessment of their road network, regular assessment of their road network. They rate their road network for the particular star rating based on the functional parameters, and then suggest the improvement or countermeasures to increase the ratings. Yeah. So I won't go into so much detail because I know that I'm standing between you and lunch. So, and this is one of equipment. This is latest equipment, the network survey vehicle, very commonly known, but now it has evolved some technologies in terms of software, fastening the data processing, and more accurate parameters. So AI-based, obviously my friends have already explained you about AI in detail, but AI is obviously the algorithm and how better we train the model. So how better your model is trained based on the available information, this gives you the best output and better decision. This is the reflectivity. There's a one equipment can check the reflectivity of your signages and also the line markings, which is critical parameter for the safety as well. So this is the approach. Like we assess the road network. We not only do the roadside furniture testing. I mean, this gives you the road network complete assessment in terms of geometry, functional parameters, and also distress assessment. So, I mean, over the studies, there had been identified around 75 to 80 critical parameters, which are obviously more influence the road safety aspect. So suppose in case we these 80 parameters are assessed and some of them improve, it can give you the better road safety. We can talk in detail later. So this is the tool which gives you much more detail. You can see the all the distresses is being assessed and also the furniture is being assessed. For geometry is being assessed. In this equipment, you can also utilize the LiDAR data quite widely, which is highly accurate, and obviously you can get a lot of information out of it. So, yeah. Here's our experience. We have obviously done in multiple countries, and we do a lot of on airports as well. So the part of education, obviously, we tie up with the various governments about the training, and also wherever we do project, we conduct training and all these new tools, demonstration presentation. This is our part of CSR activities, which we very widely run it over various schools or, I mean, because the education, what goes to children and what they learn, what they understand, that they follow. That is our belief, and we are happy to collaborate on that. Yeah. So these are few of slides. I mean, we conducted some training not only in India, around Sri Lanka, Egypt, and various other countries. And this is thank you from our team, ISM. I think I'm well in time, sir, so leaving for lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you for saving 1 minute. We had 4 nice presentations today in this session. And before I wind up this session, I would request our co-chairperson to summarize the proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all the distinguished speakers and the esteemed participants present here. As we come to the closing of the technical session number 5, which is mostly focusing on the speed and traffic management with emphasis on vulnerable road users and use of AI technology. Just to say, moving from all the generations to the generation Z and generation Alpha. This technical session has comprehensively highlighted the effective speed and traffic management. As we see, this is not only the matter of policy, but it is a multidisciplinary function. Sound engineering design, technological integration, policy alignment, as well as the intelligent transport system which will be using the AI tools in our road safety solutions. Particularly to talk about Dr. Ravi Shekhar, Director CRRI. As he said, we should go from global to our Indian local road safety solutions, emphasizing on 4 E's, as we all know through the speed calming measures, ADAS, intelligent transport system, as well as finding out the driver safety index using the AI tools. Coming with the Mr. Anukul, the application of AI is the proactive tool. And here I would conclude that real field data will be the most powerful tool for the effective decision making. Mr. Mohanish sir has given the comments on the AI tools, NSV, but particularly I was supposed to ask you one question about the lane kilometers processed, you said, but how we can emphasize more on enlarging the effective lane to be captured with the video. Please do needful there also. Coming to the fourth technical session, Mr. Abhishek Tiwari has also given a good description about the proactive planning, particularly the NSV. Sir, I would like to conclude here that network survey vehicles are also included in EPC and various state PWD projects in Maharashtra also. And we are using these AI tools for aiming towards the qualitative as well as safe completion of the projects in Maharashtra PWD. Thank you. Thank you all the speakers and participants for their valuable contribution. Thank you so much. I'll hand over to.
Thank you. Now we have a question from Mr. R.K. Jain. He says in our country the maximum speed limit is 120 km per hour, whereas in USA it is 112 km per hour, that is 70 miles per hour. Is your study doing some research as to how we have a speed limit on expressways more than that in USA? Is our decision based on some research? So maybe Dr. Ravi Shekhar can respond to this question.
Yeah. Thank you, Sri R.K. Jain sir. My answer is slightly to the your question is no research is going for expressway highway. For example, Eastern Peripheral Expressway, the speed limit is 120 like that. But we have received a sponsored project, IIT Roorkee and CRRI, to study on Delhi Meerut Expressway as a case study, application of variable speed limit, useful to the like urban expressways. So for that we have taken a section in Akshardham near urban expressway, urban area limit, expressway passing through urban area. And we collected the data before like implementation variable speed limit. Now another 1 month we would like to implement the speed limit on particular location. For example, the particular constant speed limit may not be useful or maybe give the what is the advantage of the variable speed limit. So for that, before we have collected the data and we have estimated, we correlated the data speed, 85th percentile speed, speed ratio and accidents, and finally we come to the conclusion that we have divided different time periods need of the speed limit. So that was we are implementing and how it will be effectiveness for implementation of changes of the speed limit. But your point is that particularly for the expressway, so the redefining of 120 we are not doing. Probably any further research we can focus on how to control the reduce the speed limit, sir.
Yeah, there is a question from the audience, Mr. Neeraj. Can you speak loud? I don't think there is a mic.
Hello.
Thank you so very much. My question is very simple. Whenever an earthquake comes, we write beautiful papers after the earthquake has happened. What the need of the hour is to move from proactive approach from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. Here also, I personally feel we are moving into a reactive approach. First of all, why should this problem happen at all? Right? We are talking about reducing the speeds? Well, that should have been taken care of at the DPR level. When we are designing the roads, we need to ensure that the speeds which we are going to have on this highway, because any highway for me is an artery of a nation. The clogging of highways, when I say clogging of highways, means reducing the speed. That means you are going to impact the economy of the nation. So we have to, I was talking to Professor Satish Chandra yesterday also, we need to address this at the DPR level. Later on, if we face these problems, we are only going to do what I call it as plugging holes or firefighting. And that's not the solution. Last 2 days, we have been talking about firefighting and plugging holes. Let that fire not happen. Let the holes not be there. That is my only submission to this, such a learned gathering, that we need to start from the DPR level itself. We need not look at reducing speeds. 4 words, 4 E's, Sir has used, Dr. Shekhar has used, wonderful. Education, the most important aspect is education, only 30 seconds. Education. This education we should ensure that it's a part of the curriculum, right from class 1. And that is how it is going to happen.
Please, be short.
That is,
be brief.
Thank you so much. I'm done.
Yeah, we understand your point. Actually, we have been discussing this point right from the yesterday presentations that DPR, the precautions should be taken at DPR stage also. Even if you take 100% care, there is no guarantee that road will not fail. Because there may be several other conditions which will prevail on the site, and there is no country in the world where roads are not failing. So you have to be very active as well as proactive. Both approaches are to be considered. So I think there is no more question. I thank all the presenters and the audience also for making this session very alive. And we had 3 presentations on this AI-enabled tool to detect the stresses in a pavement. I'm sure there are many more industries who are working in this area. The validation of these software is a big question. It needs to be validated with NSV data. And I would suggest that if these industries can collaborate with CRI or with some IITs or some other organization to calibrate their software, is a very good attempt, very good step to replace NSV in India, so that we have something which is homemade, cost-effective, and giving accurate results. Thank you very much, all presenters and the IRC and the organizers. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for concluding this session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join our hands together for this wonderful session? We would like to thank our chair, co-chair, and all the speakers for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. Thank you so much. And to honor their valuable insights, valuable efforts, we would like to proceed with the felicitation ceremony. So first of all, I would like to request Ms. Rishali Gadikar to please come forward and help us through the felicitation. Ma'am, I request you to please present the memento to our speaker, Mr. Monish Ranade. So please come forward to accept the felicitation reward. And we should be joining our hands together, louder, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do that. And now I would like to request Mr. Abhishek Tiwari to please come forward and accept the felicitation award. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I request Professor Dr. Satish Chandra to please come forward and help us through the felicitation. I request Dr. Ravi Shekhar to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And now I request Mr. Anukul Saxena to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Let's join our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Thank you so much, sir. And now, to honor the valuable efforts of our chair and co-chair of this session, we would like to invite Mr. Rahul Gupta, Secretary General, IRC, to please join us here on stage and help us through the felicitation. I request Mr. Gupta to kindly present the felicitation award to our chair of this session, Professor Dr. Satish Chandra. Sir, please come forward and accept the felicitation award. May I once again request Mr. Gupta to kindly present the felicitation award to our co-chair of this session, Ms. Rushali Gadikar. Thank you so much. I request the entire panel to please come forward in the center of the stage for a group photograph. A heartfelt thanks to the entire panel for such a wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we make a big round of applause once again for the entire panel for sharing their ideas, their experiences with us. Thank you so much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the lunch break. We'll be coming back by 2:15 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with the next technical session where we'll be discussing the experience of industry stakeholders on projects, traffic control devices, innovation for improving road safety. So we have a really wonderful session coming up. Please be back by 2:15 p.m. and have a great lunch. Thank you so much.
चल रहा है, ठीक है मैं वहाँ से साउंड बंद कर देना इसे, आपको पता लग जाएगा।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the continued sessions. And I hope you all had a delightful lunch. But the energy is quite low to start with the next session. So why don't we put some energy into the room? So let's do a quick warm-up activity. So everyone, please pay attention. You all can see my hand. I need the answers. You all can see my hand? Okay. When my hand is at the lowest level, you all have to clap with the lowest noise possible, like it should be inaudible. Okay? Can we try that? My hand is at the lowest level. You all have to clap very slowly. Yeah. Okay. And when I raise the level of my hand, you all need to raise the level of your claps. Okay? And when my hand reaches the highest level, I should be hearing the gushing noise of your claps to fill this room with that great energy that we need to start with. All right? Let's do that. Are we all ready? I just can't see the energy. I mean, are we ready? Okay. Let's do that. My hand is at the lowest level. You all have to clap. I can see some of you are not clapping. And I don't appreciate that. Okay. A level up. A level higher. A level higher. A level higher. And at the highest level, ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, that was the energy we were looking for to start with the next session. All right, so let's start the next session, which is about the experience of industry stakeholders on projects, traffic control devices, innovation for improving road safety, for which the chairperson of this session is Dr. N.C. Pal, co-convener B1 Committee IRC and former Engineer-in-Chief and Technical Advisor, Works Department and OBCC, Government of Orissa. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we welcome Dr. N.C. Pal. Welcome, sir. And now, we would like to invite the co-chair of this session, Shri C.B. Ojha, Chief Engineer, UT of Chandigarh. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. A very warm welcome, sir. Now, to honor their presence here, we would like to call Mr. Y.M. Mehra, Chief Engineer, Haryana PWD. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join our hands together as we welcome Mr. Y.M. Mehra? May I now request Mr. Y.M. Mehra to help us through the honoring the chairperson and co-chair of this session as a token of our gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us invite the esteemed speakers of this technical session. Please help me invite with a big round of applause. Mr. Dheeraj Prakash Sethi, President, MS Cube Highways. A huge round of applause. And they'll be speaking upon the topic, road safety from concessionaires' perspectives, best practices and way forward. Now, please help me invite with a round of applause Mr. Inderjeet Ghai, Director, MS General Highway and Infracon Private Limited. and they'll be sharing the experiences of industry stakeholders on projects. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now invite Mr. Parikshit Gaur, MS Utkarsh India Limited. All right, we see they're not present at this moment. Let us invite our next speaker, Mr. Swatantra Kumar, MS 3M India Limited. Let us join our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's do that. Let's keep the energy high. And now I would like to request our chair, Dr. N.C. Pal, to kindly lead the session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Hello. Good afternoon to all the delegates. This is a post-lunch session, but in the post-lunch session, we have 4 very interesting presentations from the industry stakeholder. And first 2 are on PPP-related projects and industry practices. And there are 2 eminent speakers from the Cube Highway, Mr. Dheeraj Sethi and Indrajit Ghai. I think most of you are aware about his domain, and he used to make a lot of observations, suggestions to IRC and ministry. So we have 2 good technical presentations followed by 2 industry presentations, one on the cross barrier and one on 3M solutions. So we'll begin with this, and at the time allotted to us is only 1 hour, and with 2 to 3 minutes question and discussion. I'll request each of the presenter to please keep to time. So let's start with first presentation. That is road safety from concessionaire perspectives by Dheeraj Sethi. And let me brief in between 1 minute once he prepares his slides. I think most of you are aware that in India we have quite advanced projects. Initially it started with BOT toll-based. Slowly we moved to harm-based projects, then O&M projects, and to asset monetizations. So all these phases this country has witnessed based on various experience elsewhere outside, and the problem that we have faced in the country when we started first BOT toll project, maybe in the early 2000, with Mr. Haldia in the Planning Commission preparing the yellow book as the model document. We used to call it Haldia's book as yellow book model document on bidding model concession agreement. In those days, the BOT toll was the options. Then slowly, with the BOT toll, the problems started with land acquisition, toll-related issues, bagara. The aggressive tolling competition bidding stopped, which we witnessed in the initial period in the country. Then the next scope is the harm-based project, hybrid annuity models they started. Then operation maintenance related project like performance-based contract type of thing started involving private sector. Then finally the asset monetization, selling the asset through other organizations who can maintain, that also started and going successfully in many of the projects. And Cube Highway is a partner in many of those projects in country. So I think from the concessionary perspective, we'd like to listen from them. What are the pros and cons and what are the experience and what are the good point. Of course, objective is on road safety, but other than that, what are the other lessons that we have learned through their experience? Let's start the presentation. Welcome, Mr. Sethi.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, IRC and PWD Haryana for organizing this this workshop, I should say, where people are interacting. So, yes, I'll start with my given time. I think I have a 20 minutes of time. Yeah. So, good morning, good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. I think as my job as a safety auditor or as a safety person, I think this is also a tough task after lunchtime. So I think we need to be continue working as a warrior even on the stage. Yeah. So I'll be trying to give within 20 minutes what we can discuss the perspective. What is road safety at Cube Highways? What are the different initiatives? Then some of the spectrum of actions which all of us are doing as a country, as a different institutes, different authorities, and then few challenges and suggestions based on our experience. And I'll be very honest and straightforward on this forum because I think we need to really introspect some of the challenges on all the sides, whatever be those. Yeah. So what is at Cube? We start with a safety pledge at Cube always in any activity. I'll not spend time in this, but we have been always trying, as sir has also introduced, and to improve and ensure the best practices wherever we can do. Yeah, and that's where our management is focusing also. And what we have been doing, we have done a number of innovative processes in terms of our own in-house road asset management software, ATMS data, real-time dashboards, dashcam. We have some rating system for our SPVs. We have 34 highway assets, about 3,000 kilometers long across the country. So we are rating our own assets also through different parameters so that we understand how the assets are performing within the portfolio and some of the best engineering practices, what we are doing. So I'll just take maybe quickly before engineering, the post-accident management, which is what our primary duty also as a concessionaire when I'm representing the firm. So we have kind of conceptualized the cabinet-based route patrolling van in our Delhi-Agra toll road, and thanks to the authority now it's a practice across the country where the earlier open route patrolling van has now been converted into a cabinet-based van with a different white color kind of a arrangement. Earlier it was a brilliant blue color which was highly unsafe in terms of visibility of the vehicle itself. Yeah. So, and then in terms of the post-accident management, which is the emergency care, so what we have actually done is we have around 60 ambulances which we operate on our highways. Out of that, over last 1 year, we have converted about 20 ambulances into the ALS-based system. And what this has been doing, I'm just playing a video. Sound, please. So all our 20 ambulances are connected through webcam in a control center in our Noida office where the doctors are sitting. So what happens when the patient goes in the nearby trauma care center, by the time the patient's vitals are available to the doctor. So, and then also these paramedics are being guided over the webcam by the expert doctors. So that's how we are able to save number of lives, what we have observed. Yeah. So I'll just skip that. In addition to that, ATMS, yes, we have around 1,000 kilometers of ATMS, what we are operating as part of this, and which have been planned and kind of state-of-the-art ATMS system. We have almost more than 600 cameras, VIDS units. We have been using this for various data points in terms of the behavioral insights, evidence-based analysis, incident management, O&M, trajectory mapping, lane usage, wrong side movement, speed behavior, and also various other things in terms of collision diagram, enforcement drives, furniture installation are based on identifying through ATMS where there are challenges. I'll just take you through a very interesting and new thing what we have done over last, I should say before 2 years, on one of our project in Bihar and near Kondua, Muzaffarpur highway, where what we have done is it's a distributed acoustic sensing, which is a 80-kilometer highway is connected in a control room through this set-top box kind of a device in a simple manner if I am just covering. Yeah. So what does this gives is, this is actually sensing the vehicle movement along the highway in that 80-kilometer section, and that one device is transferring all the data to us in a centralized server. So we don't need cameras actually. we can easily understand where there are vehicles and all that. Yes, it has a limitation where the smaller vehicles will not be detected. So it can detect to trucks or the buses very easily. So because it is working on a vibration transfer medium. So every 6 meter kind of thing act as a sensor in a distributed acoustic system. So I'll just quickly take you through one of the video and just show you that this is how each vehicle are kind of in a 80-kilometer section are kind of identified. You can see the vehicle movement is being tracked through one device along the OFC center. And I feel, or what we feel as Cube Highways, this is one of the first project we did in India. This was done in New Zealand and some of the countries in UK and all. This can be a game changer on our expressways where we don't have to depend on cameras. We can be very easily detect the higher vehicles on the expressway. And but yes, we have experimented that on national highway. Yeah. So this is one of the new thing. I'll just play what we are doing, the road accident data. So audio I will need, audio. So this is entire highway in one image. It's a real-time data updating with the kind of accident patterns. Yes. So with this, what we are able to do is where we need enforcement measures, where we need the awareness measures, where we'll need engineering measures, and where really the accidents are occurring. So that's where these dashboards are helping us, and these are real-time updated. Every day, these dashboards gets auto-updated across our projects, where we are able to understand what has happened yesterday. What has happened yesterday. And then in addition to that, I think yesterday also a number of things have been discussed, the work zone safety management. This has been quite neglected topic, I should say. Yes, on national highway, number of things are happening, but on the state roads or on the lower category roads, yes, there are challenges. Even on national highways, when we see the IRC SP 55, how do we assess the implementation level? Let's say I have done a work zone. Can I say this work zone is 100% as per SOP or 80% or 60% or even 30%? Can we convert that in a quantification? So what we have done actually, we have implemented a dash cam based system. This again automatic. This again works. We have every day 300 work zones across our projects. So imagine 3,000 people of our are exposed to moving traffic. And how do we ensure safety of them? So what we have done is we have identified the safe arrangement and safe behavior scoring pattern. So we are giving out of 100%, we identified the parameters and we are scoring the safe arrangement at a work zone, that too randomly when our route patrolling van is moving, and then we are able to estimate the score of that work zone. And that's how the supervisors, that's how the vendors, or that's how various stakeholders within that project are assessed based on this performance. So we are not, otherwise, see what happens is in safety there will always be issues. There will always be issues. But how do we quantify it? We need to also understand, am I doing 80%, am I doing 90%, or I'm kind of still to go cover a large thing, especially understanding the current situation of our country. I'm not sure in the last session whether someone noticed someone climbed here using slippers. I'm not sure. I've given him at least a suggestion that next time please don't do it. But just imagine we are sitting in such a conference, but people are doing this, and it's not their fault. It's a human behavior in our country. And just imagine across the highways, so many people are working. How do we control them? How do we control them? So I think this is where the tool is really helping us. We are also doing the safety rating of asset, and when I'm telling this, this is also required at the country level. How do we assess this? How do we understand the impact of this? I'll not spend much time because I'll have to go on to the few of the challenges and suggestions on this forum to utilize the given time. Yeah, we have a long road ahead, of course. We have a long road ahead while number of people are doing these things. There are operations related challenges, and I think Popli sir has also told the unauthorized median cuts. See, what we are facing, our highways are built before a decade, maybe 10 years before, 8 years before, and we face every day the challenge of unauthorized cuts. There are projects in 80 kilometers, we have 20 unauthorized cuts. And then they become a kind of a black spot or kind of accident spots. How do we control that? So I think what we need at a country level is at least every 5-year kind of thing, a review of the circulation of projects. More than safety audit, because the circulation requirements keep on changing along the highways. So that's very important thing. If at a policy level, we can say every 5 years, the way we do major maintenance or all those things on highways, that's one more thing what can be done. Unauthorized cut or the traffic circulation review of entire highway. It doesn't need to connect it with safety. It is more of a traffic circulation problem. Sudden lane reduction, we all know, at grade crossing on 4 or 6 lane divided highways, videos are there, and there are a number of videos. There are operational related additional challenges, traffic violations, whatever we do. We have ministry circulars in 2010 that you need to have a rear underrun protection devices. Unfortunately, after 15 years of those circular, we have 30% vehicle without RUPD on our highways. How are we going to control the fatalities, accidents? So it's a collaborative approach. It cannot be done only with engineering. It has to be combined. Recently, one of the accident happened and our route patrolling van was burned by local people. There was some issue where they were demanding local unauthorized cut they were demanding. But one accident happened which was completely at the fault of road user, and then the vehicle was kind of burnt. I'll just take, because this is a policy level thing, we need to really work on IRC SP 55 upgradation. Yes, there are some changes were done, but we also submitted some comments on that. So what is happening, the real challenge in that is, when our IRC code is, let's say, telling, I'll go to next slide, to install, let's say, these 10 signboards. These 10 signboards, how do we install on highways? See, it's not about the challenge about the developing or finalizing a traffic management plan. Yes, yeah. Yes, sir. So it's not about that, but how do I send my labor or we send our people on site, ask them to install this signboard when the traffic is moving? I think that's the real challenge. It's not, the problem is not about upgradation of specs. Problem is about how do we convert these specs to ground connection? How do we achieve that specifications to ground connection? So what we have done is, there are truck mounted attenuators. Of course, there are different challenges for that, but what we have done is, we have developed a kind of a shadow vehicle kind of arrangement, which is from a long distance visible, and people are then able to install the work zone. So that's what we are doing. Unfortunately, number of challenges happen. Some of the RTOs tell this is modification of vehicle. But we need to really work on the processes. How do I convert this TMP when the traffic is moving at 80 kmph? From paper to ground, it has to be through some process, and that process has to be defined in IRC, what we feel. Otherwise, we are going to face these problems. Yeah. One maybe different view, not just like, since I am representing a concessionaire, but what is more important? What is more important, what doctors say that the more antibiotic is also not good for health. I think the more safety furniture is also not good for the road users, I should say. I'll tell you, there are a number of locations where it is blinking like anything, or highways are just like a disco grounds on few of the locations. Please pardon my usage of my words, but I think it's very important to understand. See, some of these blinkers, the moment you are in the night on these locations, the blinkers are like flashing like, and then sometimes driver has to close the eyes, or even see somewhere else rather than crossing the highway. And I'm not against this furniture. What is I'm trying to tell is that do we really need these many things? See, internationally, I'm sure people are referring international codes. People don't even paint their crash barriers. They just provide marking and stars and they maintain it to the best. Unfortunately, we say marking, we say stars, we say curb painting, we say median markers. Now median marker is with full of dust. What is next? Now we say new stickers on every post of the highway, W-beam or even a street light. Unfortunately, if the driver is not ready to respect, he will never respect whatever we do on the highway. So I'm not against that, but we need to really understand whether the conspicuity at what level we should stop. And that's where engineering has to help. Otherwise, anything happen in a district road safety committee, install signboard, install road furniture, everything. What I'm trying to tell is it really helping as a road user? And I'm sure the blinker example I use on most of the forum. Yeah. Sir, before 5 to 7 years, if you're traveling, if one blinker come in a 50-kilometer highway, you used to give respect to that blinker. I'm sure. Now the moment every 1 minute there is a blinker on highway, are we really understanding our end customers are road users? We are not just providing the code to the ground conversion. The implementation should help to get the results. You can see one of the video captured by me in Noida, where the median markers are installed onto the trucks. I'm not sure whether they purchased or not. One very interesting thing, I think almost I'm at last of my slide. I'm running a bit, but trying to cover each aspect. We can deliberate in detail if required. I'll just give you this example, one example, because under black spot improvement, what we're doing is maybe install blinker, install transverse bar marking, and that's what we feel this is our best solution without visiting the site also number of times. Sir, I can tell you through this example. Okay, let me just take you through this. Yeah. Sir, there was a service road separator, slip road separator. There was a one-side flyover here, unidirectional flyover on one of the road. And the separator was starting on the fast lane suddenly. You can see that. 2 lanes are coming and the third fast lane is straight away going into separator. Straight away going into separator. This is what the situation. Just imagine we are driving here. What will happen? We'll also hit this separator. We'll also hit this separator. There are accidents where people are going onto this separator. When we have studied that as part of our engineering review, TBM was provided. Unfortunately, sir, there is no use of TBM. Why are we trying to alert people? There is a hazard which has to be corrected. Unfortunately, we are comfortable providing TBM and then asking people to do their own decisions. Sir, what we have done in 2024, mid of 2024, we just closed this area. We started discussing with local authority that, sir, we cannot allow traffic to go onto this because this is a separator straight away coming up on the fast lane. It is not as per the codal provision. And it's not visible. You can see the accident from 8-7 has gone down to 2 and 1 in last 4 years, last 1.5 years. This is just one example I'm putting given the time. But what is more important is, do we really need TBM everywhere? I'm not against any such infrastructure improvement. We need to be improving where it is really required. It is like doctor giving same medicine everywhere. It's like doctor giving same medicine. Do we go to that doctor if he is not checking your pulse? We'll not go to that doctor again. So I'm just closing, sir. I still have 1 minute. Yeah. So I'm just to summarize. Yeah. Just to summarize. Timely review and improvement of traffic circulation, increased collaboration with enforcement agencies, even such kind of forums, there should be a participation of enforcement agencies so that the circulation, the communication goes to them and then the collaboration starts. So it is very important. See, all stakeholders should be available on such forums. That's maybe a suggestion, nothing to criticize. Structured approach towards enhancement of work zone safety aspects, coming from book to ground, how do we convert that? Scientific studies, the last very critical what I want to suggest is, yes, it is there in some of the states. I was discussing with Populi sir also. Implementation of some highway police force. There are traffic police which has a mandate to manage traffic in the country, in their urban area, in their jurisdiction. Unfortunately, we do not have highway police which has a mandate to manage highway traffic related issues. They see these in terms of only crime. Of course, their priorities are different. There are number of people sitting in our ATMS control center from enforcement agency to improve these things. Yeah, so I'm just ended. Yeah, so thank you. Just one thing, I always end my slides with this: safety starts with me. There's no point changing the world if we are not changing. There's no point changing the world if we are not changing. And I just request to use this forum, whether every one of us use seat belt when we are sitting in a car, even in the rear seat. And I'm telling 100% of the time, no excuse, no excuse. So if we are not following, how are we expecting 140 crore people on ground to follow this? So I think the end is safety starts with me. So thank you for this. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dheeraj, for a nice presentation. At least two important things you have highlighted. Project version monitoring parameter and too many delineation in terms of signage instead of physical barriers. We'll interact in the interactive session. Now, next presentation is experience of industry, stakeholders and projects by Sri Indrajit Ghai. Indrajit Ghai is the director of MS General Highway and Infra Private Limited. I hope his profile is displayed in the screen. Please start.
So, good afternoon, dear friends. Good afternoon, dear friends. Jai Hind, dosto. First of all, I am grateful to Engineer Rajiv Yadav ji, EIC, Haryana PWD B&R, and Vice President IRC for giving me this opportunity to explain my views, to express my views in front of this galaxy of engineers who have come from all over India. And अगर देखें तो इस हाल में सेफ्टी कॉन्शियस लोगों की मैक्सिमम डेंसिटी मेरे ख्याल होगी, प्रोवाइडेड कि वो कॉन्शियसली मेरे 20 मिनट के अगले बातचीत को सुने, so we can enhance the safety a lot. This is brief about myself. I have served in private sector as engineer, as an employee of the supervision authority in India and abroad, then as a DPR consultant, as a supervision consultant, we call authority engineer, and now these days I am doing the safety audit of many projects. Since 2000, I am into the consultancy business. So जैसे मैंने अभी कहा कि अगर आप अगले 20 मिनट में मेरी बात को ध्यानपूर्वक सुनोगे, अपने मोबाइल को जो कहते हैं कि जी साइलेंट पे रखकर, जहाँ जो हम कहते हैं कि मौन पर रखकर, तो आई अश्योर यू आप डेफिनेटली यहाँ से कुछ ना कुछ लेके जाओगे. एंड इन ए लाइटर वेन आई से कि अगर मज़ा ना आए तो पैसे वापस, ये मेरी गारंटी है सर. So since yesterday we are discussing regarding 4 E's and 5 E's of road safety, जो कि सब कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेड है, जिसके बारे में हम डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म पे सुनते हैं. तो उन्हीं में से जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है वो ये निकल के आया कि 4 E's के साथ 4 C's भी हैं. एंड उसमें जो सबसे पहली बात है कि कंसर्न, सेकंड कम्स द कॉन्शियसनेस, थर्ड कम्स द कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड कोऑपरेशन, एंड फाइनल इज कंप्लायंस. सो इस 20 मिनट के समय में मैं एम्फेसिस ज़्यादा कंप्लायंसेस के ऊपर दूंगा जी. सो कंसर्न जैसे हम कहते हैं कि हमें चिंतित होना चाहिए कि यार अगर किसी आदमी कोई सड़क पे नजायज़ मारा जाता है तो वो हमारा भी हो सकता है. और जनरली जो रोड के एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं इसमें ब्रेड विनर अपनी लाइफ लूज़ करता है. एक्सीडेंट में मरना किसी के लिए भी ठीक नहीं है, बट मेरी एक फीलिंग है कि अगर कोई समृद्ध परिवार का आदमी एक्सीडेंट में मर जाता है तो उसका लॉस तो सारी उम्र वो नहीं भूलते, लेकिन फाइनेंशियली या फैमिली के ऊपर उतना असर नहीं पड़ता. पर यू जस्ट इमेजिन कि अगर एक वर्कर जब वो आदमी जो ब्रेड विनर है उसके पीछे वो एक आदमी के मरने से 25-30 आदमियों का जिंदे जी मरना हो जाता है। सो वी शुड बी कंसर्न अबाउट दैट कि जी रोड एक्सीडेंट की कितनी सीरियसनेस है। तो मैं इस सभी पूरी प्रेजेंटेशन में जो है अपने एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूंगा, जिसको आप क्रिटिसिज्म ना लेकर आप उसमें इंट्रोस्पेक्शन, जिसको हम कहते हैं कि हम आत्म निरीक्षण करेंगे। किसी की मैं गलतियां जब वो नहीं निकालूंगा, लेकिन जब तक हम किसी बीमारी के बारे में डिस्कस नहीं करेंगे तो उसका इलाज भी नहीं निकलता जी। तो इसलिए मैं जो भी बातें या जो स्लाइड्स में दिखाऊंगा, ये इसको गलतियां ना मानना, ये देखना कि इसका हमने आत्म निरीक्षण कैसे करना है। जैसे मैंने कहा कि कंसर्न है, सबसे पहले मैं पीछे कोई थोड़ी देर पहले हमारे चेयरमैन NHAI उन्होंने एक जो हमारा ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन होता है उसके अंदर उन्होंने एक छोटा सा एक मैसेज दिया था। मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि अगर ये प्ले कर पाएँ तो उनका मैसेज आपको सुनाऊं। ये मैंने थोड़ा सा आपको ये बताने की कोशिश करी है कि अवर चेयरमैन NHAI हु हैपन्स टू बी ए सिविल इंजीनियर एज वेल, उनका भी कंसर्न है। मैं काफ़ी प्लेटफार्म पर उनको सुना, वो ये कंसर्न रेज करते हैं जो कि मैं अभी आपको बता के हटाऊँ। सिमिलरली कल जो CM साहब यहाँ आए, उन्होंने भी सिमिलर कंसर्न अपने रेज किए जो कि मीडिया ने वाइडली कवर किए हैं। उन्होंने ये पॉइंट किया कि डेवलपमेंट इज़ मीनिंगफुल ओनली व्हेन इट इज़ सेफ। देन उन्होंने ये कहा कि हम सैद्धांतिक तक ना रहें, हम उसको प्रैक्टिकलिटी में भी ले आएँ, व्यवहारिक जीवन में भी उसको लेके आएँ। और जो मैं प्रेजेंट भी करने वाला हूँ, उन्होंने ये कहा कि नियम जितने भी बना लो, अगर उसकी पालना नहीं करते तो नियम बनाने का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है। सो इट शोज़ कंसर्न ऑफ अवर चीफ मिनिस्टर आल्सो, जो कल इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर बोल के गए जी। जो मैं कॉन्शियसनेस जागरूकता की बात करता हूँ, ये पॉइंट्स हैं, मैं इनमें डिटेल में नहीं बात करूँगा। कॉन्शियसनेस जो लोगों में आनी चाहिए कि कोई शॉर्टकट्स नहीं लेने, फ्रीक्वेंट मीडियन ओपनिंग, रोड क्रॉसिंग एट डेजिग्नेटेड प्लेसेस, स्टॉपेज ऑफ बस स्टैंड, रिमूवल ऑफ ब्रेक डाउन व्हीकल। जो अभी चोपड़ा साहब ने बताया कि एक गाड़ी ठुक गई जी, गाड़ी के पीछे गाड़ियाँ ठुकती गई, जबकि हमारे BOT जहाँ जितनी भी रोड्स हैं जहाँ टोल लगा हुआ है, वहाँ ये प्रोविज़न है कि इतने सेकंड में गाड़ी को रिमूव करना है, तो एमरजेंसी में उसको रिमूव किया जा सकता था। देन रोड साइड वेंडर्स, जगह जगह हमने देखा है संतरे बेचने वाले खड़े हैं, जूस वाले खड़े हैं, और पार्किंग ऑफ व्हीकल्स ऑन हाईवे, यूज़ ऑफ फुट ओवर ब्रिज बना दिए, उसके ऊपर चढ़ता कोई नहीं है। देन ड्राइविंग एट सेफ स्पीड दी वीक इशू है जी। देन कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड कोऑपरेशन, ये इस प्लेटफार्म पे काफ़ी बार लोगों ने डिस्कस किया है। तो ये सभी लोगों के बीच में कोऑर्डिनेशन होनी चाहिए। अभी मिस्टर पोपली ने ये कहा था कि स्टेट हाईवेज और नेशनल हाईवे के बीच में भी उनके कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है। तो अगर ये कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं होगी तो सेफ्टी इन्हांस नहीं कर सकते। कल इसी तरह से हमारे पीडब्ल्यूडी मिनिस्टर हरियाणा, उन्होंने भी ये बात कही कि लाइट पोल शोल्डर के ऊपर लगे हुए हैं, कोई जो बिजली बोर्ड वालों के हैं, सड़क पीडब्ल्यूडी वालों की है, और वो खंबे रिमूव नहीं करते, जहाँ फिर उसके ऊपर कोई रिफ्लेक्टिव टेप या इस तरह भी कुछ नहीं करते कि वो उसको रात को एक्सीडेंट कम हो सके, बचाया जा सके। सो उन्होंने भी ये इशू कल रेज किया। देन ACS हरियाणा, उन्होंने भी ये बात कही कि कोऑर्डिनेशन लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी और ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट, उन्होंने भी कोऑर्डिनेशन के बारे में जिक्र किया। सो नो आई कम टू माई मेन प्रेजेंटेशन, दैट इज़ कंप्लायंस। सो हमारे देश में है क्या कि हम इंस्ट्रक्शन देने ही सबको आती हैं, हुक्म चलाने आते हैं, रूल रेगुलेशन किताबें बना दो, कोड बना दो, 100% हम इसमें परफेक्ट हैं। देन कम्स द सी दैट दीज आर राइट इंस्ट्रक्शन और नॉट। ये देखना कि ये जो इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रहे हैं ये ठीक भी हैं, इम्प्लीमेंटेबल हैं कि नहीं। इसकी मैं छोटी सी एग्जांपल देता हूँ। जनवरी 2020 में एक सर्कुलर निकला कि जितने भी क्रैश बैरियर लग रहे हैं ये क्रैश टेस्टेड होने चाहिए, प्रोसीजर बता दिया सब। तो हिंदुस्तान में एक ही क्रैश टेस्टिंग एजेंसी है, और बताओ कि क्रैश बैरियर कितनी स्पीड से लग रहे हैं, कैसे टेस्ट होंगे। सेकंडली मेरे को ये भी पता लगा कि वही एजेंसी, आप एक सिस्टम जब एक बार लेके जाते हो क्रैश टेस्ट में पास है, जब दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट के लिए लेके जाते हो वो कहते हैं ये सिस्टम फेल है। सो ऐसी जो हम इंस्ट्रक्शन देते हैं ये देखना चाहिए कि यार ये ठीक भी हैं या नहीं है। देन इंश्योर दैट दीज आर द राइट इंस्ट्रक्शन। इसके ऊपर मैं डिटेल में बात करूँगा कि जो हमारे CM साहब ने भी कहा कि यार उनका अनुपालन करें, और कल यादव साहब ने भी कहा कि हम कर्म भूमि हरियाणा में आए हैं, भगवत गीता में उपदेश तो बहुत दिया हुआ है लेकिन उपदेश की पालना करें। तो ये इन्होंने ओपनिंग रिमार्क में ये बात कही थी। सो जैसे मैंने कहा कि कोड बहुत हैं, बहुत सारे कोड बने हैं। कल ये भी बताया गया कि लगभग 275 IRC कोड, उसके बाद मैनुअल, सर्कुलर्स और बहुत सारे हैं, उसकी कोई कमी नहीं है। देन ये सर्कुलर भी निकलते रहते हैं टाइम टू टाइम। ये कुछ सर्कुलर्स का दिखा रहा हूँ आपको मैं। कंसर्न की जो बात है, जो मैंने कहा कि कोड और मैनुअल बहुत सारे हैं। हमारे सेक्रेटरी जनरल गुप्ता जी ने 2 बार अपने एडिटोरियल में ये बात लिखी है, देयर इज ए ग्रेट नीड टू इंश्योर दैट द स्टैंडर्ड्स आर फॉलोड इन बोथ लेटर एंड स्पिरिट, कि जो बनाए हुए हैं उसको फॉलो तो कर लें। देन उन्होंने कहा देयर इज नीड फॉर कंसिस्टेंस अडॉप्शन एंड एनफोर्समेंट अक्रॉस स्टेट एंड एजेंसीज। तो इशू जो है वो कंप्लायंस का ही है, कोड मैनुअल जहाँ वो नहीं बने हुए। और जैसे मैंने अभी कहा कि भगवत गीता की बात करते हैं तो हमें उपदेश की पालना की तरफ ध्यान देना है। अदरवाइज कल से जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, सिस्टम है, ये है, AI हो जाएगी जी, AI से ये हो जाएगा। तो मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि इंटेलिजेंस में हमारे लोगों की कोई कमी नहीं है। AI ठीक है, रिक्वायर्ड है, पर उस इंटेलिजेंस को यूज़ करके हम अगर सीरियसली काम कर लें तो सेफ्टी इन्हांस करी जा सकती है। सो मैं कुछ ऐसे इशू आपको बताऊंगा जहां पर हमने एज ए रोड सेफ्टी एडिटर या अदरवाइज, क्योंकि मेरा ये पैशन भी है, हमने सेफ्टी के इश्यूज़ को डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे लिया और वो उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाने के बाद वो इशू सरकार ने सुने भी, एड्रेस भी हुए और इम्प्लीमेंट भी हुए। सो उसमें से ये 8-10 इशू हैं, मैं 1 बाय 1 हरिडली आपको बताता हूँ। सबसे पहले आता है कि जी जो क्रैश बैरियर आपने अक्सर सड़कों पे देखा होगा, बिटवीन फुटपाथ एंड मेन कैरेज वे क्रैश बैरियर लगा दो। कल ये भी जिक्र हो रहा था कि हमको अपने स्पेसिफिकेशन स्टैंडर्ड कहीं से कॉपी कर लेते हैं, कोऑर्डिनेशन की कमी है। ब्रिज वालों ने अपना सेक्शन दे दिया, रोड वालों ने अपना सेक्शन दे दिया, तो इस तरह के इशू होता है। ये इस इशू को हमने रेज किया मिनिस्ट्री के साथ, NHA के साथ, और अल्टीमेटली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट ने, शृंगी साहब जहाँ बैठे हैं, इन्होंने एक मीटिंग कन्वे करी। मेरे को बहुत खुशी है ये बता के कि वो बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक वे में, डेमोक्रेटिक वे में मीटिंग हुई। इन्होंने सभी लोगों को वहाँ पर बुलाया, स्पेसिफिकली मेरे जैसे एक छोटे कंसल्टेंट को भी उन्होंने इन्वाइट किया और बड़ी धैर्य से सबकी बातें सुनी। सबकी बातें सुनने के बाद लगभग 6 महीने के बाद उन्होंने एक सर्कुलर इशू किया और इस सर्कुलर में इस इशू को एड्रेस कर दिया, जिसमें ये कहा गया कि इन फ्यूचर कोई भी क्रैश बैरियर जो है वो अर्दन शोल्डर के बाहर तक जाएगा, उसके बीच में कोई क्रैशियर बैरियर नहीं होगा। और ये जो सर्कुलर है, अब जो नए मैं देख रहा हूँ टेंडर लग रहे हैं, उसमें ये इम्प्लीमेंट भी हुआ है। सिमिलरली इन्होंने ये भी कहा कि जो हमारा कलवर्ट होता है उसका भी जो क्रैश बैरियर है वो आउटर एज पे आएगा। सो आई एम ग्रेटफुल टू मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट फॉर लिसनिंग अस एंड इम्प्लीमेंटिंग दिस सर। सो इस तरह से अब जो विड्थ है वो जो पहले 13 मीटर होती थी लगभग 14 मीटर इन्होंने कर दिया जी। और एक ये और क्रॉस सेक्शन है जिसमें नए टेंडर में ये विड्थ तो बढ़ा दी, लेकिन पोपली साहब अभी जो कह रहे थे कि जी अब ये हमने फुल हाइट की RS वाल लेने लग गए हैं। पोपली साहब अभी भी ये इस तरह के टेंडर लग रहे हैं, लोग RS वाल फुल हाइट तक नहीं लेके जा रहे जी। देन सेकंड कंसर्न जो हमारा यही जो कंसर्न मैं दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि इस तरह से ये क्रैश बैरियर होता था और गाड़ी आती थी उसमें हिट कर जाती थी, और अब सब्सीक्वेंटली चेंज होके ये हो गया जिसमें आपको क्लियर दिख रहा है। और उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि फुटपाथ को हम टेपर करके ले जाएं जी। सो एक हमारे कोड में ये प्रोविज़न जरूर है, धीरज सेठी जी ने मेरे को बताया था कि हम जो मेटल क्रैश बैरियर है उसके अंदर ऐसे ब्रेक दे दें, पर कहीं भी किसी प्रोजेक्ट में मैंने देखा नहीं है। सो जो अभी जो डिसीजन मिनिस्ट्री ने लिया दैट इज़ बेटर वन। सो इस तरह से जो हम कलवर्ट्स की बात करते हैं, स्टैंड लोन इस तरह से होते थे, तो कलवर्ट्स में भी उन्होंने ये डिसीजन ले लिया, कलवर्ट में भी इस तरह से विड्थ बढ़ा दी गई। अब एक इशू जो हमारा एड्रेस होने से रह गया वो ये था जी कि जो हिल रोड है, हिल रोड में हिल साइड में कोई भी शोल्डर नहीं है, पेव्ड शोल्डर है, उसके एज के ऊपर ही हम लगा देते हैं। और ये इशू जो है अर्दन शोल्डर ना होने की वजह से ये इशू अनएड्रेस्ड है और अभी भी इस पर एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं। सो ये मैं उसको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। सो ये और हमारा इसमें जो कल बात चल रही थी कि रेट्रोफिटिंग। सो मेरा एक सजेशन ये है कि जो पुराने ब्रिजेस हैं जिसके अंदर हमारे क्रैश बैरियर इनसाइड में है, हमारे कैरेज वे जो फुटपाथ है कैरेज वे डिज़ाइन हुआ है, उसमें हम इस तरह की रेट्रोफिटिंग कर दें कि क्रैश बैरियर को हटा दें और वहाँ पेव्ड टेक्टाइल पेमेंट या कुछ तरह की चीज़ लगा लें सर। सो ये उसी के एग्जांपल हैं, फुटपाथ को जो मैंने कहा चेंज कर लें जी। सो एक जो हम और अचीवमेंट हमने पाई वो ये था कि हॉरिजेंटल कर्व पे स्पेशली हिली एरिया में फ्रीक्वेंटली हॉरिजेंटल कर्व आते हैं, एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग नहीं प्रोवाइड करी जाती थी जी। सो जब हमने अपने सेफ्टी ऑडिट में इसको लिया और कंसर्न्ड पीडीज ने हमारी बात सुनी तो सब्सीक्वेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स के ऊपर ये एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग प्रोवाइड होनी शुरू हो गई है। तो आपको सुन के बड़ी हैरानी होगी कि बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट ऐसे बन रहे हैं जिसमें एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग नहीं है। और एज बिल्ट ड्रैंगों की बात हो रही थी, एक प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर एज बिल्ट ड्रैंग में एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग है, अदरवाइज फील्ड में एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग नहीं है। सो इस तरह से ये एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग ये प्रोवाइड करी गई उन प्रोजेक्टों के ऊपर। सो देन एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग के एक और भी इशू था कि जब वो एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग प्रोवाइड करते हैं, क्योंकि लिखा है फुटपाथ टू बी डिजाइंड एज ए कैरेज वे, तो उसमें उनकी लोडिंग बढ़ जाती है। सो ईपीसी या हैम में कंट्रैक्टर की इकोनॉमी पे भी फर्क पड़ता है, दैट इज समटाइम्स वो नहीं लेते। इसी तरह से डॉक्टर पाल ने कहा था कि जी जो हमारी रोड सेफ्टी में ब्रिजेस को हम कवर नहीं करते। सर ब्रिजेस को भी हम देखते हैं क्योंकि ब्रिजेस आर पार्ट ऑफ हाईवे। हमारा जो सेफ्टी मैनुअल है SP 88 ये तो प्रोसीजर बताता है, ये कहीं नहीं कहता कि ब्रिजेस आपने नहीं देखने। सो ये जब अंडरपास लेते हैं इसमें भी कोड में बड़ा क्लियर है कि आपने इस तरह से जब गाड़ी जाती है तो उसकी विड्थ जो है 5 इंटू जो सुपर एलिवेशन है वो रखनी है, जनरली ये नहीं रखी जाती। देन और एक सेफ्टी कंसर्न जो है कि हमने कहा जो अभी बात चल रही थी कि जी पेडेस्ट्रियन वीयू जो वनरेबल रोड यूज़र हैं उसके लिए फुट ओवरब्रिज बना दो, कोई चढ़ता नहीं है, यूज़ नहीं करता। हमने इशू रेज किया कि देखो आपकी मैकमेंट इस तरह से जा रही है, अगर आप इसको LVUP में कन्वर्ट कर दो या PUP में, दे डिड इट एंड इट हैपेंड, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये हुआ जब लगभग आधा प्रोजेक्ट बन चुका था। सो ये PUP बन गया सर। सो एक कंसर्न हमने ये किया था कि वहाँ पर ये प्रोजेक्ट बन गया और बीच में एक रेज्ड आइलैंड बना हुआ है, ब्यूटीफुली डेकोरेटेड भी है। जब हमने PCOD पे गए हमने देखा गाड़ी तो सीधी उसके अंदर ठुकती है। सो कंट्रैक्टर को और अथॉरिटी को जब हमने बताया दे इमीडिएटली रिमूव्ड इट, और ये दूसरी फोटोग्राफ उसको रिमूव करे हुए की है जी। फिर ये अभी बात चल रही थी जी कि इंटरसेक्शन या जंक्शंस के ऊपर हम ध्यान नहीं देते। पर चांस इस प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर एंड डिज़ाइन कंसल्टेंट एक ही है, सो ये एक मेजर जंक्शन था जो कांगड़ा को रोड जाती थी, पूरा प्रोजेक्ट 1100 करोड़ का बन के तैयार हो गया जी, पीसीओडी होगी, लेकिन खोल नहीं पाए कि जी यहाँ एक जंक्शन नहीं तैयार किया, एक आगे के ब्रिज नहीं तैयार किया। यू कैन जस्ट इमेजिन कि नेशन का पैसा लग गया, पीसीओडी होगी, पर जनता को हम सड़क नहीं दे पा रहे। और ये फिर जब हमने इसको अपने उसमें लिया तो नाउ दे हैव प्रोवाइडेड ए VOP ओवर देयर, और बट इट इज स्टिल अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन। इसी तरह से क्रैश बैरियर कल भी बात हो रही थी, वनरेबल होते हैं, तो उन्होंने क्रैश बैरियर जो था हाई कंटेनमेंट लगाना था, 1100 mm का क्रैश बैरियर लगाया। जब हमने इंटरवीन किया कि वहाँ 1500 होना चाहिए, तो उन्होंने इस तरह से ऊपर उसके एटलीस्ट रेलिंग लगा दीजिए। सो जन ये एक वीडियो था जिसके अंदर आपने देखा होगा कि बंगलौर में एक गाड़ी कैसे ऊपर से कूद के नीचे गई है। सो क्रैश बैरियर ये ड्राइंग में मैं दिखा रहा हूँ जो साइड पे लगते भी हैं, जहाँ तो वो बिल्कुल ही नीचे लगते हैं, जहाँ बहुत ऊंचे लग जाते हैं। सो ये मैंने एक प्रैक्टिकली पटियाला रोड के ऊपर ये देखा जी, एक्चुअल क्रैश बैरियर ये लगा हुआ है। तो आप बताओ ये कैसे हम जो है सेफ्टी में किसी आदमी को कैसे बचा सकते हैं। सो इसी तरह से ये ऊना के पास पहले मीडियन था, मीडियन के ऊपर क्रैश बैरियर लगा दिया, मिनिस्ट्री का प्रोजेक्ट था। बार बार ये कहा गया कि अगर कर्ब होगा तो सीरियस सेफ्टी हैजार्ड है, उन्होंने कर्ब भी छोड़ दिया और क्रैश बैरियर भी। सो एक इसी तरह से रोड साइन की बात हुई, कहीं भी लगा देते हैं। हमने जब इंटरवीन किया तो रोड साइन ये इस तरह से लग रहे थे और सब्सीक्वेंटली रोड साइन साइडों में लगने शुरू हो गए। और इसमें ये नीचे वाली जो लास्ट स्लाइड है ये हरियाणा की है, हम कहते हैं कि जो मिनिमम हाइट बोर्ड की कितनी होनी चाहिए, उसने हाइट जो बोर्ड रेडीमेड तैयार करके ले आया और नेचुरल ग्राउंड से लगा दीजिए। सो रोड साइनेज अबटिंग ये वो इशू जो हमने करवाए वहाँ पर जी। सपोर्टिंग सिस्टम और रोड सिस्टम बड़े क्लियरली लिखा है कि GI की पाइप गणेश डाई की लगानी है, पर मेजॉरिटी केसेस में MS की पाइप लगती है। इसी तरह से जो इलेक्ट्रिकल पोल लगाते हैं तो ये मीडियन को काट देते हैं। हमने जब इंटरवीन किया तो पोल इस तरह से लगने शुरू हुए। सो ये उसकी एक एग्जांपल है जी। फिर जनरली रेलिंग को एक ही कलर कर दिया जाता था, हमने करवा के देखा, इट वर्क्स बेटर। सो एक बड़ा इशू जो पाल साहब कह रहे थे कि जी स्पिल थ्रू अबटमेंट बना दी जाती हैं, हमने जब इशू रेज किया तो उन्होंने स्पिल थ्रू अबटमेंट के पीछे एक दीवार लगा दी। वो कहते लो जी, और सभी अथॉरिटी ने उस पर साइन कर दिया कि डिज़ाइन सेफ़ है, पर मैं नहीं समझ सकता कि ये डिज़ाइन कैसे सेफ़ होगा। सर मैं क्योंकि मेरी अपनी स्टेट अपने शहर में प्रेजेंटेशन हो रही है, सो आई वुड एक्सपेक्ट कि मेरे को 2-4 मिनट ज़्यादा दिए जाएंगे सर। सो इसी तरह से सर ये ब्रिज था, VUP थे, बीच में RS वाल थी, तो हमने सजेस्ट किया कि यार ये RS वाल रोज़ फेल हो जाती है, इसमें वायाडक्ट लगा दिया जाए। तो ये वायाडक्ट प्रोवाइड किए गए। तो ये अब था जो हमने किए। फिर ये इस स्लाइड में ही मैं क्लियर कर दूंगा, काफ़ी सारे इंटरवेंशन हैं। अगर स्टेक होल्डर जो कि कोड मैनुअल्स में प्रोविज़न दिया हुआ है, अगर वो उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर लें, जैसे पोपली साहब ने आगे कहा था कि अगर आंखें खोल के लोग सभी चल लें तो हमें अभी AI की उतनी ज़रूरत नहीं है जी। ये वो इशू है जी, होलिस्टिक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ प्रोविजन ऑफ कोड। बहुत कुछ कोड में दिया है, मैनुअल में दिया है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं होती। टाई स्पेसिफिक कंटेनमेंट लेवल ऑफ RCC क्रैश बैरियर, IRC 5 बिल्कुल क्लियर है कि कहाँ हाई कंटेनमेंट क्रैश बैरियर लगना है। इसी तरह से मेटल क्रैश बैरियर, साइट इंस्पेक्शन, लोकेशन ऑफ बस क्यू शेल्टर। एक प्रोजेक्ट में मैं देखा कि वहाँ जगह है, उसने सड़क के किनारे पे बस क्यू शेल्टर लगा दिया, और ये नहीं उसकी हमने ड्राइंग मांगी, वो कहते हैं हमारे तो उसमें लिखा हुआ था कि आपने अबटिंग लगाना है, बट उसको शिफ्ट नहीं किया। साइट स्पेसिफिक प्रोविजन ऑफ फुट ओवर ब्रिज, इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ रोड मार्किंग, रोड साइनेज, डिस्पोजल ऑफ रेन वाटर। अभी सुबह चोपड़ा साहब कह रहे थे जी 20% एक्सीडेंट इसलिए हो जाते हैं कि सड़क के ऊपर पानी होता है। हमारे कोड मैनुअल में बड़ा साफ प्रोविजन है कि हमने कहीं भी रोड के ऊपर फ्लाईओवर से पानी नहीं गिराना, पर 99% रोड के ऊपर पानी हम सर्विस रोड के ऊपर ही गिराते हैं, जबकि कोड में प्रोविजन है लेकिन उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं होती जी। यूनिफॉर्मिटी इन क्रॉस सेक्शन, पहला पैकेज में कोई क्रॉस सेक्शन, दूसरे में कोई, PD एक है, RO एक है, डिफरेंट क्रॉस सेक्शन है सर। जो ड्रेन जैसे मैंने हिली एरिया में कहा तो वो भी इशू है। तो ये उसकी सभी एग्जाम्पल्स थी। तो टाइम की कंस्ट्रेंट की वजह से मैं ये एक्सप्लेन नहीं करूँगा। नाउ आई विल गो टू माई, ये जो बस क्यू शेल्टर की मैंने आप बात करी, ये देखिए वहाँ जगह है लेकिन उसने सड़क के किनारे पे लगा दिया। और बस क्यू शेल्टर में होता क्या है कि जिसका जो मन आया वैसा बस क्यू शेल्टर बना देता है। सो ये जो बनाया आपको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, जो उसने इसलिए नहीं बनाया कि जी उसको उसने कहा कि अच्छा बनना चाहिए, ये उसके शेड्यूल बी में लिखा हुआ था कि तू ये स्टेनलेस स्टील लगाएगा, ये बनाएगा, बट उसने आगे गलती ये करी कि अबटिंग बना दिया, जगह दी। तो ये इशू हैं जो अथॉरिटीज़ अगर टाइम से इंटरवीन करें तो ये इम्प्लीमेंट किए। फिर फुट ओवर ब्रिज सीधा बना दिया जबकि लोगों की आबादी ऊपर है जी, तो ये फील्ड वालों को देखना चाहिए जी। या 2 लेन रोड के ऊपर हम फुट ओवर ब्रिज बना देते हैं और ये इस फुट ओवर ब्रिज पे कौन जाएगा, कैसे ये यूज़ होगा। तो ये कुछ एग्जाम्पल हैं। फिर ये फुट ओवर ब्रिज 4 लेन पे बना दिया, बीच में मीडियन ओपनिंग भी छोड़ दीजिए। सो इसी तरह से ये जैसे मैंने कहा कि ये सारे हमारे कोड में दी हुई हैं, बट बात इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की है।
प्लीज कंक्लूड।
हाँ सर। सो ये कल जंक्शंस की बात हुई। सो ये सभी कोड्स में है जो मैं बताने की कोशिश करी है। जो मैं अभी बात कही थी कि एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग, हमें एज बिल्ट ड्राइंग दी गई, उसके अंदर एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग है। यहाँ एक्सीडेंट हो गया, 4 लोग मर गए, जब प्रैक्टिकली चेक किया एक्स्ट्रा वाइडनिंग नहीं थी जी वहाँ पर। सो ये जो रेन वाटर बाग की मैंने बात करी, ये होना इस तरह से चाहिए जी। और ये जो यूनिफॉर्मिटी ऑफ क्रॉस सेक्शन, ये हमारी सजेशंस हैं जी कि अगर कुछ नहीं हो सकता तो अबटिंग ड्रेन को कैसे ट्रीट किया जा सकता है। मैं स्लाइड शेयर कर दूंगा। आई रिक्वेस्ट द अथॉरिटीज़ की हमारी इस कंसर्न को देखकर अगर जहाँ तक इम्प्लीमेंट हो सकती है उसको। ये कल मीडियन ओपनिंग की बात कर रहे थे सेवाराम जी की, जहाँ मन आए वहाँ मीडियन ओपनिंग दे दो और शेल्टर लेन के बगैर नहीं देनी चाहिए। ये हमने ड्राइंग बहुत जगह दी है कि कैसे आप विदाउट एक्स्ट्रा लैंड मीडियन ओपनिंग कर सकते हो, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुई। फिर गोर एरिया का ट्रीटमेंट हम ये सजेस्ट करते हैं कि यहाँ टेक्टाइल पेमेंट कर दो ताकि बंदा जाए तो गड़गड़ की आवाज़ आए, जहाँ और भी जो लोकेशंस हैं ये टेक्टाइल पेमेंट वहाँ कर दी जाए जी। सो एक हमारा सजेशन है जो कि कोड मैनुअल नहीं अलाउ करता। रेलवे में हमने देखा है कि लोग रेलवे लाइन के नीचे जितने कलवट होते हैं में गड्ढा रेड़ा सब निकाल के लेके जाते हैं। तो हमारे भी यहाँ 3x3 के जो कलवट बनते हैं साइड स्पेसिफिक को देखते हो, अगर साइड से कोई रैंप टेम्परेरी कुछ बना दिए जाएँ ताकि पेडेस्ट्रियन लोग उसको यूज़ कर सकें, ये हमारी सजेशन है सर। सो ये कलवट का ये जो ड्रेन की बात है, हमारा IRC 119 में बिल्कुल क्लियर लिखा हुआ है कि ये बटिंग ड्रेन कैसे बनानी है, पर अनफॉर्चुनेटली कोई पढ़ता नहीं है और उसको पढ़ता है तो वो बनवाता नहीं, क्यों ये हमें नहीं पता था। सो पेडेस्ट्रियन ट्रैफिक कामिंग डिवाइसेस प्रेफर PUP ओवर FOB, कोशिश करो कन्वर्ट कलवर्ट टू PUP, रेज रोड बाई 1.5 मीटर PUP प्रोवाइड कैसे किया जा सकता है, ये हमने दिखाया कि टेक्टाइल पेमेंट कर दी जाए जी, ईजिली हो सकती है ट्रैफिक कामिंग के लिए। ये सभी ये हमारी सजेशन है जी। सो ये क्रैश बैरियर की अगली प्रेजेंटेशन है सर, उसमें बताएंगे। मैं दिखाने की कोशिश करी है कि जो बोपली साहब कर दिए आंखें खोल के चले, ये गोवा में क्रैश बैरियर लगा है। क्रैश बैरियर की हाइट कार से भी ऊपर है, ये दिल्ली के पास लगा हुआ है जी। सो इसके लिए हमें कोई 3D कैमरा या AI की ज़रूरत नहीं है, अगर आंखें खोल के चल पड़े। ये एंड ट्रीटमेंट देख लीजिए जी, और ये एंड ट्रीटमेंट कोड में दिया हुआ, मेरा ख्याल कभी किसी प्रोजेक्ट पे नहीं मैंने देखा जी। देन ये प्रैक्टिस जो एंड ट्रीटमेंट की ये है। सो दिस वाज ऑल अबाउट माय प्रेजेंटेशन। सो एज ए पैशन आई शेयर माय व्यूज़ ऑन यूट्यूब चैनल आल्सो, सो आप उसको फॉलो कर सकते हो। और लास्ट में जो मैं दो दिन कल से जो लोग प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं उसमें डॉक्टर चहल साहब ने ये कहा था मस्ट स्पेंड टाइम ऑन रोड्स, और एक बुलारे ने ये भी कहा था कि अथॉरिटीज़ हैव टू टेक द ब्लेम। मैं भी इससे सहमत हूँ जी कि जब तक अथॉरिटीज़ इंटरवीन नहीं करेंगी। और एक मेरी सजेशन ये है कि जो लोग अच्छा सेफ्टी में काम करते हैं, चाहे वो कंट्रैक्टर हैं, अथॉरिटी इंजीनियर हैं, सेफ्टी कंसल्टेंट हैं, जहाँ PD हैं, दे मस्ट बी अवार्डेड एंड हाईलाइटेड। और जो अच्छा नहीं करते उसके साथ सरकार ने क्या करना है, सरकार यहाँ बैठी है, ये फैसला कर सकती है। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you, Gaiji, for an excellent presentation, starting from 4C, चिंतित होना, जागरूक होना और अनुपालन तक. And you have given very nice example on field cases on various issues. And I think there will be a lot of interactive questions in the end of the sessions. Thanks for such a presentation. Now let's go to two commercial presentation. One is Emerging Safer Highways, Importance of Crash Barrier in Road Safety by C. Parikit Gaur from Utkarsh India Limited. So time is 10 minutes. Please try to stick to the time.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, myself, Parikshit Gaur, I am from Utkarsh India Limited. To start, I'll just give a very brief presentation of our company. So, we have 40 years of industry experience. We are serving diverse sectors such as infra, power, telecom, water, and agriculture sectors. We are having skill force of 4,000 plus people, turnover of 2,500 crores, and 6,15,000 plus square meters of plant area. So we currently are holding the largest crash barrier production capacity in India. We dispatch around 500 kilometers of road safety systems every month. We are a trusted supply partner for major projects all over India. So let us have a brief about the crash barriers. So the vehicle restraint system is a commonly referred term. Under this vehicle restraint system, there are 5 components. First is safety barrier, in which metal crash barrier, wire rope barriers come. Then there are terminals to terminate the crash barrier installations. Then transition, when we are going from one type of barrier to other. Crash cushions or traffic impact attenuators, and then parapets. So we'll be talking about the metal crash barriers. So there are 4 components, each having its own post, which is a vertical member, beam, horizontal one. Spacers are used between the post and spacers, and V fasteners. So this is a conventional barrier, W-beam, which has been designed in America about 50 to 60 years ago. It behaves very good for the smaller vehicles, but it sometimes known to have failed with the larger vehicles. Then to address the issue of the heavy commercial vehicles, tri-beam was introduced. It's a modification, but basically an enlargement of the W-beam. So what is the role of crash barriers in saving lives? So crash barriers are used to prevent run-off vehicles, crossover collisions, and impact with rigid objects. So due to the human error, it is very difficult to stop the accidents, but we can reduce the fatality rates. Multiple studies around the globe have confirmed that using crash barriers reduce the fatality. So there are multiple studies in which they have shown that 40%, 52% fatalities have reduced by using these crash barriers. So what defines a good barrier? Its containment capacity, the working width, the occupant risk, the durability, and most importantly, the cost. And these criteria are defined by design speed, traffic mix, road geometry, and hazard severity. So generally, these are the common mistakes which makes the use of crash barrier non-applicable. So wrong barrier selection, if the containment level or the height as shown by the previous speaker, then if the height is not correct, it is not going to be successful in stopping the vehicle. Improper installation, if the orientation is not correct, the fasteners are not fastened to a proper limit, it will not be stopping the vehicles correctly. Then missing transitions, if the end treatment is not done properly, it is very hazardous. Same with the unsafe terminals. So a good barrier absorbs the impact, a bad one transforms it. So not all barriers performs equally. So the wrong selection equals to higher fatalities. So what needs to change in the current scenario? So we have to transition from input-based system to performance-based system. So the input-based system relies on the conventional approaches. There is very little space for research, while the performance-based system relies on data. And currently we are also, we do not receive a lot of data, particularly regarding the performance of these safety barriers or for any safety device others. So we measure the steel, but we should measure the safety. So a few years back, authorities have issued the circular for performance testing of metal barriers. So we have a design, but how do we check if it performs well or not? So we hit it with a vehicle. So there are guidelines. One is EN 1317, which is a European design. So there are containment levels. In India, we are generally working with the H1 and H2 containment levels. So all the tests on a particular design are conducted on one passenger vehicle and one commercial vehicle. Now, once the vehicle is impacted on the barrier and the barrier is successful in containing the vehicle, then there must be some quantifiable data. So working width is one of the criteria. It measures the width of the system as well as deflection of the system, which gives an idea how much space there should be after the crash barrier is installed. Another thing is regarding the passenger safety, which is impact severity. So it gives an idea how much the passengers are going to face the impact forces during the impact. So these systems, they have smarter designs, greater flexibility, and minimal use of steel. So we have currently different systems in H1, which is commonly referred to as W-beam in India. We have multiple systems working with W4 spacing 2 meters. Similarly, in H2 system, we have multiple systems. Now moving on to the end terminals. Why proper end terminals are important? So if we leave the crash barrier like this can happen. So that's why terminating an end treatment is very important. But in India, currently, apart from the MELT and TT, there are very less details about the end treatments. So we have multiple type of end treatments. As per the site conditions, we have to install them to keep the sharp edges such that it does not penetrate the vehicle. Although fasteners are a very small component in crash barriers, but they hold a very important role. So we have our own in-house fastener manufacturing unit. So these are made as per the ISO and BIS standards, which are corrosion proof. Now moving on to the lighting solutions, we are also India's largest lighting mast and street light pole manufacturer. We have annual production of 4 lakh poles and 15,000 height masts. So these are the different products in our range, such as high mast, signage mast, gantry, stadium mast, CCTV poles, etc. Now there is another thing, a safer and a softer approach called zip pole. So what happens is, if a vehicle hits a pole, it is going to damage the vehicle as well as the pole. But with the zip pole, this happens. It opens like a zip and damages very little. So these are a breakaway, energy absorbent street lights to minimize injury risk. And these are also crash tested as per the EN 12767. These are pedestrian and driver safety, reduces fatality risks. These are some of the images. You can see that the pole has opened up, causing minimum damage to the vehicle and the passengers. Now, to end my slide, I'm just going to show a video. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Parikit, for a good presentation on cross barrier. Now, the last industry presentation of this session is from 3M Solution and Commitment Towards Road Safety by Sri Swatantra Kumar.
Excuse me. It's okay. So good afternoon. Thank you, IRC. Thank you, Haryana PWD, for giving us opportunity to talk on the subject which is most vulnerable nowadays. So I'm going to talk about the 3M solutions and commitment towards the road safety. So what we all have seen that there is a global reduction in the road accidents. If you talk about the last 10 years, 2010 to 2021, so there is a 5% reduction. But if you see comparative India, so during that time there was a little higher, so 14.5. But the silver line now is between 2021 onwards. So there is a little reduction. So we'd say we are on a right track. So with this kind of effort, all the people are putting together. So we are definitely going to reach to our destination towards the zero fatalities. So what we understand that there is a leading cause for the death and the first number coming, it's road accidents. And that is most unfortunate that people aged between 18 to 40 is into that range. And we are the 13th largest contributor to the health burden for the death in India as a road safety. As a result, what is happening? There are huge loss to our nation. That is 3% of the GDP. So on the right side, you can see that accidents happens in other part of the world also. But the United States, there is a fatalities, 40,000. And if you compare in India, so we are way ahead from the above mentioned important countries of the world, so where majority of the accidents happens. So what we understand, so more we are talking about the short-term measures. So there are different type of improvement we can do it on the related to road safety aspects. One part is short-term, another is long-term. So short-term could be, it's a focus-based. So it's an immediate fix. If we do something short-term measures, so immediately we can reduce the accidents. And long-term, it's a system transformation. We have to acquire land. We have to have more studies related to that. So immediately we can do the short-term measures. It's a less to moderate cost effective. And it's a very less time. Within a month time, we can reform that entire area where most of the accidents are coming up. And it's a quick impact and reactive and target approached. So these are the few studies happened across the globe which talks about that wet weather pavement marking reduces nighttime crashes by 32%. Raised pavement markers can help reduce crash by 24%. And the cost-benefit ratio towards the road signs and road markings are close to 22% of that. And similarly, delineation solutions have reduced casualty rate by 10 to 20%. So these are the few studies already available. So we can see that those things are helping a lot in a short-term measures impact of the road. So if I talk about, there is lots of reform has happened in the regulatory update related to road signs. So since 1977, lots of amendment has happened. So gradually the major things happened after 2013 onwards. So if you see that good warranty format, because there is a challenge related to warranty of the road signs. So it was there on the road for 10 years. So very good format are being given in the IRC code, IRC 67. And new technology has included like digital printing, higher font size, lots of new signs are included. Lots of, in 2023, there is exit treatment and overhead signs, font signs revisions. So lots of circular has come from the NHI, MORTH. So all those things are happening. So gradually as a result, there are lots of major changes has happened here. So now I talk about what 3M do for the social causes related to the road safety. So our motto is we bring family home safely. So that is our motto. So we work towards education, traffic engineering solutions, innovative labs, and product development in India. So one of the big program which we did in the past, last 4 or 5 years, that we have developed safe school zone across the country. So it was a mission from the US itself that 100 schools has to be updated. So gradually it's very good that we have a IRC SP32 has also come up. So all the intervention has been used towards that and good results has been identified there. So, and here it's a not only side edges program. So we did training to the school, training to the teachers also, and kind of a 3-day session. We go to the school, speak with the students, speak their challenges, their parents, all those things has happened. And apart from that, we have implemented IRCSP 32 also. So some of the report, we have done some studies with IIT Roorkee. So we realized that there is after the intervention of IRCSP 32, we realized there is a reduction in speed in that particular school zone area. So you can see initially, before any implementation, there were speed of 33.8 kilometers per hour. In daytime and afternoon, it was 27 kilometers. But gradually, it reduces after 1 month and after 2 months of the studies. So you can see here, there is a huge reduction. Next is, we have also done lots of studies. So one of the study was there in National Highway at Tamil Nadu. So with the help of short-term intervention, so there is a assessment over there that 92% reduction in number of road crashes after short-term improvement. So you can see here. And there is a number of fatalities also reduced huge from 4 to 1. So this is a study we conducted for 1 hour in that particular state. So apart from that, some of the other things, you can see lots of nighttime pilgrims happens in our country. So lots of accidents was happening in Rajasthan, in Kerala, all those places. So these are reflective tapes they put on the pedestrian who are moving on the state highway or national highway. So it was giving good visibility during the night time. So as a result, lots of accidents has reduced there. Another things like there is a codal provision in IS in standard 10613 that talks about the application of reflective tapes. So we know cycle or pedestrians are highly vulnerable. So this type of reflective tapes, if you put on the bicycles in the front and the back, which is as per the IS 10613, it will definitely going to improve the visibility because they are also using our roads, and especially they are slow moving vehicles, so difficult to, their visibility is very less during the night time. So some of the great engagement we are doing with the industry, you can see that we are engaged with lots of organization, lots of institutions for the different studies, like SVNIT, then CRI, IIT, Roorkee, so all those places. So every new products we wanted to come up. So after that, we do the research internal as well as external and understand that implications of all those products into the industry. So some of the very interesting design tool recently we have made, we realized that there is a challenge of the uniformity of the sign across the country because generally contracts awarded in the package wise. So what we realized that once you travel 100 kilometers stretch, so that packages are divided into different contractors. So there is a different type of signboard, different type of fonts are being used. So if such tools are being used, so it's a very simple tool. In 2 minutes time, you can just put the name of the places, select the signboard, select the IRC code, and finally it will give you the entire dimensions, arrow design, everything with the length, width, and height. So this is the very innovative tools which is now available. Apart from that, we worked with IRF, International Road Federation, with whom we have developed a school zone safety audit app. So in that, one can go to the school area and using that app, they can rate the schools. So that is another area in which you can rate the schools also. So these are the few interventions like what can be done in the different places in the schools, that retroreflective solutions, that reflective tapes, signs, markings, studs, furnitures, all those things. So this is one of the product which 3M is having. So all those products are visible here. So 3M, the new innovative solutions which 3M is having, the stay mark we call it, it's a preformed tape. So it's a highly visible, it's not a thermoplastic, it's a tape which can be pasted on the surface, and it's a highly visible in the bad weather conditions, especially in the wet conditions. So it can simply apply on the road. There is no heat and anything is applied. It comes in a roll format. Second is variable message sign. So it's you can see that product there. It is already available at our stall. And third is road safety asset management. So all the signboards and all the asset related to road safety furnitures, so that entire things can be identified, monitored through the asset management software.
Please
so this
conclude.
is, yes sir, only 1 minute more. So this is our capability. So all the products which are coming to the industry, so it goes through the comprehensive testing process. So we have a photometry lab. So all those, even all the testings are being done over there. So this is the strength of the organization. So we have a R&D lab, application engineer team, and traffic engineering team, and we have a presence in Pan India. So with that, I conclude. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Kumar, for your delegates. We're running out of time. We have an important panel session after this technical presentation. But there are 4 excellent presentations. The first 2 one on concession perspective and from consultant perspective, 2 from industry. We'll only allow maximum 2 number of questions that best. If you have anything to suggest or any questions to the speakers, only 2 questions. One is from Mr. S.K. Popley, advisor NHI, on the safety barrier. Widening, working with safety barrier cannot be sustainable as highways are only on. I think that's a suggestion of Mr. Popley. If WS working with safety barrier available and its post spacing, I think you can answer on that.
Sir, we are facing the same issues. The design, for example, the IRC, mentioned in IRC, we have tested, even in our competitors have also tested for Thribeam. The working width is coming W5. And, but in the W-beam, we are getting W3 as well. But majority of the systems are having working width of W4. So this is a big concern. Lots of time there is not enough space available at the shoulder side. So it's nobody has the solution for that right now, sir. We are trying to develop it. We might have to use less post spacing to achieve W3, but we are working towards it, sir.
Sir?
Thank you. Another is some sort of informative suggestion and request from a student, Gaurav Kumar. He said he's a student in computer science engineering, and he said this seminar is a wonderful forum, and he has suggested introduction of AI in the accident management system, road system, and also is very eager to work with this type of platform. You are the person, okay. And being a student, being an audience among the delegates, and he could understand the importance of AI in the road safety and accident management system, and he's very eager to work on that. We welcome you that have a good career in academic and profession, and you are always there in any of the new technology, particularly AI, which is the call of the day. I think this suggestion and your request is well taken by the IRC, by the forum, by the speaker and the industry partner participating here. Please have a contact with them for your future career planning. Thank you. With this, I think I will request my co-convener, Ojaji, to summarize about the presentation.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I thanks all the presenters who have given the presentation, very nice presentation. The sixth technical session of this our seminars, today's seminar. So, first of all, very nice presentation was given by Sri Dheeraj Prakash Sethi, President Cube Highways, regarding road safety from concessionaire perspectives, best practices and way forward. So, the various aspects regarding this issue has been covered very well by Mr. Dheeraj, starting from the road safety parameters, then key areas, tools available, then post-accident management analysis, ATMS utilizations, pilot testing of new technologies, the data-driven approaches, the innovations and work zone practices. Now, the different types of challenges we are facing in this regard and the various likely solutions related to operational related, then road users, behaviors uses, then work zone safety initiatives. So, the number of features and factors has been given in these presentations, and it was very nice presentations. So I thank him for giving his valuable time on this day. So second presentation was given it is very practical presentation which are given by Mr. Inderjit Ghai. I think he has given all these presentations based on his common visualizations, the things which is go around the various cities or on the highways, and what he sees on the roads, and accordingly he prepares the things, and all this compilation has been given in the shape of presentations. All these issues are very important because he has just mentioned 4 C's in road safeties. It is regarding to concerns, then consciousness, jagruta isko kehte hain, coordinations within all the agencies who are doing the works and who has all the stakeholders related to the road safety parameters. And next is the compliance, because compliance is the very essential part of any road safety aspects, because if you want to implement it in the ground, so it is one of the aspects that we have to keep in our mind. So it was very nice presentations, and yes, I think even whatever we have given 20 minutes time to him, but he was not able to complete that. So but very thank you for a very nice presentation. Next on the part was regarding commercial presentation given by Sri Parikshit Gaur. He is from Utkarsh India Limited. It's regarding engineering safer highways, importance of crash barrier road safeties. So he has dealt things in very broad way, importance of crash barriers, different types of crash barriers, then the common mistakes which we are going to do while carrying out the site installations, then the various solutions what we can have while selections and the different types of crash barriers. Then he have also shown the various selection based on the performance parameters. Then he has also shown the performance testing of crash barriers by different techniques. Then other procedures. Then he has also shown the various other products which are being provided by this case India Limited. So I am very thankful to him also. Then the last presentation on this session was regarding 3M solutions and commitment toward road safeties by Sutantra Kumar. His presentation is also very good sense, because he has covered a lot of things regarding road safety requirement in India, the various data, what is the road safety accidents, and the short-term solution, long-term solutions, then the various R&D which is done by the 3Ms India, and in collaboration with the different other institutes in India or abroad, So based on this, all these aspects, we have just given the various solutions and engagement of various institutes for the carrying out the innovative solutions for this road safety aspects. So I will not take so much time because we are already on the late. So with all these words, I thanks all my presenters for this nice presentation during these technical sessions. So with all these words, I will thanks everyone and give my mic to sir for the final concluding remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ojaji, for a very nice summation of all the presentation. We'll conclude. Maybe I had one suggestion to the cross barrier gentlemen. Of course, most of us know we don't have performance evaluation of the various type of cross barrier that we install in our country. When before purchase or procurement, we only do a test at the lab or in the factory, then we implement it, and when there is accident, we remove it and fix a new one. We have different type of cross barrier being placed at different locations of varying height of road, bridge, tunnel, vagra. But we don't have performance evaluation data in situ of those at different zones of the country. That may help the developer, industry and other policymakers to have a decision on new type of cross barrier. As I was informing yesterday in my presentation, in B1 committee, there is a B1.3 subcommittee, which is drafting new cross barrier for bridges with Mr. Rajiv Ahuja, Professor P.K. Sikdar and others in the teams. We search for this performance evaluation data, possibly these are not available. That's my request to the policymaker, institution and organizations sitting here. Thanks IRC and thank Haryana government for giving opportunity to chair this session along with my co-chair Mr. Roja. We have an excellent presentation and just after this we have a very important panel discussion. Now I hand over to event management team to conclude.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Pal and Mr. Oja, for leading this session for all of us. And a heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed speakers for sharing such valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join our hands together? Can we do that? For this wonderful session. And now, to honor their valuable contributions, we would like to proceed with the felicitation ceremony. So I would like to request Mr. C.B. Oja to kindly come forward and help us through the felicitation. And now I request Mr. Dheeraj Prakash Sethi to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join our hands together, make a round of applause at this moment? And now I would like to request Mr. Inderjeet Ghai to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Thank you so much, Mr. Oja, for helping us through the felicitation. Now may I request Dr. N.C. Pal to kindly come forward and help us through the felicitation. I request Mr. Parikshit Gaur to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause at this moment. Come on. And now may I request Mr. Sutantra Kumar to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join our hands together once again? Thank you so much. And now to honor the valuable insights by our chair and co-chair, we would like to proceed with the felicitation once again. We would like to invite Mr. D.R. Meghwal, Secretary PWD Rajasthan and Vice President IRC. And I request Dr. N.C. Pal to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Ladies and gentlemen, can we join our hands together once again? Come on. Thank you so much, sir. And now may I request Mr. C.B. Ojha to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. Let's make a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Meghwal, for helping us through the felicitation. Now, may I request the entire panel to kindly come forward for a group photograph. In the center of the stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a quick tea break, a short tea break, and we'll see you back at 4:40 p.m. sharp. We'll be starting with our next technical session. So please make sure that you are here by 4:40 p.m. and we'll be starting with our next session. And enjoy your tea. Thank you so much.
नहीं तो भाइयों के बच्चे मिला लो, सबको इकट्ठे कर लो, तभी आप लोग हो सकते हो। अब कौन कहता है? 5 भाई बहन सगे, 5 जज बने हैं। आपका 1 लड़का 2 लड़का काहे के है? जितने 9-10 भाई बहन थे, उन्हीं में से एक जना सक्सेस होया है। आप बाबा साहब को ले लो, चौधरी देवीलाल को ले लो, रविंद्र टैगोर को ले लो, सुभाष चंद्र बोस, जितने भी महापुरुषों को ले लो। को 14 थे, को 9 थे, को 10 थे, 9 तक हम तो को है ही नहीं। अब आपका बोला एक बच्चा क्या कर लेगा? बच्चा हॉस्पिटल जाएगा, कोर्ट कचहरी जाएगा, ताक भुगतेगा, दहेज का केस भुगतेगा, क्या कर, कुछ नहीं कर सकता जी। हाँ जी, हेलमेट वो भी लाऊं जी भाई, यही रिक्वेस्ट है मेरी। 1 मिनट लियो।
वीडियो
हेलमेट के पीछे कीप डिस्टेंस ये लिखा होना चाहिए। मैं जब भी बाइक चलाता हूँ, साइकिल चलाता हूँ, ये यहाँ लगाया, इसको फिट करा, उसके बाद ये गोगल चश्मे लिए, ये लगाए, निकल लो अपना आराम से, कौन पूछने वाला है। जय हिंद, जय भारत, थैंक्स, मेरे को टाइम दिया, बड़ी बड़ी मेहरबानी, धन्यवाद जी। चलो सुबह 7:30 बजे निकला था मैं, और सुबह 5 बजे आ गया, 276 किलोमीटर साइकिल चला गया हूँ, और अभी भी मुझे तो कोई हिसाब नहीं है, और अभी भी मेरा सही हो गया, कोई का नाम क्या है? आप कोई क्या वैसा नहीं होने वाला भाई, वो देख लो, और गिरेगा छिलकेगा दूध पी लो, कुछ भी नहीं होगा, गिरेगा छिलकेगा दूध नहीं, बहुत बढ़िया। चलो धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इनके इस काबिल तारीफ प्रयास के लिए। मैं चाहूँगी हम लोग ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ इनकी सराहना करें। बहुत ही अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है NGO की ओर से। थैंक यू सो मच। एंड नाउ विल प्रोसीड टू आवर नेक्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन where we'll discuss the issues in Haryana roads and solution, views and talks by our panelists. So for this, the moderator will be Mr. D. Sarangi, former DG RDNSS, MORTH and advisor IRC. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Let's welcome Mr. Sarangi. And to honor their presence, we would like to invite Mr. Narendra Singh, Superintending Engineer, Pre-WD, Haryana. Welcome, sir. May I request Mr. Singh to kindly present the bouquet to Mr. Sarangi. As a token of our gratitude, ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands together. Come on. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us call our esteemed panelists for this session. Please help me invite with a round of applause, Mr. Rajiv Yadav, Engineer in Roads and PWD, BNR, Haryana, and Vice President, IRC. Let's join our hands together once again. Come on, everyone. Let's keep the energy high. We are into the last technical session of the day, and we want the energy to be high. Welcome, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Professor M. Parida, Professor HAG IIT Roorkee and past President IRC. Welcome, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, Chief Engineer, MORTH. Welcome, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me invite with a round of applause Dr. Ravi Shekhar, Director, CSIR CRRI. Let's join our hands together. A very warm welcome, sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Sarangi for leading this session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all my fellow panelists and esteemed delegates. I think still there are some people outside. I hope they will join soon. So we are in the last technical session of this 2 days seminar. This panel discussion, I should admit that whatever we have the name of the topic will be slightly digressing from that. So what we'll have, there will be individual presentation or talk by each of the panelists, and at the end of us will be Mr. Rajiv Jadhav. So he will cite the some good practices of the state, some challenges, issues faced by the state. Then on the challenges, on the issues, there will be discussion among the panelists. Then we'll take some questions from the audience. So to set the context of the panel discussion, I will have first a small presentation, and each of us in the initial round will have 10 minutes. Then question answer and discussion will be another 30 minutes. As you know, all probably many of these data would have been discussed more than once since yesterday. And unfortunately, I joined only today at lunchtime. But I still feel many times the accidents occur just not because we don't know the thing. We know it, but deliberately we don't follow it. So even if some information and the reasoning behind that is known to us, I thought let us refresh it. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways publish road accident statistics annually. 2024 data is yet to come. I understand it is in advanced stage, but what we now have is the 2023 data. Based on the information that comes from the police departments to ministry, the data is compiled, and it is not for national highways, it is for all the roads. And as per that, in 2023, there were 4,80,583 accidents, which was 4.18% above the corresponding data of 2022. And out of these, national highways and expressways comprise 31.2%, state highways 22%, others. We may be all knowing that the country presently has roughly 66 lakh kilometers of road network, out of which national highways is hardly 1,46,000. State highways is somewhere around 1,80,000, and the rest 63 lakh kilometer is other roads, means village roads, urban roads, all kind of roads. And their accident is very, very unique in nature, because to have a recurrent location, recurrent cause is sometimes very difficult. And if you come to the fatalities figure, we have 1,72,890, which is again 2.61% above corresponding figure of 2022. And again, national highways, expressways comprise 36.5%, state highways 22.8%, and others 40.7%. So this others is also a very critical one, for which we don't have a definite planning at the moment. Persons injured, I will not come. And in the country, unfortunately, Tamil Nadu has the record of highest number of accidents, and UP highest number of fatalities. But these information are the national information. If we slightly analyze this, and it is something given in the statistics also, 68.5% accidents and 53.64% fatalities are on roads in either rural sections, open areas, which very clearly demonstrate that it is the speed that is killing. Because in those areas, obviously speed is more. Similarly, 67% accidents are on straight roads. So it's not that geometric deficiency is coming, but if the speed is not controlled, or there are other interventions that cause accidents. And young adults comprise 66.45% of the total accidents. Similarly, two-wheeler riders constitute 44.8% of the total fatalities, and pedestrians 20.4% of the total fatalities. If you see correspondingly the data for 50 million plus cities, the accident number, the fatalities, and accident severity, that means persons killed for each 100 numbers of accident, are comparatively much lower than the national average. So cities are, for whatever reasons, because of congestion, because of better enforcement, or whatever may be, are performing much, much better than the rural or open areas. Some other figure I will not explain much, but one thing, what is happening, our vehicle population is increasing so dramatically that there is a sharp rise in accident rate compared to the vehicle population. Whereas with respect to lack of population, there is marginal increase. But if you see the data with respect to number of vehicles, this figure is decreasing, but that is no consolation, just because vehicle numbers are increasing in such an alarming rate, or we don't have the proper database to weed out the vehicles which are not in use. So this does not convey anything substantially. Now ministry has implemented electronic accident database system. In spite of that, where for every accident, somebody from the road authority, somebody from the transport and police have go and inspect the crash location and give the reasons why the crash occurred. In spite of that, the causal factors for accidents involving fatalities and grievous injuries are still very poor and unreliable. Then one thing, this high fatalities involving two-wheelers and young age group is definitely because of poor enforcement, the helmet, overspeeding, drunken driving, lane discipline, on all accounts, different states, different areas. Maybe if you go to the capital, there will be better enforcement. Go a little away from the capital, enforcement goes haywire. So that's a major reason where probably engineering intervention requirement is not that much. But if you see the pedestrian fatalities, which is more than 20%, it is definitely because of engineering shortcomings. We have not been able to address the requirement of the pedestrians. We build the roads very nicely for the trucks, for the cars, but we forget where the pedestrians should move, how it should move. And many facilities sometimes given, those are not properly designed, not properly based on the actual requirement of the pedestrians, resulting in their poor use or misuse. Now, Ministry has taken a lot of measures. Probably all of you know this. I will not go into each of these because, again, my time I know 10 minutes. But I should say, in spite of all these measures involving all aspects of accidents from engineering side, road, vehicle, enforcement, emergency care, education, where we are standing. When we committed for decade of action for road safety, which ended in 2020, our fatalities were, I think, somewhere 1,30,000, and today it is 1,70,000. So these measures, I am not belittling these measures. I was also part of this, but probably there are some hidden reasons, whether they are good or not good. If they are good, but they are not properly implemented, so we must ponder over that, so that if we have to reduce our accidents, fatalities, and accident severity, then lot of action required from each of us. I believe if the safe road engineering, there can be umpteen number of definition, but what I feel and I like, it should be something which should warn the drivers of any unusual features, inform the drivers of conditions to be encountered in advance, guide the drivers through unusual sections when he crosses through it, passes through it, control the traffic through conflict points, and finally forgive errant behaviors. Human behavior is always prone to making mistakes. So whenever there are mistakes, the system should have ability to forgive those mistakes. It's not so easy. We know that safe road engineering begins with the DPR preparation. And you have any DPR, and then later on think of why the accidents are coming, why we are not able to resolve it, is probably a wish that is never going to be fulfilled. We know everything of this. Geometrics is, of course, the most important of all. Cross-sectional configuration, segregation of cyclists and pedestrians, particularly on highways. Wherever there is a sizable presence of cyclists or pedestrians, it is a must, and it is one of the most neglected thing in our system that results in 20% fatalities of pedestrians. Appropriate choice of intersection. Now there is a mad rush everywhere to have a underpass, flyover. Even if we have 30-meter span, people demand you go for more span. But that may not be suiting everywhere. There is no proper assessment of the traffic movement, traffic requirement, and just selecting any intersection type does not solve the problem. And of course, safety measures, traffic calming measures, where to provide, where we don't succeed in designing the road as per the design speed of a particular section, say 100 kilometer, 120 kilometer for expressway, if we are not able to design a particular section of the road for certain or other reason, we should go for traffic calming measures, not everywhere, but traffic calming measures should be something which should physically force the driver to reduce his speed, and all these should be addressed in our DPR. Same sound design and construction practices for structural safety. Of late, we have witnessed many failures of structures under construction, immediately post-construction. The arrival is failing, bridges failing. So those also lead to casualties. We should not have a situation, of course, it is not a purely traffic safety point of view, but again, it matters a lot. And there can never be a fit solution for all, a single solution which fit all cases. We fail to have proper stakeholder consultation. With respect to the median openings, with respect to the underpasses, these we have experiences throughout, starting from NSTP phase 1. People demand certain things because it comes to them as a surprise when the project starts. Before that, nobody has consulted them, and they themselves have not been able. That delays the project, that enhances cost of the project, and ultimately something is done which is again not the best fit solution. Had it been thought of in the beginning, it could have been done in a different manner. We are also not, advanced tools are available. The ministry has sanctioned projects, some institutes have done it and given, but we must use it, like tools, TTC or PET, in critical locations, whether the road safety measures we are providing, whether the intersection layout we are adopting will be sufficient, will be adequate. To test it in advance, there are tools, we must also use it for critical locations, if not all. And then road safety audit. Nothing can be more mockery of the system. We know what kind of road safety audit we are having. The people does not have the capacity. A simple certification does not address the issue. And there are many other issues associated with it. Unless there is a proper audit by a neutral person, what design has been done, it will never going to solve the problem. Similarly, construction zone, I think since yesterday there are a lot of discussions. It is one of the zone where the deficiency, any layman can go, he can find out 10 deficiency, but deficiencies are never resolved. What is not a deficiency today, tomorrow it becomes it, because we are not paying the contractor. Probably in our EPC, PPP projects, we must have something payable item to the contractor so that it is addressed. Next, I think in the just before tea, somebody from Cube, Mr. Sethi was telling how the unauthorized median openings are happening in their roads. They are one of the best company who are managing the highway assets, and you may understand what is happening elsewhere. So any tampering on the road environment, whether it is a illegal access, whether it is a illegal median opening, broken signs, broken crash barrier, it is our responsibility as road engineers. Maybe enforcement is somebody else, police, transport. But here, whenever the problem comes, even if I have designed it from the beginning, that is my consolation that I have designed something good. I don't know what happened to it. It's no answer. We must ensure that throughout, as long as there is traffic on the road, the system should be working as per the design, and whenever there is problem, we must immediately repair it, remove it, replace it. So also the road condition, it's the same on our part. If accidents occurring on account of potholes or poor pavement condition, but it is still happening. I don't know what is the exact percentage. And in all these things, there must be a better engagement of the community, Without that, it is not possible. I had seen a few cases with very, very simple, innovative solutions, not very costly. We have been able to address the problem. I think we must design solution for the individual side with a lot of empathy, with a lot of focus, engineering, combination of all, then we may be able to. So that's all from my side. I think on some of the issues I have highlighted, my co-panelist will talk about that, and then we'll have issues from Haryana and what panelist observations to that. Thank you. So our next panelist is Professor M. Parida. I think he needs no introduction. Past President IRC, ex-Director CRRI. So he will be telling something about school road safety and traffic education. I would request only him one thing. Education is something, but how we should tailor our education so that when the knowledge is imparted to the students, he follows it. It is something beyond telling him what is right, what is wrong, but how he will follow it. I think it will come with the address. Thank you, please, sir. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I have prepared the presentation slightly on SP32. So, maybe I try to also address that. So, the talk is building a safe commuting framework around schools with a specific suggestion for Haryana. So, Honorable PWD Minister said that this year they are going to spend 25 crores rupees. So, my point is that we have a document, SP32, which is specifically for the urban roads. And I mean, how do we create it? So I would just like to share my ideas on that. So this is the accidents. Total fatalities in Haryana is close to 5,000. The figure has remained almost same. If you look at the figures of 2018 to 2023, so the number is close to 5,000. In the decade for safety, 2020 to 2030, we must remember a mandate that the accidents, the fatalities, everything supposed to be reduced to 50%. So there has been school zone studies in Haryana Vision Zero project. So these are like, Gurgaon has been one of the districts where the accidents has been very concerned. So some of the studies which is available from literature, like these are different schools which has experienced crashes in Gurgaon, Malibu Town School, Sadar Bazaar School, you can see the number of crashes are substantial. Then Hero Honda Chowk, there has been multiple deaths. So Gurgaon has been one of the districts with a lot of concern, over 1,000 deaths in the total accidents. Then there are, in terms of student awareness findings, this is a WRI survey. So a majority are unaware of traffic lights or crossing lights, and the students correctly identified speeding, on-street parking, congestion as top risk. Public school students felt significantly less safe than private school peers, and gender security concerns raised. So these are like some of the findings of WRA. So this is one specific figure which I am showing, which was shared by Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. So there were total 35,000 accidents around the schools, and out of that 10,000 are fatalities. So the basic idea of showing you these numbers are that you will understand if there are 35,000 accidents in the school zones, say almost 1/3 are in the fatality categories. So if you try to estimate, I am not very sure about the number, probably the school zone accidents in Haryana, I estimate it to be something 5%. So the number is 250 fatalities around 4,000 schools in Haryana. So the state government has undertaken various projects, Haryana Vision Zero project, then road safety and juniors program, maximum speed near schools, police assistance booth, CCTV speed enforcement, road safety fund, then Institute for Driving Training and Research, Safe School Zone, where 3M has worked with a number of schools. There are other NGOs also working with the schools. This is one of the basic philosophy that how can we address the various challenges around the school zones. Like we talked about the 5B, but right now here we are just trying to understand in terms of 3 E's, education, engineering, enforcement. If you have high vehicle speed as an issue, so education in terms of driver awareness, engineering, traffic calming measures, the chair talked about that. Then police patrol is also going to be very useful. Unsafe student crossing behavior in MRTH movie also you could see this. So this can be addressed through awareness of the students and parents. So that's a education initiative. In terms of engineering intervention, so you have zebra crossing. Then the other one is volunteer for the crossing or the crossing guard provision. So similarly, the other issues can be addressed, like not using safety gears, whether it's helmet, seat belts, etc. Unsafe drop-off or pick-up behavior. So through various measures, various interventions, we can address that. Broken footpath is one which is part of engineering intervention. Then vehicles parking near school. So that is something which can be definitely addressed by the municipal corporation, and through enforcement, this something can be addressed. So here you can see like unsafe drop-off or pick-up behavior, like the engineering intervention is demarcated 2 minutes drop-off pick-up zone. Like for certain schools, these kind of measures has been very useful. You ensure that none of the vehicle which is coming for drop-off do not park more than 2 minutes. So you have a short duration, say, parking outside the school. So just maybe many of you are familiar, but for the awareness of many of the audience, I thought I'll introduce few features of SP32. So these are the various graphics of SP32. So to explain that without the details, you need to treat the school entry gate, then pick up and drop zone, walking infrastructure, it's the footpath, guardrail provision, pedestrian crossing, then refuse islands. So there are very specific and dedicated provisions for all of this. And you can see, especially in these pictures, the red and white crossings. So these are very unique with respect to the school zones. So red and white crossings would demarcate that that's a crossing infrastructure in the school zone area. Then there is detailed design for cycle track and cycle lane. The other one is public transport facilities within the school zone. Then road marking and the road signage, especially the speed limits, then the traffic signs. So if you try to go through a list, this is the particular checklist which is expected to be provided for a school zone safety program. Speed management in school zones, then proper location of school entry exit gate, pick up and drop off facilities, walking infrastructure. The basic pedestrian facility is a little different from IRC 103. While IRC 103 talks about discontinuity, for school zones, the walking infrastructure is expected to be continuous. Then cycling infrastructure, which talks about the provision of cycle parking, means towing facility inside the schools. Then road markings, signages, signals and beacons, parking facility, street vending, demarcation of school zone, and various passive measures are discussed in 32. So this is one like picture which is very prominent and conspicuous. The top picture is one with red and white crossing in the school zone. I think like this is yet to be implemented anywhere in India, but definitely if implemented, it can convey a very strong message that the crossing is specifically meant for school zone. The other one below is a tabletop crossing. You can see very colorful and which is graphically designed, and these kind of tabletop crossings are specifically they can be implemented for school zone areas. So this is, other than the red and white crossing, you can see the refuge island. So design of refuge island is going to be useful in terms of in terms of taking break by the students while undertaking the crossing maneuver. So since these markings are very different, you can see that you have a red border with 250 millimeter wide, and then you have white lines which are perpendicular to the red border. That's how you create this red and white crossing. And these are the road markings in terms of speed limit restrictions. So these kind of road markings would they will convey that these are going to be permanent speed limit, but there could be temporary speed limit that during school closing and opening hours, you can have the speed limit, and other times of the day, the speeds can be lifted. So either you use a variable message sign, or you use a sign with a very specific kind of message that the time zone or the time band for which the speed restrictions can be enforced. The passive measures, we will come to that later on. So one statement I would like to make, school zones should be designed in a holistic manner and not patchworked at a specific location. So there are 4,000 schools in Haryana. We tried to do a project that in 1 year we'll just put all traffic signs in all 4,000 schools. So that's not a very comprehensive kind of approach. Maybe we pick up a particular school and we try to prepare a comprehensive plan and implement all the modules of the SP32. Sir, I think I'm just reaching my last slide. So this is one slide where you write school before you are approaching the school zone. So this is a way of communicating that the users, the drivers are entering into a school area. So again, a practice from Singapore. When we are spending a lot of money, we can definitely adopt some of these measures, which is very different, and they can convey that yes, the school zones would require a very specific treatment. So this is some passive measure that you create a small traffic park inside the school, try to inculcate safe crossing habits, safe say walking habits in the premises all around the school. So these are a few pictures from 3M. I have received them from 3M. So they have already implemented in Gurugram. You can see the specific signs. And this is Tagore International School. But nowhere you can see the road markings. You can see the traffic signage. So, my submission is that at least we pick up schools and take up the measures in a very comprehensive way. The road markings are one, which is a gray area. And for the schools which are experiencing crashes and fatalities, the markings can be picked up on priority. So thank you, sir. With that, I close my presentation.
Thanks, Professor Parida, for a very enlightening presentation. Next, I would invite Sri Pankaj Agrawal, Chief Engineer, MRTH. Actually, he is in the driving seat of implementing the road engineering related policies for the country. So he will be giving a brief overview about the traffic engineering policy. Please.
Thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity. Actually, wherever we have any road safety seminar, a lot of road safety seminars and practices we have seen and learned. We have to understand the difference between the normatives and whatever evidences which are emerging on the roads. So all codal provisions, these all codal provisions lay down the norms,
which you have to follow while designing the road and while maintaining the roads if there is any road marking. But that does not mean that accidents will not occur. Why so? Because the accident is a very random event which includes interaction of vehicle, engineer, and the roadside environment, the people who are driving the vehicle. So engineering alone cannot, bring down the crash. The notable example is the two-wheeler. People are not wearing helmet. Whatever engineering measures we may take, but is it possible to reduce the accident? Another point which we would like to make here, if you see even within the subset of the people two-wheeler fatalities, the collision is between the two-wheelers. So any engineering measure cannot solve this problem. Definitely we can improve a lot of things, but keeping in this mind, the ministry shifted to evidence-based so that every time we are spending money on the road, despite deficiencies, we should have some evidence where to spend money. So with that objective in the mind, in 2021, we shifted to the 2020 EDA data, which can make available the data in the real-time manner. And also it is a tool where all people can be made accountable on the real time. Suppose there is an accident, so first responder will be the police. They have to fill the data, EDA data, with a comprehensive format, road features and everything. If any deficiency is noted by the police personnel, just suppose there is no lighting, median opening, all kind of things will be noted by him, and that will push to the PWD person. He will visit the site, not immediately, after some time, or if he sees any deficiency, so he can recommend for some temporary measures. Similarly, the black spot identification. Earlier, we used to have data after 2-3 years, and it used to take a lot of time, 2 or 3 years. There is a time lag of 2 or 3 years before we come to identify any particular black spot, which gives us the idea that there is a deficiency in the road network. Right now, we have a data of last 3 years, and ministry is pushing for development of AI tool with the help of IIT Kanpur, so that the real-time analysis can be done and immediately the any deficiency can be identified. Another shift in the policy, this tool will be given to the people. If the road network is mapped on the AI tool by the state government, they can also basically use that tool. This is a big gap. The reason being, we always speak of national highway, which is 2% and carry 33% fatalities. And one of the major reasons is the speed also. But on the other hand, if we see the ODR and MDR, they also carry around 30 to 40% death. But nobody is paying attention to that. And in that case, if we have any black spot, it will be much more beneficial because there the speed is low. So with that particular, policy in the mind, because if you want to bring the fatality to 50%, the removal of or improvement of national highway alone cannot bring the fatality to less than 50%. We have to involve the stakeholders from the states and empower them through data or dissemination of knowledge and collaborations, so that they should also improve their road network and by using these tools. Data analysis and visit of site. We have made it mandatory for every regional officer or the PWD officer or the NHI officer to visit where there is a black spot or any accident site. Accident site means where there is a registration of accident. It is mandatory. Either he will send some site engineer, or he himself, PD will go himself, or RO will monitor it. With that, we can have immediate idea whether there is really any deficiency in the road in case of even a single accident is occurring, so that it should not convert into the black spot over a period of time. So we are further improving in this process to make it a proactive approach. Third point what ministry has done is, we have launched a platform where people can register their complaint, so that if the accidents are occurring due to the potholes or some bad condition of the road, So those are addressed immediately and a report is called for from the field office so that any poor condition which is contributing the road is immediately rectified. Funds, dedicated fund is not required. There is a lot of money available. The people has to simply go on the ground and see what are the problems. So normative and evidence based, the both approach we have to carry forward. With that philosophy in the mind, different policies framework has been developed with the help of state government also on the platform of EDAR, which we are slowly rolling out. This is what I would like to say about the road policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pankaj, for elaborate idea about the EDAR, which is definitely, when properly and thoroughly implemented, has capability of turning the graph downwards. Hopefully, in a year or two, we'll succeed in that. Next panelist, I would request Dr. Ravi Sekar, Director CSR CRI. So he will be basically focusing on R&D innovations for enhancing road safety. Sir, I would also like to request you, because we have been doing a lot of research, but factoring the traffic behavior properly into the research, so that all our road safety measures are properly appreciated and followed by the traffic. Probably you will also throw some light on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman sir, respected Sarangi sir, and respected dignitaries on the dais. I would like to throw some light on R&D innovations for enhancing road safety from research to implementation. So I will give a brief idea about pilot-based studies which was done in CRRI. It can be implemented in on various road network or maybe locations. And coming to for example, the research development, mainly two approaches. One is the reactive approaches and generic solutions. Reactive approaches, for example, you have developed any kind of the thing. For example, accident, black spot. अभी पंकज अग्रवाल ने सर ने बताया था. For example, accident data you have collected and also you have done some kind of the analysis. So you predict the accidents, or maybe before black spot you have identified, then you have done a DPR and implemented on the ground. So what will happen? For example, you can predict the accident, you can control the accident, prevent the system, prevent the accident. So that kind of reactive approaches. And generic solutions means data-driven, location-specific intervention. For example, you have developed a model or any kind of the data model or accident data model. So that cannot be implementable any kind of the location, other location. So location-specific is more important. For example, you have done a design, geometry design or intersection design. So particular one location, same it cannot be fit into the another design, another location, because the angle of intersection, the angle of location and everything, the traffic flow volume, everything is different than the uniqueness of the intersection. So definitely we need a generic solution for intervention. So now, from the last 2 days in the morning session also, most of the people were discussed about the AI application on various accident area, road safety audit and other kind of thing. Particularly for the artificial intelligence. So CRRI had done already a pilot-based studies in urban roads and also inter-urban roads. In the morning session, I have given a detailed presentation and also how it can be utilized to reduce the accidents. So that kind of the data can be utilized, AI and ML. And also in the morning session, the other presenters have been presented about the mobile application for the road safety audit, distress modeling kind of the thing. So because you see network survey vehicle, it is very expensive. You cannot go take the network survey vehicle, PMGSY roads and also MDR and ODR roads, because it is very expensive. So you can think for alternative kind of things. So that kind of the mobile application very much useful. Second one is the big data analytics. This is more important area because everybody cannot able to handle the big data analysis. We need a lot of infrastructure facilities, high-end computing tool. Because 20 years back, if you a 1 minute video to run and analyze the 1 minute video, you need 20 minutes time. So now 1 minute video can be done in 30 seconds. So that kind of the development was done. but you have to understand the algorithm and logics. So that is more important. Big data analytics, particularly for example, earlier total station data collected for the highway geometry design and 1 kilometer data. So now at a regular intervals, 100 meters, 200 meters, according to the like plain and rolling and hilly terrains. Now cloud data is coming, LiDAR data, every 1 meter, every 50 centimeters you have the cloud data, huge data. How you will handle the data? That is need your training and understanding about the data. So coming to digital twin platform, this is the latest technology. You have the like AI tools and also videographic integration of the data, video data and the also algorithm. That is the more important digital twin. So these are the so many kind of things because AI universe now, we have the AI universe. So artificial intelligence is the main system, then subset is machine learning and subset is neural network, deep learning and generated AI. Last 2 days, many people were discussing so many algorithms, so many applications on under the universe of the artificial intelligence. So now this is more understanding. Another one thing I would like to explain about the big data in a mobility kind of things. For example, now you have using the mobile data. So every mobile data having the Bluetooth, if you on the Bluetooth and again Bluetooth pings will come. So that pings data can be utilized tracking the information, particularly for the urban planning, comprehensive mobility plans. Earlier we have collected household data. That can be, data can be utilized to tracking of the trips or maybe estimation of the trip, OD matrix, origin destination matrix, even in an urban area as well as a inter-urban area. For example, you want to make a bypass road kind of the things. Earlier we have collected the data, huge data, it will take much time. So this can be reduced and can be done application of the mobile data for the origin destination matrix development. So now this big data have a lot of the thing, comparison of the, for example, household data, it is 8 months time. To analyze the data, it can be done by using the pings data in a 4 weeks or 5 weeks time. We have a lot of algorithms are there, already this data using developed countries, and now India also started, recently we have procured some data from the various vendors in India. So now coming to another one is that in the morning also, mobile applications, road surface condition, distress modeling, anything they are presented. But how the data is realistic, how we can check the data. Earlier 10 years back, we have used the mobile for the measuring of the dust density. So we have validated the digital, dust measuring unit. So, and we have correlated the data. Some kind of the mechanism is required. Validation is required using the low-end, low affordable kind of the data systems. Second one is that AI-based key innovation transfer road safety, AI-based traffic management system, ITS, road safety audits using advanced technologies, vehicle-based safety technologies, sustainable, safer and infrastructure material. Most of the presentations were discussed about the accidents. So nobody has much discussion on the payment material and how it can also useful support the accident. For example, any kind of hill terrains are there. So you are driving on that. For example, skid resistance, whether the materials are having the proper skid kind of the things or not. So these kind of the testing or database is required for development of any kind of the models. So that's why need a research and a need, and also CRS started bridge monitoring using the LiDAR, using the drone based data. So a lot of technologies were already started pilot based. These things can be implemented on the ground. So that is more important. Another one is that CRRI started a pothole repair machine. For example, if you added integrated AI tools to the pothole repair machine, for example, the machine is running. So you want to understand how much quantum of the material is required and how much time is required, how much area of the, because before going to those kind of things, you can do it on ground and pilot based, and it can be linked with the AI and ML through the application area. So another one is that machine learning applications. Most of the payment deterioration modeling data, you have collected the information, videographic analysis and everything, longitudinal cracking, distress, raveling, everything, all parameters have estimated. So how these data can be validated in a different ground. For example, you want to integrate with the traffic volume data and also the payment deterioration data, accident data. There is a single database system is required for India. So because we have collected piece-wise data, traffic volume is different, accident data is different, and payment distress data is different. Everything is different. Because these all database is combined in one single database system. You can do a lot of research, a lot of wonders by using this one. This can be possible, centralized cloud data to be maintained by NHA, because a lot of data NHA collecting every 6 months drone-based data. If this is cloud source data, can be maintained national level, different data storage systems, it can be done to develop various models. Finally, I would like to discuss about strategies for effective implementation. So pilot projects and living labs. Because pilot projects are very much important, data integration platforms capacity building. This is more important. CRRI, MOU signed with the MPPWD, training of 1,500 assistant engineers, because you have, for example, the model and everything developed by the high-end computational tools and high-end knowledge. But whereas assistant engineer at the ground level, how we can able to understand. So this capacity building is very much important, and policy support and standardization required, because IRC, most of the IRC guidelines are focusing about the codes on the Redwin based. Now AI is implemented kind of thing. So AI based technology, how validate, what kind of the camera pixel size required, what is the those kind of the errors and everything to be discussed, and code development of code is required on safety and techniques. Finally, I would like to discuss about the public-private partnership. This is a good mechanism, because IRAS Telangana, we have done with the same kind of the mechanism, state government and also IIIT Hyderabad and INAI and CRRI. So PPP mode is the best successful for implementation on ground and study of the various road safety and techniques, other kind of thing. So Indian context point of view, integrate AI-driven traffic system and smart studies, low cost, scalable and safety solution. This is more important, deploy, because everywhere we cannot be able to take the LiDAR data and everything. Even PMGSY with the traditional dumpy level and theodolite and also even total station is enough. Similarly, network survival is not required everywhere. So that's where low cost, scalable safety solutions are required, and using indigenous innovation development in institute like CSR, CRRI is doing a lot of research in pilot-based studies, and the focus should be affordable, scalable, and context specification solution. This is my final slide. Road safety must be approachable as safety system, safe roads, safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe road users. This is a slogan for all four parameters. And finally, evidence-based solutions are required, and continuous monitoring is required. Feedback from further improvement is always to be required. So this is about my focus on research to be focused on to improve further road safety audit and reduce the accidents in the future. Thank you all for giving an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar, for a very enlightening kind of approach or the possibility of research, particularly AI-based, into road safety as well as other aspects of highway engineering. Now the last panelist, Sri Rajiv Jadavji, in Engineering Chief Roads, PWD Haryana, and Vice President IRC. So he is the main architect of this seminar. So he will be focusing on two things. One, the best practices followed in the state of Haryana, and what are the challenges they are facing. And the panel will try to throw some light upon those, upon possible solutions to those challenges. Please, sir, 10 minutes.
Namaskar. I will not discuss the technical issues, and will have a broader perspective of what we are doing in Haryana PWD as a department and what we are doing in Haryana as a government. What are the issues we are facing and how we are handling, and I think all state representatives are here. They will entitle us that how we can overcome our activities. We in Haryana are managing about 85,000 kilometers of road network. Out of this, 3,500 is national highway, which is mainly with NHAI, partly with us. As a PWD, we are having about 32,000 kilometers of road network, including state highways, major district roads, and rural roads. That 85 kilometer total includes 11 departments, including urban roads, industrial roads, and all sort of Jila Parishad roads. What best we have done, and what I feel that initially when the government decided to do it, our engineering fraternity was not so clear that we will be able to do it or not. We have a Haryana Engineering Works portal. Now, as of now, we are doing everything. We are almost 39 departments are there, whether purely engineering department or non-engineering, like universities, some technical institutes or small organizations. Even then, bidding is being done 100% on the single portal. And that portal is not only for bidding, it starts from estimation. So initial estimate is being prepared on that portal itself. So 3 years before in fact, 4 years before when we started and the government gave this mandate and this format was placed, we were used to doing everything in hard copy. And it took just 5-10 minutes at the level of chief engineer or engine chief as per their competency just to see minor things and abstract and then allowing it. So now you have to go through the details. So everybody was apprehensive that whether it will work or not. But I'm happy to share that that is the best thing what I have seen or my officers have seen and now they are used to. You can just open your phone while traveling and approve the estimates, can approve the bids. So that is best thing. How it works, so initially the junior engineer enters, does the entries for the measurements initially for estimation purpose. And it come up to the level wherever is the competition, either executive engineer has to approve it, superintending engineer has the competition, chief engineer or the engineer chief. Of course, technical issues are settled at the level of engineering only. So administrative approvals are issued from government, either on e-files or on hard copies, but that does not have the technical data. So as of now, all our departments are doing this. That is the first step of estimation. Then second step starts bidding. Then day and night is not is detailed estimates. Then day and night is are also approved on that only, and it takes only one day, maybe 3-4 hours. Once the estimate is approved, provision is that while you prepare the detailed estimate, they will automatically go for the bidding document. So RFP, what ministry we call it RFP, here we call it detailed notice inviting tender. So it automatically goes there. It is a button click. If you want to have some changes, there are competency level, you change it. Otherwise, you do it right now. So that is just, you need 4-6 hours. Suppose you have to approve the estimate, detailed estimate today evening, morning you can float the tender. It would have taken months, even 15 days or months in the earlier system. Then the bidding is being done through that folder. Bids are invited through HEPW, but yes, of course, we are using that Government of India and IC portals for bidding. We push the documents there, we get the bids there, and then we call back the details from there itself on our portal. So bidding is there. Just to have a better firewall, we are using bidding system there, which all departments are using, I think, India countrywide, except a few states. Then again, allotment is again through the portal only. Negotiations provision is also on the portal. So negotiations are being done on the portal itself, and the minutes of meeting of negotiation minutes are being generated for that portal only. So all those things, even the replies to queries, suppose we have a 7 days objections time, the first technical evaluation is the committee of evaluation, that is being decided by the portal. So we have a framework that there will be one superintending engineer, 2 executive engineer, 1 divisional accounts officer. So portal will filter and give itself automatically. Nothing is fixed except the local 2 officers which are handling it. Then it automatically selects the persons. So that issue that same circle is doing everything or same division is doing everything, that issue is closed. Negotiations are done, and then allotment is also being done through that portal. So announcements are also being approved on that portal now. So I think it has made our life very comfortable and simple. And that backup data is always available with us. So that is, I feel, what we have done best in last 4-5 years, which has changed functioning of all our engineering departments. Next thing, what we have been able to do in last 3 years, we started it 4 years ago. My team is sitting here. Those who were apprehensive, our old engine chief, Mr. Chaman Lalji, he initially started in marketing board. Then we took it again 3 years back, and it almost took us 1 year. We have developed an app named Mari Sadak. It is in Haryani. Mari means our road, Mary Road. That app is there for maintenance purposes of roads. So we have mapped all 85,000 kilometers through GPS mapping, including the national highways. We got it mapped at our own. All those GPS mapped roads are available on that app on backend. Of course, backend servers are in this. That live location, whenever you travel it, app is available on App Store and all the other stores. Just you open the camera, just make a click, and it will send the GPS location to the concerned department. And not only to department, it will directly go to the concerned officer, because all those are mapped in the backend. So it goes to the nodal officer of the district level officer, and then he can delegate it to the further officers. And then there is a 12 days time, 2 days time to take over. Suppose there, who is the concerned officer, or there might be some irregularity in sending the complaint by the portal, which usually is not there, but to have that we have kept 48 hours time. If somebody does not accept it in 48 hours, it automatically goes to his account. He has to repair it within next 10 days. And that all data is available on the portal, that how many complaints has been received, how many complaints has been resolved, where it is lying, how long it is lying. And then next step, if he is not repairing it, then there is a penalty mechanism through portal itself. It automatically generates, suppose the road is in DLP, it goes to the contractor also. Then it issues notice to the contractor also that you have not done, repaired it within 10 days, you are given one more 10 days time. If not done, your bank guarantee will be encashed. So we need not to do it by through other means. Then next 10 days, just to have a leverage time to manage the contractual issues, our officers issues the notice and the encashes is busy. So it has also given the accountability to the contractors. See, out of our 31,000, my 18,000 kilometers roads are under DLP. So that they have to repair. Almost 7,000 kilometers we are working on. So the only question left is 4,000-5,000 kilometers, which the department has to maintain at its own through their manpower. So having this app, and this app is for all 12 engineering departments, major engineering departments, which are road owning agencies. So this is something what, and our chief minister monitors it every 2-3 months. Then it has a penalty mechanism that if you have more than 20% overdue complaints, then you will be given a recorded warning. And if it is a repetition, then you will be charged it. So this, of course, initially there were issues. We have given a block of 3 months that we will not take any action. But yes, now nowhere I find, rarely there is a chance that people at more than 10%. Otherwise, it is being done. So these two things, what has changed the department a lot, given accountability down the line, right to the junior engineer, to the engine chief. Everybody is liable. Every HOD is liable. Either in some department, of course, they are bureaucrats, but yes, it goes right up to them. Third, we have a road maintenance policy, of course, everyone had. We are trying to review it. But suppose we have a DLP period of 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, but our policy says that we will try to maintain the road up to 5 years within our available funds of maintenance, just to manage the budget system, because states have their own limitations of funding. After 5 years, renewal quote or strengthening, whatever is required, will be done. But to maintain that cycle, suppose we have 30,000 kilometer 5 years, so I need to have a 6,000 kilometer annual repair program. So we have started to getting it approved and to achieve that 6,000. And in the last 2-3 years, now we are in the same stage that we are doing 6,000 kilometer every year, so that every road gets repaired within that 5-year cycle. So it took some time, because the priorities of politicians, roads, bureaucrats, and ourselves always keep changing. But if we go by technical things and prioritizing them, it ultimately we have achieved. We had a very, I think, good practice. I think that we have tried jet patcher. I think for 3 years we did that, and that has not been a very good experience for us, because that machine is basically made for skin patches or just wearing coat patches, maybe 20, 30, 40 mm. But potholes in rural roads goes up to 6 inches, 8 inches, and where water stagnation. So then we have developed our own patch van on a mini truck. We have a boiler, we have a heater. We just prepare bitumen there itself, mix it there. We have a small mixal machine in that, and our people are doing that. That is a good effort. And our mechanical wing, we have a mechanical wing, they have prepared, and it is working very well. Initially, we have those static rollers. We have tried, because department, ultimately PWD every year some works departmentally also in case of emergencies. So we have now taken mini baby rollers for patchwork. About 50-60 rollers we have purchased in last 2 years. That has helped us because its mobility is 20, 30 kilometers in just 4 or 5 hours. So these things what we have been done are very good things. Like our minister said yesterday, then we decided there's something to reflect. So this school zone safety code just has came and then come up. Now we have done that in next 3 years. We will be doing implementing in all 4,000 or 4,200 schools which exist on our roads. And we have to start with, we have a budget of 25 crore rupees. This year, I think we will escalate in every year. So at least in school fronts, it will not have a better appearance, it will have a safety aspects also. Other concept of our chief minister and our PWM that we should have a model road, at least one or two in every district, so that people see that future roads will be like this. Of course, these are not the, you can say like NHA and those, but what we can do within the available ROW. These will not be a smart road, but of course the best possible within the available budget and domain, at least to have a 10-year lifespan, that we need not to do something else. So we have planned that, and this year we will be doing that almost one or two in every district. So we have made a provision of that to start with. These are something what good we have done. Another thing, at state level, government has constituted a quality assurance authority. So various departments were working in different ways, their own practices. Somebody is following which code, somebody following no code, like panchayats and so. So now we have a quality assurance authority. They are basically as of now preparing manuals and documents and procedural manuals for us in consultation with all engineering departments, including public health, for all wings of them, for irrigation, for public health, for road network, for power. So they have also done a lot of documentation for us, and that is helping us. They have made a lot of checklists, which already exist in the department, but nobody is using. Now these has come as a booklet, so we are using that, and now government has made it mandatory from 1st of April that we have to follow all those means. And it has given us a protection also. Usually what happens in the states, that someday it is decided that you have to construct this 4 flyovers or 4 ROBs, just get that, go for bids. So a tentative estimation, 25 crore rupees per multiplied by 4, and we get the administrative approval, start working. There is no time for proper DPRs. Same ways for PHC, CS in buildings. But now they says they are mandated that for any new construction you have to have a DPR. So now we have a shelter that we have to follow these norms. For we need the time for that. So that has helped us. I think in coming time it is going to help us. Now there are certain issues, concerns. Main concern that we in Haryana have a restriction of ROW. Areas are totally built up. Traffic is huge and it is meant everywhere. I think each household is now has a vehicle. And heavy vehicles, mass transport vehicles, buses, everything is going to each village. Each village is connected by 2-3 roads. And we don't have an option. Maximum of our ROW is 10 meters. So say 33 feet. We are not able to widen more than that. That has to accommodate your green belt, your poles, electrical lines which are moving, your utility corridors, your water supply lines. So I think what we can do in that case without acquiring land, how we can improve that within the available ROW. I would like to have your guidance from the available officers and different states that what we can do. Another issue comes coordination among the departments, which is a common problem everywhere. Now we have our CM has started a state pragati, like PM is doing. So our chief secretary does it, sometimes our CM does it. But how it is being done, if we have a better experience available somewhere, we would like to learn that, we would like to listen to that. Misuse of milled material. Misuse basically overuse of milled material. That is a concern. Either we don't mill and we keep on doing overlays and overlays, which is a wastage of natural resources. But if you use it, it's very difficult to control that. because code allows somewhere 20%, somewhere 30%. It's very difficult to enforce that they are using that 30% only. So what best we can do it? Can we avoid milling, or with milling, how it is being implemented in other states, if they can throw some light? Aggressive bidding is, I think, everywhere a problem. I don't know others, but majority of states, even NHMRT, that is beyond thoughts that how they are doing it. And the main concept, what I realized and my team worked out, that this mill material use is the main cause of this aggressive bidding, where there is only overlay works. They mill it, they reuse it 50, 60, and you don't know what extent they can use it. And that is, they are doing much damage, because the aggregate size milling machine, it just goes to 10%, 10 mm, 12 mm gradation only while chipping. If you are using it as it is, what ultimate result it is going to give is very difficult and very damaging to force. Poor drainage, that is the issue. We don't have disposal points, because either built up or private lands, and if we have to go to dispose, Haryana does not have so many rivers and all those things. Ultimately, the disposal has to be within the ROW. So how it can be done, either by water harvesting or by some other means, I think if someone can throw light, it will help us. I think that is good enough. My officers are sitting here, the young people. I just got information from them, and whatever I got, I just explained. They will then, during question and answers, will ask for themselves. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yadav. You have basically raised 4 issues. So let us take up those 4 issues. Then we'll take up, already we have received some comments, maybe from your states only. Then we can take questions from the participants. Sure. Your first one was that you have serious ROW limitation, and even village roads carrying heavy vehicles. So what is the solution without acquiring additional land? It is definitely a momentous question. If you have to have facility, then there are 3 options: acquire additional land, go underground, but going underground is prohibitively costly, or you can have some limited elevated section somewhere. There cannot be one solution to all places. There can be also that the limitation on the private vehicles, because if the trucks are going carrying construction material, carrying any other commodity, it cannot be prevented. But to encourage more buses instead of private cars is one way of reducing the additive. That can be, it has to be case specific, but no easy solution to my mind. Now, any other panelist, you can add something?
It is not basically of road safety. It is generally, of course, safety is there, but what otherwise we can do within that, just to cater the mobility and traffic.
So if there is a limited ROW, you have to address it through policy issues, not by number of just sir has pointed out.
इसके नजदीक
The solution in urban area is by reducing the number of cars, because the public transport has to be provided. First of all, it should be comfortable, and its price should be low. If you take the example of Delhi, still I think Honorable Chief Minister had made an announcement. So 11,000 buses are to be basically brought on the road. So now they have only 3,500 buses. Metro and policy to make the car costly, but lot of employment is dependent on the car industry and they are promoting a lot of cars. But unless you address the problem of private vehicles, dominant proportion is for two-wheelers and limited ROW can also provide you the required mobility. If you make the parking costly and you levy some auction system in Delhi sort of a thing, just like in Singapore for the purpose of licensing your car and green tax, which government of Delhi is also contemplating that any outside vehicle, if it enters the Delhi, they have to pay the green tax. Such sort of measures can definitely bring down the private vehicles and provide more space for the pedestrian and the two-wheelers. So it has to be addressed through policy.
Yeah, ROW is an important parameter, either it is an urban road or inter-urban road. Coming to urban road network, IRC 86 has been classified arterial, subarterial, collector and local state. For example, you have a ROW, like HID committee, Professor Manajan Paridha sir is a convener, myself member secretary, and we have developed a lot of manuals related to the planning manuals. So ROW is most important parameter. For example, arterial road, 60 meter, 45 to 60 meters we are given. It don't fit many things on the particular ROW because classified elements, road element, cross-section element which was given. That is one thing. For example, most of the things earlier we have considered the BRT corridor. For example, you want to fit a BR to BRT as a minimum ROW is required. You want to fit like 45 meters ROW cross-section. In 30 meters, it is not possible. Future, it will take a congestion and many kind of accidents can be possibility. And coming to the interurban, like you see most of the Sierra has done last 1 year, 6 CMP projects in Rajasthan. So every city is different. So composition is more important. For example, two-wheeler composition, particularly second-order cities, 50 to 60%. So now IRC just started a segregated traffic. For example, exclusive two-wheeler lane. So if you want to implement some possibility areas identified, so separate the two-wheeler from the mainstream. So segregated or maybe inclusive or exclusive. So then definitely it will be reduce the accident, that kind of the guidelines were provided. So ROW is the most important parameter to successfully to reduce the accidents and free flow condition and speed parameter. That's why based on the functional classification of a road, the ROW has to be followed systematically. That is my main observation, sir.
Thank you.
So maybe we can look at it with three possible alternatives. One could be the elevated, underpasses are relatively going to be challenging. So elevated corridors Ghaziabad has experimented that. The other one is multimodal transportation, switching over to public transport systems. You cannot keep on relying on road-based transport. So, now you have RRTS,
times, and it has been my general feeling that things move very fast before the Pragati, but after Pragati again there is carelessness. So, if Honorable Chief Minister has started something similar to Pragati, it will definitely have a lot of impact. Important thing is that because it is again within the departments of the state government, one department should not feel shy, because what happened in Pragati taken by Honorable Prime Minister, it is something like central infrastructure departments vis-a-vis the state government machinery. Here it is all state government, but infrastructure department of the state government should be bold enough to put forth the issues in correct perspective before the Honorable Chief Minister. Then only there can be proper direction. I think Haryana government has taken a very good initiative. I don't think any other state has a similar kind of thing. But then issues should be placed before Honorable CM in the proper perspective. And the second thing, there has to be a post-Pragati kind of review mechanism by CMO as something which is happening by the Cabinet Secretariat in case of Pragati by the Government of India. I think we need not take views from other panelists on this.
Yes.
Your third issue was on use of recycling material. Even now, although the court limits the RAP percentage in hot mix, but in many projects, I think up to 60-70% in hot in plant, and I think 100% in cold in place. No, people have been using it, and it is not. But thing is that when you use higher percentage of RAF, your quality control system should be that meticulous. And I believe, I don't know anybody from the H2 committee is here, but with the next revision of the code, the higher percentage of RAP is definitely going to be allowed. That's my feeling. Although I have not checked from the committee.
I think now we
So
need.
that will be most probably there. But with a higher percentage of RAP, the characterization of materials and all quality related issues should be strictly. That's my point.
So regarding higher RAP, in fact, CRA has taken up projects with NHI. So already experimented more than 50% RAP in Gujarat and other national highway sections. As you say, that those trials will certainly make pathways for increased usage of RAP materials. Then, as you say, quality is a concern, but other than that, even there are certain rejuvenators. By using those rejuvenator, higher RAP percentage can be used. So, the CRI work is like it is quite engaging with NHI, and I believe that it should be possible to use higher percentage of RAP in road construction.
Are we allowing RAP in wearing courses somewhere? Do we have some research for using RAP in wearing course?
Yeah, it is there for National Highway project. Maybe you can be in touch with Dr. Ravi Sekhar. So the project is handled by Dr. Bharat, one of the scientists in Flexible Pavement Division. Already, like they have tried, there are bituminous mixes, there are field trials, both are there. So those things will come to H2 committee. And I believe, I'm pretty confident that those numbers are going to be more than 50%.
I'm sure it will be in the next revision of the code.
Then they will come up with some quality control measures also. Because if that is.
Of course, as Professor Pragya told, the selection of the right kind of rejuvenator. That's also very important. You'd like to add something? You'd like to add something on this?
As mentioned by Professor Paridar sir, like CRA, Dr. Bharat has, other team has done application of RAP, like more than 50%. So also 60, 70, we have the characteristic studies and also mixed design and various implementation was done in CRRI. If anyone want any like information, any kind of the thing information is required, so you can send a mail to the CRRI and definitely we'll provide the thing. Yeah, thank you.
Your next issue was on poor drainage. It's something Haryana is a very populated and there is very rare open areas, built-up areas, maybe through long sections. Notwithstanding that, in other states where the population density is much more sparse, drainage issue is assuming a very monumental proportion everywhere. It's because simply the natural drainage channels are being blocked. We may be having culverts on roads, but both on upstream, downstream side, there are some encroachment, some structure or something. Water does not come to the culvert. Even if it comes, it does not get drained out. So improving the drainage of the road in isolation, to my mind, is not going to succeed in future. The road drainage should form part of the drainage plan of a particular locality, particular urban area, municipality, whatever it is. If that is not done and sooner it is done, it is better all of us. Only expecting that highway drainage alone can solve the problem, it will never happen. Many times we design our drain only for the runoff from the carriageway. But the averting houses, averting land, they don't have any drain. And their water also come and we also feign ignorance. We are not supposed to design for that. That will not suffice. It should be better that the municipality or whatever is the authority in charge of particular locality should prepare a comprehensive drainage plan, and to that the drainage plan of the road should properly fit in, whether for cross drainage, for the longitudinal drainage. Without that, it is not going to solve the issue.
So I agree with your viewpoint, especially like Gurugram has been the area where flooding is a major issue. So the solution lies in a city level drainage plan. In fact, at some point of time we had discussion with Gurugram Development Authority. Unless otherwise you have a city level drainage plan and you implement it, it's very difficult to address that as part of a road cross section. So I also believe that many cities have prepared those elaborate drainage plans. So all cities subjected to frequent flooding, I mean, that seems to be only way out. And with a lot of like increased intensity of rain, climate change, probably drainage plan is one very comprehensive kind of study which has to be undertaken for populated cities of the state.
Yeah, it is very important point. You have made a very good road and excellent condition. Everything is there. So I have seen national highways. Most of the they have provided service roads, very good service road. Once rain will come, the service road there is no drainage part because main highway they have constructed the drainage part and service road they have not taken care about thing. What will happen? Finally, it will flood on the main road and it will create a problem and everything. That is one part. Most of the DPRs, like for example, you are providing bypass. So digital terrain modeling, drainage design, DTM development is the first part of the DPR. Digital terrain modeling. So for example, if it is a new highway or maybe widening or extension, so compulsory digital terrain modeling, slope aspects have to be considered and you have to identify use of the where to be provided the culvert based on the flood off and runoff other kind of the parameters. This is most of the designers they are not caring about, they are mainly focusing about slope elevation, alignment, road safety, everything. But the fundamental part of the drainage design, culvert and new culvert, they are missing kind of thing. This is a part of the like interurban roads. Whereas in urban roads, recently, like Bharatpur, we have done a comprehensive mobility plan. So entire city they have given to IIT Kharagpur. They used the drone and complete city they have made a terrain modeling and they made a slope aspects and they have designed the drainage system. So this is required because once you made a completion of the road construction, it is a very difficult part and there is no use of development of the new road. So drainage is the most fundamental kind of thing. Before building of any construction of the road, the drainage has to be considered.
Few points I would like to add. Already codes are available for the purpose of study, but DPRs generally do not do those kind of study. Second point, with the climate change, whatever assumptions are being made right now, with the urban area, we have to consider the 1 hour intensity rainfall. So those assumptions has to be made carefully because over a period of time, urban development is also taking place. So whatever is the area of catchment, for which runoff coefficient used to be different from the paved area, so which decreases the time of concentration. And the third most important point, most of the time when I visited at the site, the location of the particular culvert is very, very critical for the purpose of drainage and its location. So a comprehensive drainage study is must, and it is not only should confine to the linear, I mean to say ROW, it should consider the area surrounding that particular highway, at least 500 meter of right and left of it, depending upon the nature of terrain. So for that, lot of material is available, but unfortunately, those kind of material is not used for the purpose of preparing the DPR. So while sanctioning the DPR, we should pay enough attention. One of the notable example in my career, which I felt that it was a National Highway 8C, which is a very important national highway in the Gujarat. So regional officer Shri D.K. Sharma ji was there. So we prepared a Thaltej underpass. So we made it was a project of 1.35 kilometer long, 6-lane underpass. So, and for 1.35, we made an estimate of 70 crore and made a provision of 7 crore for the drainage alone. Because it was an underpass, so we provided a full, all manholes of 1.5 to 2 kilometer to the outfall of the nearby stormwater drain with the permission of state government. And we paid that money to them to do that work. And it is it was a difficult proposition to get sanction for that particular drainage plan from the ministry, but somehow we prevailed, or DG sir supported, and we got it done. It is doing very fine. Same is the Bhiwani bypass, one of the project which came to me. There was no provision of drainage. And when I asked why you are not having it is a very costly, because it is not our work, because it is a job of a basically water supply department or some other department. I asked him to get a certificate from the DM that we will give money, but they have to execute first, so that our highway should remain, should not be waterlogged and flooded. So coordination of the department is also involved when you plan for the drainage. Probably that is one of the biggest reason that we do not take care of the drainage while planning. Thank you very much.
I have received only one written question, so we'll first deal with that, and then we'll take maximum 2-3 questions. We have already overshot the time. This is from Mr. Anil Kumar Dahiya. His first, it is rather a kind of suggestion. Design of roads should be properly well designed according to road site conditions before construction of the roads. So this is a very, very known truth, because unless we design it properly, definitely construction will be faulty and resulting in road safety issues. But the design to be correct, the data should be collected properly, the designer should be competent enough, and whether the design is meeting the safety considerations or not, that should be established through properly designed stage road safety audit by a competent person. Second question is that suggestion that identify black spots and the same removed or rectified or modified. Now black spot is being identified by all road agencies, Ministry of Road Transport Highways doing for national highways, and state entities are also doing for their own roads. The issue is how we are rectifying it, because there lies the point. Many times we took a very casual approach, do something to understand why the accident is occurring number of times at a particular point is the most important thing. Then finding the proper solution. If it involves acquisition of additional land, then to go for it, and then design it and construct. That's all known, but sometimes it is not happening, or if it is happening, it is taking years, and the accidents are going on multiplying. The third point is all necessary cautionary boards, signage boards, etc., should be provided according to site condition. There are prescribed IRC standards for that. One has to very precisely determine which sign or other safety measure to be provided in which location. But many times very casual approach is given. We leave it to the contractor. The manual says that signs should be provided like this, but what should be the font size, what should be the size of the sign, where exactly it has to be fixed on the road formation, whether there is visibility of the sign, there is any obstruction by a tree or anything. Unless those things are done, I have seen in many roads, there are plenty of signs, rather overdose of signs, confusing the driver. So there are all standards. If we go through it and properly implement, then definitely that will help in better informing and guiding the traffic for the particular purpose it is intended. Then last is regarding monitoring, checking the vehicles. It's a enforcement issue. Definitely it should be done. And finally, he has expressed his thanks to IRC and PWD Haryana for this beautifully organized seminar. Definitely, I hope this should enable the engineers to take measures that will cause some recognizable reduction in accidents and fatalities in the state in the coming years. If that only happens, we will measure, we will feel that this seminar is successful. Now, I will take only two questions, I think, one from left side, one from right side. Please raise your hand. Microphone will be given to you, please. Microphone was, please.
माइक यहाँ से ले लीजिए.
Please introduce yourself and please be brief in your question.
सर मेरा नाम राम सकल सिंह है और मैं एसी रोड सर्किल दरभंगा में हूँ, बिहार में. सर दो बिंदु पर सर यादव सर ने बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट बिंदु उठाया है जिसको हम लोग भी फेस कर रहे हैं. डिस्पोजल पॉइंट्स, ड्रेनेज डिस्पोजल नहीं होने के चलते जो हैबिटेशन वाले एरिया है जिससे हमारी सड़कें गुजरती हैं तो समस्या होती है, फ्रीक्वेंट डैमेज होता है. तो उसके लिए हमारा एक सोचना है कि हर हैबिटेशन के बाद डाउन स्ट्रीम साइड में जिधर ग्रेडियंट है उस तरफ जा कर के हम लोग रेंट पे ज़मीन लेकर और पब्लिक का, चूँकि पब्लिक को सोर्स ऑफ इनकम बना देना है और उसको पॉन्ड के रूप में डेवलप कर देना है और उसमें अपना डिस्पोजल दे देना है. इससे दो फायदा होगा, हमारा ड्रेनेज प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा, पब्लिक को सोर्स ऑफ इनकम मिल जाएगा और ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज हो जाएगा. इसको हम लोग आजमा सकते हैं, इसको हम लोग इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। दूसरा सर, लैंड एक्विजिशन में जो प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, लैंड एक्विजिशन के प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए एक अल्टरनेटिव वे हम लोग अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं। वो अल्टरनेटिव क्या है कि लैंड एक्विजिशन में अभी हम लोग किसी की ज़मीन ले लेते हैं परमानेंटली और एट ए टाइम उसको उसका पैसा दे देते हैं। एक्चुअल 4 टाइम्स देते हैं, लेकिन एट ए टाइम दे देते हैं, तो उसका सोर्स ऑफ इनकम फ्यूचर के लिए बंद हो जाता है, इसीलिए लोग देना नहीं चाहते हैं। तो इसमें हमारा व्यू है कि पूरे कॉरिडोर के ज़मीन को एक बार कॉस्टिंग करके उस कॉस्टिंग को गवर्नमेंट के किसी फंड में इन्वेस्ट कर दिया जाए और जितने भी शेयर होल्डर हैं उनको हर महीने रेगुलर सोर्स ऑफ इनकम बना दिया जाए, तो इससे रिजेंटमेंट नहीं होगा, लोग खुशी खुशी अपनी ज़मीन देने के लिए तैयार हो जाएंगे और लैंड एक्विजिशन का प्रॉब्लम शॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा। सरकार को खरीदना नहीं पड़ेगा, सरकार का ही पैसा उसी के खाते में जमा रहेगा और उसका रेंट पब्लिक को हर महीने मिलता रहेगा। तो इस चीज़ को भी इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा सकता है, इसको पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के तौर पर देखा जा सकता है, आजमाया जा सकता है। तीसरा बिंदु है सर, ड्रेनेज को ही इम्प्रूव करने के लिए अभी तक अपने पास जितना भी आईआरसी स्पेसिफिकेशन अवेलेबल है उसमें रोड का टॉप लेवल और बगल के हैबिटेंट्स के ग्राउंड का लेवल क्या होगा दोनों का, इसके लिए कोई गाइडलाइंस उपलब्ध नहीं है। केवल पेट्रोल पंप के स्पेसिफिकेशन में एक जगह मेंशन किया हुआ है कि 150 या 300 150 कि एडजेसेंट ग्राउंड जो होगा पेट्रोल पंप का, दैट शुड नॉट बी दैट विल बी लोअर देन 150 ऑफ द रोड टॉप लेवल। लेकिन बाकी कहीं भी किसी भी स्टैंडर्ड में आम पब्लिक के लिए इसका स्पेसिफिकेशन नहीं है कि हैबिटेशन से सड़क आपकी गुजर रही है तो हमारे रोड से बगल का घर कितना ऊंचा रहेगा, उसका कैंपस कहाँ रहेगा, इसके लिए कोई गाइडलाइंस हमारे यहाँ अवेलेबल नहीं है। इसको सर इन्फोर्स करने में हमको कठिनाई होती है क्योंकि हमारे पास कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है, बोलने का कोई राइट नहीं है। एक बार हम अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को इस बिंदु पर बोला था तो उन्होंने कहा कि हाई कोर्ट ने कहा है कि आपको ऊंचा नहीं करना है, बगल से ऊंचा नहीं करना है। ठीक है, हाई कोर्ट ने कह दिया बगल से ऊंचा नहीं करना है, तो क्या हमारे रोड को ड्रेन बना देना है? अभी तो सारे हैबिटेंट्स एरिया में यही हो रहा है कि हमारा रोड ड्रेन बन जाता है, हम रोड को रेज करते हैं, पब्लिक अपना कैंपस रेज करती है, तो ये बैटल ऑफ विट्स चलता रहता है, हम ऊंचा करते हैं वो ऊंचा करते हैं और इस तरह से परेशानी बढ़ती जाती है। तो इसके लिए एक स्टैंडर्ड गाइडलाइंस दिया जाए कि हमारे रोड के बगल में कोई भी यदि अपना घर बनाते हैं तो उनको लेवल क्या रखना पड़ेगा, हाँ ऑलवेज उसको डाउन रखना है, इसको हमको एनफोर्स करना होगा। इससे हमारे रोड का ड्रेनेज इंप्रूव करेगा और बार बार जो रेजिंग का प्रॉब्लम है वो शॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you. You have made some pertinent questions. Actually, if I start with your third question, it's not exactly for the built-up areas. I think there is a recent revision of IRC 75, I think part 2, very recently. So it gives not only the height, how many culverts should be there, but that code is basically intended to prevent water logging on account of the road. There are a lot of complaints and MRT has received some direction from Minister of Home Affairs and that led to revision of that particular code. But what you are asking about the built-up areas, in the built-up areas, we are generally providing drains. So when we provide the drains, the surface runoff from our road goes to the drain, there is no issue. Now the built-up area, whichever is there, it should be at lower level, but to prescribe what should be their plinth level or something, probably there requires a deliberation on that. So your point is valid. I would request ARC to deliberate this point by the appropriate technical committee and some view can be taken. But for rural areas, I think it is all described in the new document. Regarding your second question, this is part of RFCT LRR any revision in the mechanism of payout of the compensation cannot be done isolatedly for a highway project, railway project or something like that. It has to be for universal purpose of land acquisition throughout the length and breadth of the country. That may not be so easy, but your suggestion deserves some merit. I think this can be brought to the notice of policymakers so that this can be. And basically that document is also not under, that act is not under the purview of Minister of Road Transport and Highways also. But you can make a written communication to MRTH and then some thoughts can be given on that. And your first question.
फर्स्ट बिंदु सर उठाए थे ड्रेनेज के लिए जो डिस्पोजल पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलता है, लेफ्ट साइड में राइट साइड में पॉन्ड बनवाने के लिए, तो पब्लिक का लैंड उसके लिए भी अक्वायर करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, लैंड का यूज़ डिफाइन कर देने की ज़रूरत है कि इस लैंड का ये यूज़ रहेगा, यहाँ पॉन्ड ही बनेगा, ये इन्फोर्स कर देने की ज़रूरत है। और उसको खोदने के लिए, पॉन्ड खोदने के लिए सरकार पैसा दे दे, पॉन्ड सरकार के पैसे से खोद ले और उसमें हम अपना डिस्पोजल दे दें, ग्राउंड वाटर भी रिचार्ज होगा, हमारा ड्रेनेज प्रॉब्लम भी सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा और पब्लिक को उसका हर महीने इनकम मिलेगा। सरकार अपना डिस्पोजल, ड्रेन बनाने में करोड़ों रुपया खर्च होता है, तो डिस्पोजल नहीं होने से हमारा रोड हर साल टूटता है, तो कुछ बचेगा पैसा, पब्लिक को फायदा होगा।
Actually, conventionally we have been terminating our drain in the culverts with the hope that from the drain water will go to the culvert and there is a natural drainage channel and it will be connecting to some bigger nala or river or something that sort. But it's a fact that many of the culverts are being defunct because there is no defined channel after that. So this is also a good thing, but implementing this, I don't think it is so easy a matter. But it requires, because natural channels are progressively getting blocked and we don't have a composite drainage plan, particularly if it is not a urban area.
मैं आपका तीसरा जो प्रश्न है उसके बारे में बात करना चाहता हूँ। वो जो हाई कोर्ट से कमेंट मांगे थे मेरे पास भी आए थे। इसमें सबसे पहले आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि जो सड़क है उसका फंक्शन क्या है। कनेक्टिविटी और मोबिलिटी प्रोवाइड करना है। वो रूरल एरिया से भी जा सकती है, अर्बन एरिया से भी जा सकती है। और वो जो एरिया है सड़क की अथॉरिटी के पास नहीं होता है और वो उस एरिया के ड्रेन करने के लिए उसको प्रोविज़न रखना पड़ता है ताकि उसकी सड़क खराब ना हो जाए। तो अब ये बात समझिए कि किसी भी अर्बन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के नॉर्म्स होते हैं कि एक सेटबैक होता है और उसमें प्लिंथ होता है उसका, जो मिनिमम उसको रखना पड़ता है। सेटबैक डिस्टेंस के अंदर वो अपना ड्रेनेज डिजाइन करके रोड के ड्रेनेज से मिलाना चाहिए उसको। उसकी जो गाइडलाइन जो भी एनफोर्स करेगा वो आपकी लोकल गवर्नमेंट करेगी। बिहार में उस तरीके का कोई ना तो नोटिफिकेशन है, रूरल एरिया ही अर्बन है पूरा, तो ऐसे उसके अंदर कोई भी जो गाइडलाइंस अगर बनानी है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को, अगर आप सड़क ही नीचे कर दोगे तो जब आपकी सारा सड़क के ऊपर पानी आएगा तो फिर आपकी कनेक्टिविटी खत्म हो जाएगी। सड़क किस लिए बना रहे हो आप? तो ये फंक्शन को बैलेंस करना है। अगर आपको ड्रेनेज फंक्शन को बैलेंस करना है, लोकल अथॉरिटी को प्लान करना पड़ेगा कि मुझे पूरे एरिया का जो ड्रेनेज है वो कहाँ लेके जाना है। उस हिसाब से जो लोअर एरिया वहाँ से आपको आउटफॉल पॉइंट देना पड़ेगा, फिर बड़े में देना पड़ेगा। वो प्लानिंग आपकी होनी चाहिए, वो है नहीं आपके यहाँ। बिहार के अंदर पर्टिकुलरली क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा उसका पॉपुलेशन डेंसिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है। इसी तरीके से अगर आप देखें कि अर्बन एरिया में ये मेंशन है कि प्लिंथ लेवल कहाँ से नापेगा, कहाँ से नापते हैं, आप मेरे को ज़्यादा अच्छा बता पाएंगे कि जो कर्व जो आपका हाईएस्ट पॉइंट होता है सड़क के उसको लेके आप ट्रांसफ़र करते हैं, उसके बाद प्लिंथ लेवल होता है। ऐसा बिहार में कहीं होता है क्या? कहीं नहीं होता। तो ये जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का जो इशू बता रहे हैं ये इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का है, गाइडलाइंस का नहीं है। गाइडलाइंस लोकल भी लगती हैं आपकी, वो भी कोई नहीं बताता है। दूसरा आपका जो RFL टायर का बता रहे हैं कि लैंड एक्विजिशन के पैसे जमा करा दिए जाएँ। अगर आप मान लो सरकार को पैसे भी दे दें और सरकार उनको इनकम देगी तो सरकार कहीं भी इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा ना सरकार को पैसा। और वो सरकार अगर मान लीजिए फिजिकली कहीं इन्वेस्ट करती है और मान लीजिए अगले दिन समस्या तो वो पैसा दे नहीं पाएगी वापस। और ड्रेनेज के अंदर सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जब तक आपकी अर्बन प्लानिंग का मैप आप अथॉरिटी से शेयर नहीं करते, रोड अथॉरिटी से शेयर नहीं करते, ये संभव नहीं है जो आप बता रहे हो.
Okay. Is there any question from this side? Please. And this is the last question.
Out of time.
Sir, my question is that we are moving towards the sustainable materials in construction projects.
थोड़ा सा closer to the mic.
I am audible, sir, now? Sir, my question is regarding sustainable materials in construction projects. Right now, we are using wrap materials in road projects. Is there any pilot projects regarding use of
नहीं वहीं पे माइक को क्लोज रखें.
I am audible, sir, now? अब आवाज़ आ रही है सर? सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हम अभी सस्टेनेबल मटेरियल्स का यूज़ करने की तरफ मूव कर रहे हैं पूरे उसमें, जैसे कि हम अभी रैप यूज़ करने लग रहे हैं रोड प्रोजेक्ट्स में, तो क्या आगे हम अभी फ़िलहाल कोई ऐसा कोई प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है जिसमें हम कंक्रीट मटेरियल्स को रोड पेवमेंट्स में रीयूज़ करने की कोई ऐसी कोई पायलट प्रोजेक्ट चला रहे हो कोई?
Already this is into
just like RC materials, recycled concrete aggregate materials.
There is already the standard permits use of recycled concrete aggregates in DLC. I think PQC we are not allowing this, but both recycled aggregates and recycled concrete aggregates, they are already there is a IRC standard on that, and it can be used in different payment layers.
I think so that the standards are only for the buildings only, not for the road projects.
No. Standards are there for roads. I can tell you immediately, Mr. Patil, if you remember, you can tell, or I will tell you after this what is the appropriate standard for that. I don't remember the number, but there is a standard for that, and even in our specifications, this is all factored into.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So thanks. I will not be again going into very details of the panel session. Of course, it was supposed to be on road safety issues, but we discussed also a lot many issues beyond that involving the construction and design practices for the roads in general. So after my overview from Professor Parida, there was a very detailed presentation on the school zone safety measures, and I would wish that the beautiful the zebra crossings painting as has been specified in ASP 32, it comes to use sooner, and this not only helps reduce the accident but also improve the aesthetics of our road. Then from Mr. Pankaj Agrawal, there was elaborate details of EDAR. In fact, EDARs holds a lot of promise. Maybe after another 2-3 years, when we became much more punctual and serious on filling the data in EDAR, it will automatically help us in improving the safety by making suitable interventions for correction of road engineering, and where it is not required, it will also be able to flag the issue so that the enforcement measures can be appropriately taken, or speed restriction measures can be appropriately taken. Then from Dr. Ravi Sekhar, there was a very wide array of use of artificial intelligence in safety and various other aspects of road planning, design and construction monitoring. It was there. We are definitely moving in that direction, but how quickly we can, time will only tell that. And Sri Jadhav gave a very good overview of the good practices that Haryana has implemented. Definitely it's known because I have also heard many of the practices from our present secretary, when he joined our ministry, many times he was citing whatever has been done in Haryana as a pilot, and he also gave a very good idea about that. Issues we have discussed, we have already overshot our time. I thank all the panelists for their beautiful and educative interventions during this discussion. And I am also thankful to ARC and W Haryana for giving me this opportunity. I hope the panel discussion is useful and to address or the mitigate the issues we are facing day in and day out with regards to the road safety. It should help us a little. With that hope, I am concluding this session. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. D. Sarangi, for seamlessly moderating this session. Wonderful session, and a heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their experiences and valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge, huge round of applause for this extraordinary session we just witnessed. Well, now to honor their valuable insights and contributions, we'll now proceed to the felicitation ceremony, for which I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Gupta, Additional Director General MORTH and Secretary General IRC. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Rahul Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause at this moment. Once again, a big thanks to Mr. D. Sarangi. Now I request Mr. Rajiv Yadav to please come forward. Let's make a huge round of applause. Now may I request Professor M. Parida to kindly come forward and accept the memento. And now I request Mr. Pankaj Agarwal to kindly come forward. And may I now request Dr. Ravi Shekhar to kindly come forward and accept the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause once again. And in addition, we would also like to appreciate the presence and contributions of Mr. Rakesh Manocha, past Vice President, IRC Haryana. Sir, can we please have you on stage? May I request Mr. Gupta to kindly present the memento to Mr. Rakesh Manocha. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge, huge round of applause. Thank you so much. I request the entire panel to please be in the center of the stage for a group photograph. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up this insightful two-day journey on road safety solutions, I would like to take a moment to express deepest gratitude to each one of you. Your presence here today really makes this event a success. To our esteemed dignitaries, respected speakers, and all our participants, thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this event, and your active engagement and contributions are really praised. Thank you so much. A heartfelt thanks to all our organizing committee members, to the PWD BNR Government of Haryana, for their tireless efforts in making this seminar a reality. Your dedication to advancing road safety is truly commendable. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार आप सभी अपने लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां प्लीज हो जाएं, क्योंकि आप सबका बहुत ही कमाल का contribution रहा है आप सभी का. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be needing this hall for deep cleaning, and we have to vacate this hall as soon as possible. I request you all to please vacate this place, and we'll see you back at 8 p.m. for the cultural evening. I repeat once again, we'll have to vacate this place for deep cleaning, and we'll see you at 8 p.m. for the cultural evening. Once again, this is your host, Dr. Azra Khan, signing off. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you so much.